Morning.
I
Good morning, Hubert Hiltz. It's Peter Fay from the City Clerk's office. We're just going to unmute your mic.
Wait, sorry, I got to talk.
Hi,
Hello?
Hubert. Hi, Hubert. It's Peter Fay from the Clerk's
Hi,
office.
how are you? Sorry about that. I was just getting off the phone.
That's okay. We just want to test your audio and everything sounds great.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hubert, it's Peter. Just a reminder, it sounded like there was a bit of feedback, so when it is your turn to delegate, if you can just turn down the sound on your speakers, just to minimize the feedback, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Again, Peter, can you hear me okay?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, loud and clear. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. It is just after 9:30, so Mr. Chair, when you're ready to start, we can start today's meeting.
Good morning and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We'll begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling a roll for attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Members of committee, I will call your names. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Dillon.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams.
At the press conference here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros. I'll come back to you as well. Councillor Bowman.
Present?
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Good morning. Oh.
Thank you. Councillor Williams or Councillor Medeiros are currently not present. So, Mr. Chair, you have 8 members present. You do have quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Is the mayor present?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not see the mayor in the meeting at this moment.
They're both at the press conference, Councillor Williams and the mayor.
Okay, because we do have some remarks from the mayor about the passing of former Mayor Russell Prouse. So I guess we can just move on, and when the mayor's available, we can go back to that item.
That makes sense, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item on today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list.
Councillor Dillon. It's
yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to remove the ethnic media agenda item just because staff was on vacation somewhere ill and we didn't have time to have this discussion. So I just want to remove it for the time being, and I'll add it at an appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk, if you can make note of that. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Fortini.
Mr. Chair, yes, I'd like to add an in-camera discussion on a proposed and pending acquisition disposition of the property of the municipal and local board. That's an in-camera. I already talked to legal, and Acting Commissioner Jane knows about it. That's one, and I'd like to add another discussion on Howden Recreation Center. And my third one, I'd like to add a discussion on the LRT. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, did you get those 3?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So Councillor Fortini is proposing to add 15.3 under closed session, identified as a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. He is also proposing to add to public session under community services. It would be new business under 12.3.1 regarding the Howden Recreation Center. And then under the public works section, under new business item 11.3.3, a discussion item regarding the LRT.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. I'd like to add a delegation by President of MDA, Mike Greenlee, to today's agenda, and also request on behalf of MDA if we could have that delegation moved up to the top of the list, please, and thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Okay, we have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I got on there late.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Palashi.
Mr. Chair, I received a email late last night with respect to the farming community and the stormwater management charge. I'd like to add the email under correspondence and related to the delegation, and I'll send the email to the clerk's office to be distributed.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, what item number would that be under correspondence?
Through you, Mr. Chair, already on the agenda is some correspondence under item 11.4.2 under Public Works, and the additional correspondence from Councillor Paleshi can be added under that item.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no...
Mr. Chair, I forgot one more item if it's possible.
Okay, Councillor Fortini.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I wanted to also add the discussion on the bike lanes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Chair, that would then discussion on bike lanes would again be under the Public Works section and would be new business item 11.3.4.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I see Councillor Maderos and Mayor Brown have joined us now. So we will, we've got the motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda. I don't see any more items. Instead of seeking a recorded vote, I will ask, is there anyone opposed to this motion? Seeing none, the motion to approve the agenda carries. We might as well go back to Mayor Brown if he's ready for the announcement about former Mayor Russell Prowse.
Mr. Bowman, I was going to ask if council would take a moment of silence given the passing of this former mayor who had contributed greatly to the city of Brampton. It was actually Councillor Bowman that made me aware of the passing, as did Gary Collins in my office, who knows the family quite well. And I think when there is a loss like this, it reverberates through the community, given the contributions of the family and the lasting legacy in the city. And if appropriate, if any members of council had a personal history with the family or the former mayor, and they wanted to share about that contribution, maybe it would be appropriate to do so. But at the very least, I believe we should take a moment of silence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't see anybody checking in. I can tell you I did grow up with one of his sons, Roger, and through public school and high school. So I do know the family, and it's I've offered my sympathies to them as well. So if we will take just a moment of silence, I think that would honor the former mayor very well. Thank you very much, Council. We will carry on. Meetings of municipal councils are open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well, with a few precautions and limitations. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways, watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archive video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in a meeting, or submitting questions about the agenda, business, and decisions made by Committee of Council today, emailing the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15 minutes public question period before the end of the meeting. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, we will so note for the minutes. Consent. Committee, as part of our new consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Any of the following agenda items will not be subject to the consent motion: announcements, delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, member question period, public question period. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. So that would begin with legislative services. Oh, no, sorry. Corporate services, 10.2.1. And that is staff report Building Code Act. Seeing none, that goes into consent. 10.2.2 staff report final tax levy and bylaw. Seeing none, that moves. 10.2.4 staff report procurement costs associated with critical business cases. I will hold that one. Staff report organizational separation costs, 10-year review. I will hold that one as well. Public Works and Engineering, 11.2.1 staff report, provision of free menstrual products in all washrooms at City of Brampton facilities. That goes to consent. 11.
Hold. Sorry, that's Councillor Santos. Thanks.
I'm sorry, that's held. 11.2.2 staff report, update on transit services. That will go into consent. 11.2.3 staff report, downtown road closures, farmers market, and COVID-19 recovery efforts. That goes to consent. 11.2.4 staff report, parking related concerns on Clipper Court, Ward 3. That will move to consent. 11.4.1 correspondence from Deborah Martin Downs, Chief Administrative Officer, Credit Valley Source Protection Authority, joint nomination of one representative to the CTC Source Protection Committee. That will hold. Was that you, Councillor Pleshy?
Yep.
Thank you. That will be held. Community Services Section, 12.2.1 staff report, request to begin procurement for Learn to Swim and Leadership Program. Seeing nobody, that moves to consent. Closed session, 15.1, open meeting exception under Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. That goes to consent. 15.2, open meeting exception under Section 239 2K of the Municipal Act 2001, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or behalf of the municipality or local board. I'm sorry?
Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. That is held as well. 15.2.
Mr. Chair?
So the clerk was, I'm sorry, Councillor Pleshy?
Sorry, it's the clerk. Mr. Chair, there were
Okay.
couple of items that you didn't announce for possible consent. The first is 10.2.3, the staff report regarding the downtown town hall community engagement. This was a referred matters item.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Is there any questions? Hold. Again, Councillor Pleshy?
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, the other item was 11.3.1, the minutes from the Brampton Transit Advisory Committee meeting of May 3rd.
I'm sorry, does anybody want those held? Those will also go into consent. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. The clerk will now summarize those items to be included on the consent motion for approval.
So, Mr. Chair, members of committee, under the corporate services section, 10.2.1, 10.2.2 are added to the consent motion. 10.2.3, which is the report on the downtown town hall community engagement, has been held by Councillor Palashi. 10.2.4 has been held by Chair Bowman regarding recruitment costs associated with the critical business cases. 10.2.5 has been held by Chair Bowman regarding organizational separation costs, the 10 years review. Under Public Works and Engineering section, all the items are added to the consent motion, save and except for 11.2.1, provision of free menstrual products in all public washrooms at City of Brampton facilities, held by Councillor Santos. And 11.4.1, which is correspondence from the Credit Valley Source Protection Authority regarding the joint nomination for one representative to the CTC Source Protection Committee. Councillor Palashi has held that item. Under Community Services section, the one staff report is added to consent. Under closed session, item 15.1 has been added to consent. Item 15.2 has been held by Councillor Palashi.
Thank you very much. I have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to approve the consent motion. And as per our trial process agreed to by council, a consent motion will be subject to a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, can you take that vote, please?
All members in favor of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Palashi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Bowman.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to number 5, announcements. I do not see any announcements on today's agenda. Government Relations Matters, staff update. Our next item is 6.1, Government Relations. Blaine Lucas is here with a presentation for Committee of Government Relations Matters. Welcome, Blaine.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll begin with the Government Relations update this week with an outline of the Peel Region agenda items for the situational awareness of members of Council. Regional Council meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, May 13th at 9:30, and the Public Affairs team have reviewed the regional agenda and engaged staff from across the corporation for comments and feedback. The regional agenda features a number of financial updates and reports. I wanted to highlight that item 13.1 and 13.2 of the regional agenda were not captured in the GRM presentation slides. I would like to thank the treasurer and the finance team for their analysis late yesterday afternoon to make sure that we could produce the information for members of council. So I'll start with 13.1. It's a 2020 operating financial triennial performance report for the year end from the Region of Peel. The region's 2020 operating year end position shows a surplus of 2.2 million prior to accounting for the funding from the COVID-19 Safe Start Agreement. After applying 16.9 million of the Safe Restart funding, the total year-end surplus for the region is 19.1 million. By contrast, the city's 2020 operating year-end position was originally showed a deficit of 52.3 million, which required an equivalent amount of COVID-19 Safe Restart funding at 52.3 million. To mitigate the financial impacts of, to the city associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. If the Safe Restart funding had not been received, the city would have realized a loss of 6.9% in operational funds. The city was made whole from the Safe Restart agreement. Moving forward on to the next item. In the 2020 capital performance and impact on capital reserves and reserve funds report, 13.2 on the regional agenda, the region's 2020 year-end unspent capital was recorded at 3.5 billion against spending of 675.8 million. If we could now move forward to slide number 3, please. We'll get back on the, if you could just go back one slide. Thanks so much. Alrighty. We'll now move on to item 22.1. It's a motion regarding a province-wide Vision Zero strategy, which calls on the regional chair to request the province to convene a stakeholder task force. The task force would analyze opportunities for a province-wide Vision Zero strategy that would be developed to provide consistent guidance to municipalities. While staff support the motion, it is noteworthy that traffic services are part of a Vision Zero working group organized by the Ontario Traffic Council with similar objectives as those outlined in the motion. The Ontario Traffic Council has released a request for proposal to create a provincial guideline to provide consistent approach for Ontario municipalities to follow when developing a Vision Zero similar program. A potential province-wide Vision Zero strategy would ensure there is no duplication with existing partnerships through the Ontario Traffic Council. Moving forward, I also wanted to highlight another motion, item 22.3 on the regional agenda, to modified mufflers that create excessive or unusual noise and excessive smoke. The motion includes several requests of the province regarding measured decibel count, amendments to the Highway Traffic Act, and stricter penalties. It should be noted that amendments or penalties introduced through the Highway Traffic Act would be enforced by the Peel Regional Police Service and our city bylaw enforcement officers. Noise bylaw is associated with private property. Now, if we can move forward now onto slide 4, please. I also want to highlight an innovative regional initiative called Doses After Dark. It's a 32-hour marathon vaccination clinic at the International Center in Mississauga this weekend. The initiative recognizes the unique needs of Peel's workforce and builds on the success of the vaccination campaign in the region. If we could move forward now to slide 5, please. All right, we'll move on to the provincial updates. The province continues to accelerate the vaccination rollout, including the COVID-19 rapid screening initiatives for small and medium-sized business and mobile vaccination units for small to medium-sized businesses as well. These initiatives directly address some of the current concerns and the advocacy from members of council. We could move on to slide 6. Thank you. While the government continues to respond to the pandemic, I wanted to flag the Canadian Artists and Content Creators Economic Survey, which is available online until June 18th. Arts and culture community has been hit hard by the pandemic, and this online survey provides an opportunity for Brampton-based artists and content creators to provide input and highlight challenges they face as a result of COVID-19. If we could move forward to slide number 7. So the last slide this week provides an update on the 2021 AMO conference. Based on the success during last year's conference, AMO is bringing back the Women's Leadership Forum with high-profile panelists. Public affairs staff have reached out to council members' offices to confirm attendance and provide support with registration. A detailed overview of the conference program, including various panels and delegation meetings, will be provided to all members of council participating in the conference. The public affairs team is working to secure delegation meetings with government ministers and party leaders. The last point I wanted to make is a reminder that early bird registration deadline for the 2021 Federation of Canadian Municipalities Virtual Conference is this Friday, May 14th, and the public affairs team is available to assist. So as of right now, just to confirm for members of council, we have confirmed attendees for FCM at 3, and we have 6 members of council that have confirmed for AMO. So we'll be following up with the offices of members of council to see if we can provide any further assistance. So this concludes our presentation for this week. I'm happy to take any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blaine. First question we have on the board is Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Blaine, for the presentation. Blaine, a question to you, or if anybody else knows, were we notified of the doses after dark prior to the region announcing that they were doing it?
Through the chair to the councillor. The first I was made aware of it, sir, when I sat in on the our ELC meeting on, I believe, on Monday or Tuesday of this week.
Yeah, me too. I guess doses after dark, it's a great concept. I guess my only concern is you can't really make it any further away from the rest of Brampton or even Caledon, and these are concerns that I'll bring up more with the region, but I guess my concern is that it wasn't more centralized, and I don't know if maybe I'll ask Mayor Brown in his report when he reports on COVID, but maybe there's further conversation that we can have with the region to try and do the exact same concept more centralized to not only benefit Mississauga and frankly Toronto, because Toronto people from Toronto or people from any other municipalities, as far as I know, can go to doses after dark, even though it's reported in the media that it is open to everybody in the region of Peel. It's also, from my understanding, it's open to everybody in Ontario, not just the region of Peel.
Through the chair to the council, sir, I would agree that when I read the information, I thought it was an incredibly important initiative. I would also suggest that centralized location in Brampton would be appropriate. And as far as the access of people to vaccination clinics, from what I understand, there's some locations across the province that restrict it to their residents, other ones that are open access. So to the best of my knowledge, sir, I'm not sure whether it's open to anyone who attends or just residents of the region.
Do you know if it's run through COVAX, the website, the Doses After Dark for the online booking?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, sir, I do not. But if we have maybe Chief Boys or anyone from the Emergency Management Office on the line, they might be able to give you a more informed response, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, I am not 100% sure if it's, I believe it does go through the COVAX system, but you start booking via the Region Appeal website. But I believe it does link into the COVAX system. I just, and I'm unable to go any further on my computer right now.
You're getting the spinning wheel, are you there, Beth?
Yes.
So from my understanding in talking to the Region Appeal, the region really doesn't have anything to do with bookings of the vaccines anymore, and everything can be done on the COVAX website. Well, if you go on the COVAX website, if you live in Markham, you can pick one of the first two locations that come up actually is Save Max and Paramount. And from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of people from outside of the Region Appeal that are getting their vaccines from the Save Max Center and the Paramount Center in Mississauga. So I'm assuming that the International Center is no difference. So I'm wondering if we're keeping track of all of the other municipalities or people coming from other municipalities into the Region Appeal, if we're keeping track of the amount of vaccines that are going to vaccinate people outside of the region that don't live or work in the Region Appeal is a question that I'll be asking tomorrow. Thanks, Blaine. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. Oh, I'm sorry, Blaine.
No, is there any other questions at all, sir?
There is indeed. Councillor Singh.
Thank you. I'm really excited by the AMO conference. I think it's one of the important things we do as councillors, AMO and FDM. Those meetings, I still remember. I thought they were really well organized last time. This time I know it'll be virtual, so it'll be a bit of a different type of dynamic. But I wanted to make sure that last time we gave some really good material we had prepared, and I just want to make sure that we update that material, given that we've landed some projects. Maybe to ask this time, for example, when I think about the hospital, would be clarification when we can expect shingles on the ground. So I'm looking for material that has more detailed discussion regarding the projects that have been announced. And some that have been announced and we don't have to continue to lobby for example, the transit facility, for example. We focus on to the next important projects in our transit file, which includes LRT and BRT.
Through the chair to the councillor, I agree, sir. We'll make sure that the presentation material is it demonstrates the needs of the municipality and also highlights the success. So when you take a look at the AMO documents from last year in preparation for this year, I would like to recognize the members of council that we have achieved a lot. The advocacy that you have taken on behalf of the residents of the municipality has been successful on a lot of fronts. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and just make sure that our marketing material reflects that. My second question is, last time, especially at AMO, I thought it was powerful myself when MPPs joined us. And so when we set these meetings up, especially with the ministers, whether it's federally or provincially, can we make sure that our MPPs and MPs also get an invite and that they're lobbying with us shoulder to shoulder for the same projects? Because it's virtual, it should even be easier for them to join in on those meetings. And if that requires us to even give them a briefing beforehand, we should also organize that.
Through the chair to the councillor, of course, we'll do our very best to make sure that happens. And we'll,
Thank you. And those are all my questions.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. I don't see any more questions on the board. I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to receive the presentation. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will be counted in the affirmative. Seeing none, that carries.
Thank you.
We now move on. There is a little bit of background noise. I don't know who that is, but we'll try and get it rectified. Our next item is 6.2, an update on the COVID-19 emergency. Mayor Brown has been providing regular weekly updates to council or committee at our meetings, and I would like to invite Mayor Brown to provide an update to committee today. Mayor Brown, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Bowman, and happy to share an update with council. Just putting my video on. I'm in my office at City Hall. So we are starting to see some progress. The positivity numbers is down across the board in Peel Region. The hospital capacity is getting better. We're down to just a little over 30 COVID patients at Brampton Civic, 9 in the ICU. Although we continue to transfer out a high number of patients. And so that is partly to make room for capacity if there's another push of individuals to come in. Last week we sent in, last week we transferred over 130 patients from Osler to other hospitals. And so we're not out of the woods, but we're seeing some encouraging trends. We've now vaccinated over 50% of the adult population in Peel Region, and we are going to be doing 150,000 doses of vaccine the next week, which will get us another 14%. So we're going to be a week from now at almost 65%. And when you really see case counts dramatically go down, it's when you get to that 70% mark. And so we are inching closer to that breakthrough. A few things I wanted to cover today. One, Councillor Palleschi mentioned the doses after dark. This is a great concept because we have a lot of shift workers who are unable to go to during traditional vaccine hours. And we know that's where the front lines of the battle with COVID-19 are. It's in the crowded factories. It's amongst our essential workers. And so we need to do a better job at finding effective means of vaccinating essential workers. And having clinics open extended hours is one way. Having pop-ups in those factories is another way. But I think Councillor Palleschi makes a really good point that having a central location in Brampton for one of these doses after dark would be a really welcome addition. And thank you, Councillor Palleschi, for pointing out the geographical challenges associated with the current location. And I'm sure that will be a big help in Mississauga. But let's, I would welcome a motion today that I believe Councillor Palleschi will be putting forward, requesting public health have a similar clinic in a central location in Brampton. Some positive news, we now have the Roots community services up and running starting May 15th for vaccines, targeting the Afro-Caribbean community, and that's going to be at the Civic Center and the Bramalea City Center, and then we are going to be having a new vaccine clinic opened in wards 9 and 10, and I'll have details on that on Friday. But it's going to be one that's very much targeted to multiple languages. And so we're starting to see increased supply available and increased clinics popping up because of the increased supply. So we're making significant progress on vaccines, but we're going to get to a point very soon where our challenge will be associated with vaccine hesitancy. The easy part is vaccinating the first 50% of the population. The challenge is getting that higher. And as you can see, we're starting to have days where there are vaccines available in the clinics. I can tell you right now, today, there are appointments at Century Gardens. If you want to go get a vaccine, you can get one today. Councillor Pelletier was tweeting out that we had available vaccines yesterday before closing time. And I should also reference the Brampton Islamic Center did a great job at getting vaccines in arms. I want to thank Urs here from my office. She volunteered there every day. And shout out to our MP, Kamal Kara, who actually volunteered to vaccinate because of her background as a nurse and was working in that facility. It's just beautiful to see how everyone's coming together. And I would note Brampton Fire, and shout out to Chief Boyce and his team and Paul Lecomte and the Brampton Firefighters Association. We have a number of firefighters who are helping across the board right now with vaccinations, and that's helping. I should note that I've been very active in my push for outdoor amenities to be lifted. I did a panel on Monday night with Dr. Peter Juni, who is the head of the Ontario Science Table. As you know, the Ontario Science Table recommends outdoor amenities should be open. They believe golf, tennis, cricket, and these sports that do not involve contact are safe and should be open. The Canadian Pediatric Society came out saying that the consequences for children and their mental health of having outdoor amenities shuttered is very dangerous. And so there's growing momentum for the push for outdoor amenities. And I'm heartened that today, as you know, Mayor Crombie and myself have been out, and Mayor Thompson advocating for the opening of outdoor amenities. But today, Dr. Lowe publicly made a plea for outdoor amenities to be opened as well, believing that it is now time. And so there is growing momentum for the opening of outdoor amenities. I know a number of councillors have approached me about this. Obviously, the closure wasn't based on science. It wasn't based on data. It's been a hard enough year, and I don't want to make it any harder for our residents who have had one of the longest lockdowns in North America. So we're trying to help out where we can, and I believe this is an area that can help. Our commitment for vaccine supply is for the next 2 weeks. I will let council know if we need to do some advocacy that supply is extended beyond 2 weeks. Right now, Dr. Lowe is saying hold because we've got some ongoing conversations, but we may get to a point where we need to do some advocacy to maintain this. The progress is working as long as we can keep it up. So that covers my update for this week. The only thing I didn't cover was Pearson Airport. Dr. Lowe did reiterate that it is one of the puzzles, one of the pieces in the puzzle in terms of our response, and that we do need to have stricter guidelines when it comes to the airport in terms of leisure travel. But I know we've been doing that advocacy, and it doesn't look like there's going to be movement on that. But that is another thing that we continue to monitor because of the effect of variants in the community. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First question is from Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mayor, for the update. Things look like they're getting a little bit better on the vaccination side, and I give kudos as well to the city staff, the city team, Brampton Fire, Chief Boyce, Community Services in particular, who really put everything together quickly with respect to some of these vaccination sites. Councillor Vicente, myself, and the mayor, we toured the Century Gardens vaccine site yesterday when it opened, and it was incredibly impressive and organized. And Dr. Mohammed had shared with us that it is going to be the more sort of longer term vaccine clinic, because as everyone knows, we're going to be rolling out vaccines for the next few months. And so that was very, very positive. But what Dr. Mohammed did share with us as well yesterday was that now that we have all these clinics open and more of them opening and rolling out, we really have to continue pushing on supply. Pushing the federal government to send more vaccinations to Brampton in particular, as well as the provincial government prioritizing the distribution of whatever vaccines they get in particular. So Mayor Brown, if there's any comments you have on that, and I know that you have been pushing through media, etc., but if you have any conversations with Ford or Trudeau to reassure us that we are going to be prioritized.
So I have spoken to both the Premier and the Prime Minister, and I spoke to the Prime Minister about vaccine supply, and he said they're doing their best to get additional procurement, and that the allocation will go to the province, but then it's up to the province to decide where those vaccines go. In terms of the Premier, he has given me his commitment that there's going to be a focus on hotspots. What I understand from Dr. Lowe is that we feel pretty confident for the next 17 days. It's after the 17 days that the commitment is tenuous. And so we've got an active conversation with the province. And right now, I think they're being pretty collaborative, recognizing the urgency that exists in getting the situation under control and Peel. But if it gets to a point where we don't get a firm commitment that it's going to be continued, then I would be asking council maybe as early as next week that we raise the temperature on this and draw attention to it. But there's no reason at this point for us to believe it's not going to continue. And so I would say we are ready to raise our voice, but right now, the next 17 days look pretty positive.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you so much. And I know that there have been ongoing questions, which I guess you cannot answer, but we'll save for the town hall tonight, about the AstraZeneca vaccine, about whether or not the second dose can be a different vaccine than the first, etc. There are questions looming out there from residents. I don't know if you wanted to share anything on that as well. Dr. Mohammed,
sure.
shared some info.
Yeah, I would just say I have no regrets getting my AstraZeneca vaccine. It protects my friends, my family, and in my community. There is a very rare chance of a blood clot, and it is for a certain segment of the community. For that reason, out of complete hesitation, Ontario has paused first doses. Dr. Lowe was saying they don't see that same issue with second doses, but it's being investigated. They're even looking at mixing vaccines, so you could have like AstraZeneca first dose and second dose could be a Pfizer or a Moderna. So there's more information coming out on that. But I believe that the millions of people who got those AstraZeneca shots, it's one of the reasons we're seeing numbers go down, because it curtailed the rate of transmission. And don't forget, we are in a hot spot, and there's a much greater chance of getting a blood clot from being in a hot spot and getting COVID than there is of getting a blood clot from a vaccine. And if you look at those statistics, it should leave you very confident in your decision to get COVID-19. One thing, and thank you, Councillor Sanders, for asking that. One thing I should mention, I didn't mention in my report, is the reproductive rate. The magic number is being over 1. So if the reproductive rate is over 1, then you're seeing reproduction that's going to continue to increase week after week. For the first time in months, we're seeing a reproductive rate below 1. So that is encouraging for a future trend line. The reproductive rate in Brampton is 0.87, in Caledon 0.92, and in Mississauga 0.91. So we now have the lowest reproductive rate in Peel region in Brampton. So that in itself is very significant, and it shows the effect of vaccines, that we're slowing the rate of transmission. We still have a high positivity rate, 16.3% in Brampton, and that relates to the amount of people that have COVID, but it's not spreading as fast, which is a bit of optimism in a sea of challenges that we've had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. We will move on to Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just picking up where you left off there about the Brampton Islamic Center, Mr. Mayor, and my hat goes off to the Brampton Islamic Center, you know, and especially in this time, in the month of Ramadan, you know, what their difficulty of the day, and they've truly stepped up for the community. So many volunteers. I had my shot my first shot at the Brampton Islamic Center, and the volunteer staff and everybody were so professional. Even Anjan from Councillor Willens and our office volunteered as well with her. So hats off to all of them, and everything that they're doing is fantastic. Yesterday, I did receive a text from them saying that they had 70 doses left over. They were going to push their closing time to make sure that all of those doses were used up. And at 7:45 last night, I also received a text saying that they were successful in that. They used them all up, which is fantastic. So big shout out to them. Great work. I guess with respect to doses after dark, and when I first heard this, it's a fantastic opportunity for people that aren't able to get vaccinated during the regular scheduled hours. But I am a little bit disappointed that, yet again, the start of something that is fantastic is already handcuffed a bit by where it's being located. In the beginning of this pandemic, a lot of things were going in south of us into Mississauga. We weren't feeling like things were being shared equally, and I don't understand why they couldn't have chosen a more centralized location for everyone. You look at West Mississauga and the trip that it would take for you to get from the west end of Mississauga all the way over to the International Center, let alone Northwest Brampton, North Brampton, or even into Caledon. So I would like to move a motion then that Brampton City Council request that Peel Public Health look into having another doses after dark at a more centralized location that benefits the residents of Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon.
Great motion, Councillor Pelletier. I'd be happy to second that, and that will be helpful for me to take to the emergency table at Peel Region.
And then if we should just add, Peter, if you can add that we send the motion to Regional Peel as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we will.
I don't know what other parties were included in the discussions of doses after dark. If it was at the provincial level, then we can send it to our MPPs, but I don't know if it was. It might have just been Peel Public Health that has organized and come up with it. So maybe just sending it up to the region would be sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Willens was on, but said he's having a little issue with his computers. You're back on, Councillor Willens? No, Councillor Willens, I can tell you're not back. You're just garbled.
Oh, how about now?
Now you're good.
Pick up.
No, Councillor Willens, sorry, you're all garbled again. Sorry. We can't hear anything. Can we save your question, Councillor Willens, and perhaps you can ask it before the mayor's update tonight at 6:30? Is that all right? Okay, I'm gonna hope it's all right. Seeing no more speakers there. I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the update. And can we do the well? Let's do the motion separately. Update moved by Councillor Santos. Anybody opposed? No. We have the motion by Councillor Pelletier, seconded by Mayor Brown, as you see on the screen. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, that motion passes. Thank you very much. We will move on now to item 7. 7.1 delegations regarding the Brampton Stormwater Management Charge relief
Chair?
for farm business. Yes, sir, Mr. Fay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. When council approved the agenda, as part of that, there was a request to add delegation 7.5 from Mike Greenlee for MDA, and also to move that up as the first of the delegations. So I took that as part of the approval of the agenda. I didn't hear any members object to that, so that was adopted as part of approval of the agenda.
Oh, certainly. Okay. Well, let's move that up now then, and we will hear that delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we're just inviting Mike Greenlee into the session as a panelist. Mike, you can turn on your video and your audio at this point, and we'll bring up your presentation momentarily. So you can proceed, Mike.
Okay, thanks very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I really appreciate the opportunity to brief council today. Good morning, Mayor and others. It's nice to be able to speak with you. In my interactions with economic development, there was just a quick request, and it made sense to be able to give a bit of an update on the activities of MDA within the community. I'll just take 5 minutes and use a few charts here to give you an update. Next chart, please. MDA is Canada's space company. MDA was established in 1969. It's about a 52-year-old company and has offices across Canada. In recent organizations, as I came in as the president in 2018 and have now become the CEO, we are now headquartered in Brampton. And so we operate the business from Brampton, where we've had a presence for decades, and I'll talk to that as I go through this presentation update. As I say, MDA is Canada's space company. We've been highly involved in a number of different space enterprises over the years in the area of satellites, robotics on the space shuttle and the space station, rovers on Mars, and communication satellites. Hundreds of communication satellites have been produced, and the technologies come from MDA over time. The space sector, for those that might not know, is about a $380 billion sector globally, activities in space, and it's currently transitioning to be about a $1.4 trillion sector as we go through the next 10 to 15 years. It's experiencing tremendous growth, and MDA is experiencing tremendous growth with that. Some may know that MDA was part of a larger company. We spun out and become standalone a year ago, and then we just did an IPO, an initial public offering. We're now traded on the Toronto Stock Exchange under the ticker MDA as of April 7th of this year. So we're back in business as a Canadian business headquartered in Brampton on the Toronto Stock Exchange in the growing space sector that is transitioning, like I say, from $380 billion to $1.4 trillion as we go through the next 10 to 15 years. Next chart, please. In terms of the areas that we do business in, we do business in geointelligence, which is based on Earth observation. We build satellites that observe the Earth, and we operate those and sell imagery of the Earth that we take every day. That's largely centered out of our activities in Vancouver in British Columbia. We work in satellite systems. Satellite systems is about us building technology for satellites, primarily communication satellites. That's largely based out of our activities in Montreal. And then we do robotics and space operations, which is all the robotics, the Canadarm activities, rovers on Mars, future on-orbit servicing and robotic operations. And that's all based out of here in Brampton, Ontario. Next chart, please. Most people would know, certainly if you survey Canadians, MDA is an iconic company in the country. Our robotics from Brampton is in the back of the $5 bill. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner of this chart, robotics from Brampton have surfaced a number of postage stamps, a range of different coins in the Canadian Mint. The technology and innovation that comes out of MDA is iconic across Canada. When we survey Canadians, it definitely stands out as a notable innovation, R&D and technology advancement stream across the country. And Canadians are generally aware of this as one of Canada's leading areas in innovation and technology accomplishment. Next chart. We have people, like I said, across the country with about 400 odd here in Brampton, and this is our headquarters. Next chart. We have supply chain partners in the hundreds, again, all across the country. As we know, in the Canadian economy, there's often one or two strong industrial players in any one given area with hundreds of companies in a supply chain. We have the same effect for us in the space sector across the country. When we get involved in our larger programs, we pull a broad pull across the small to medium enterprises across the country in the advanced technology sector to be able to work with us to deliver our programs. Next chart. I mentioned our three business areas, just a couple of minutes on each. Geointelligence is all about Earth observation. We own and operate RadarSat-2. RadarSat-2 is a radar-based satellite, 800 kilometers up, looking down at the Earth every day, where we're receiving orders from people and that want imagery of different things around Earth. So we're tracking transportation activity, things like ships. We're tracking climate. We're tracking ice flows, natural disasters, immigration, deforestation, all kinds of activities around the Earth. We own and operate satellites, and we deliver ground stations to customers to be able to pull down information from Earth observation satellites. And we conduct analytics of that information so that people can get information reports of the activities on Earth based on Earth observation data. Next chart. In satellite systems, we're building communication subsystems for satellites and delivering that in geosynchronous orbit and low Earth orbit satellite constellations for providing communication, broadband signals for TV, communications, in addition, increasingly broadband Internet of Things, in the future, 5G mobility-based communications to be able to bring everybody in the world access to the internet and high data rates, no matter where you live. We're also increasingly putting communications on exploration spacecraft that are involved in going to places like the moon, and we're starting to do studies on what the communication networks will look like on the moon in the future. Next chart. In robotics and space operations, our third business area, it's all about robotics. We built Canadarm1. We flew 100 missions on Space Shuttle with that. We built Canadarm2 and Dexter on the International Space Station, which we've been supporting for the last 20 years. Here in Brampton, we have over 3 million hours of operational engineering support to operations in on-orbit robotics operations. We build rover technologies in this business. We've been operating on Mars with different rover technologies for over 12 years now. As we move forward into the future, we'll increasingly see more and more space operations as we deliver operational services for servicing satellites to inspect them, repair them, get rid of space junk, deorbit them, or refuel satellites to extend their life. In addition, doing on-orbit assembly and on-orbit manufacturing, which are becoming strong growth areas as we head into the future. Next chart, please. Here in Brampton, we've delivered a number of technologies to the space exploration community over time. I mentioned Canadarm on Space Shuttle, Canadarm2 on station, Dexter on Space Station, rover technology such as Curiosity and the soon-to-be launched ExoMars on Mars. Bottom left-hand corner, just yesterday, OSIRIS-REx is a space exploration vehicle that just left asteroid Bennu yesterday, 300 million kilometers away, where sensors made here in Brampton at MDA scanned that asteroid, developed 3D models of it, and that spacecraft went down and took samples of the dirt and the rocks on that asteroid, and is now left yesterday and bringing them back to Earth. They'll get dropped off in the Arizona desert in 2023, and the international science community will start to study, the composition of that asteroid and contribute to the understanding of the universe moving forward into the future. Next chart. In the future, this business, Brampton-based business in robotics and space ops, will increasingly get involved in more and more space station operations as more space stations are being built. As I mentioned, we'll get involved more in on-orbit servicing, assembling, and manufacturing as the space economy expands. And as we return to the moon in 24, 25, over the next few years, you'll start to hear more and more about vehicles landing on the moon, spacecraft landing on the moon. A lot of those will have MDA lunar landing sensors on them. Be the first pings that touch the moon as people start to land in 22, 23, and 24 will be from MDA sensors reaching out and touching the lunar surface and contributing to the avionics guidance of landing that spacecraft safely on the moon. We'll have sensors and robotics and activities increasingly growing on the moon out of robotics and space operations. as we move forward into the future and humanity starts to inhabit the moon in the second half of the 2020s. Next chart. The big activity right now in Brampton is Canadarm3. Canada announced 18 months ago a $2 billion commitment to provide activity for the lunar program, which includes a large chunk of commitment to build Canadarm3, which is artificial intelligence-based robotics for Lunar Gateway. Lunar Gateway is a new space station depicted here that will orbit the moon. We're under contract now to develop that, which is causing tremendous growth. Next chart. So the big growth here in the Brampton area over the next sort of 4 to 5 years will be driven by Canadarm3 for sure, getting those artificial intelligence-based robotics for the new space station. In addition, we will be generating a commercial line of robotics for on-orbit servicing, assembly, manufacturing, and tourism. We will be establishing mission control centers here in Brampton, where we'll be controlling our on-orbit robotics from control centers here at our site. And then we'll be building the new technologies for rover programs on Mars and rover programs for the moon, we expect, as we go through this next 5-year period. As a result of that, we're expecting to see some pretty significant growth in our business. We see a workforce transition, very significant workforce transition with a lot of growth in very high quality job categories in a range of different engineering, including systems engineering, mechanical engineering, guidance and controls engineering, and space mission operations engineering, supporting our growth in space mission operations here. We'll also see moderate growth in project management, contract management, quality, and production. So that's a lot of the activity that we're involved in right now is this significant hiring push as we get organized for this next generation of growth, for this next generation of programs as the space economy starts to expand, as I mentioned earlier. Final slide, please. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on MDA today. I'm providing these links here for a couple of videos. One is a video all about MDA. Another is a video all about Canadarm3 for those that are interested in the advanced technologies that we're building in our sites here in Brampton. Thanks very much for the opportunity to brief council today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mike. That's incredible stuff. Incredible. We do have a fairly lengthy list of questions for you or comments. Councillor Palleschi is first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike, for coming to delegate. I tell you, every time I look up to space or see something going on, whether it be the Mars or with that asteroid, I think of MDA, and it makes me feel proud to be Canadian. I'm so proud to be a Bramptonian, having you here, your head office right in Brampton. I really look forward to growing the relationship with MDA. Anything that we can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm sure that you have Claire Barnett's phone number on speed dial.
Absolutely.
They're there for you 100%. I do have a question just with respect to COVID, Mike, and I just asked that if there's been any of your supply chain impacted by COVID.
In the early days of COVID, as everybody was a little bit clumsy going into work from home mode and modified work practices mode, we did see some activity in the supply chain that did slow us down. Largely, the space community has done really, really well through COVID. We have a lot of large international collaborative projects. We've operated, it was because of our activities in on-orbit operations. We've operated as essential manufacturing, modified our practices ourselves here in Brampton and through our supply chain to be able to continue to do well. We would currently operate with, maybe 30% on site with a lot of safety practices on hygiene, spacing. The rest, we've implemented rapid screening at our sites here in Brampton. We're all screened Tuesdays and Thursdays of every week. And we are, of course, very positive participants in encouraging everyone to get vaccinated towards that 75% goal that the Prime Minister was talking about over the last couple of days. So, we're all leaning into that. Right now, I'd say the supply chain is stabilized. We're all living within our sort of safe work practices at the moment, and work continues at pace. We've learned how to hire and onboard. We've probably hired we hired over 350 last year. We've already hired over 200 this year. A lot of that's been virtual hiring and virtual onboarding. And so we're able to, continue to expand our businesses and operate with modified work practices as required.
Thank you for that, Mike. Appreciate it. And if there's anything we can do at Peel Public Health or the City of Brampton, we're here for you.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleski. Next up is Mayor Brown.
My mute wasn't on. I just want to say, like, how grateful we are to have MDA in Brampton. It is a source of pride. We know you continue to grow. A company that is recognized internationally. It's not just about Brampton pride, it's Canadian pride. And I love seeing those posts on a regular basis of MDA hiring. And these aren't average jobs. These are the highest paid, highest skilled jobs you can imagine. And I always share them on social media because it really is a source of pride. And with your success and your growth, it's not just good for Brampton, it's good for Canada. And know that you have the City of Brampton behind you, cheering on your success and your growth. And I can't wait to see what lies ahead.
Thanks very much. As you know, we've worked well together, and we will continue to do so moving forward. And we'll always reach out if we see a path to do more faster. We'll always reach out and talk about it.
Thank you very much. Mayor Brown, was that it? Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Thank you very much, and I echo what my colleagues. Really a source of pride. Just really fascinating about the space economy and how pivotal that MDA is in being a flagship, Canadian company right here in Brampton. But my question would be more related to, and I thank you for the presentation, more related to what are some of the features that attracts a company like MDA to be in Brampton? Often when we're trying to talk about developing an ecosystem around innovation, technology, etc., and when you think of a company like MDA, can you speak to just maybe highlight a couple of the features? We know about the quality of life. We think we have a great trail system. Those type of features, are they important in your sort of when you're thinking about expanding business operations? Is that an important consideration?
I think that, like, to be very transparent and honest, like, we've been in Brampton for decades, and that, back in when we were SPAR in the area. So I wasn't around at all back when those decisions were made. To be honest, after being in Brampton for decades, it makes sense to remain in the area. It's a positive experience for sure. But our hundreds of employees are, if you look at a heat map of where everybody lives, of course, after being here for decades, everyone's nice and sort of spread out, around the area. And that's really what keeps us here, is the fact that we're all set up and operating here, and it's a positive experience. As we continue to expand, it is of interest to be able to attract people to Brampton. We have to hire hundreds of people, engineers that we'll try to recruit from across Canada and around the world, and then attract them to come and work with us here in Brampton. Any and all activities in terms of the things that you mentioned, in terms of quality of life, rounded life, recreational opportunities, the housing and living opportunities, the quality of the education in the area, the quality of healthcare in the area, all of those things fit into our recruitment package in terms of that. In addition to access to transportation systems, so that if people, for whatever reason, don't want to live in Brampton, they can live near Brampton, and they can quickly find their way, to our sites and facilities. So managing, traffic flow and movement patterns. As mentioned, our folks are sort of very in the high end of the job categories. Most people are drivers, so it's mainly a driving population that's highly mobile. So the ability to live well and move about easily within the community are all important features. I think the geographic location where you can work here and you can choose a life that's more urban, more rural, you have choices based on just geography. I think that's attractive to a number of people as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Williams is next up.
Hi, thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks, Mike, for coming here today and speaking about MDA. You are located in Ward 8, and I'm the area councillor for the area, and also Councillor Fortini. You know, Brampton is a great location that you're describing for all the good reasons for you to be here. And my question is around the recruitment and also sparking the interest of our young minds that are developing here in the city. We have a number of schools that are focusing on robotics, STEM, and that area, and we're really creating ourselves as a prime location to nurture those types of skills and see them grow. So knowing that MDA is here, that's a location. So are you all connecting with some of our schools, connecting with our post-secondary partners to really showcase the fact that you're here and doing this great work? Can you speak on that, please?
Yeah, and we get involved in outreach all the time. One of the key tenets of space is the importance of outreach. You know, space develops has a huge impact on the quality of life on Earth. All of our communications, our environmental monitoring, all of that activity comes from space. And then space exploration advances technologies that are huge in terms of their transition to life here on Earth. In addition to what you mentioned, which is that inspirational aspect with youth to consider studying science, technology, engineering, and math in their programs. So we leverage all of that in outreach. We work with school groups all the time, if and when invited. And we are going to go through a bit of a transition here over the next couple of years in terms of setting up more systematic programs, whereby we will have a more fully staffed outreach program, in addition to transitioning ourselves into having things like visitor centers, where we can then start to host school groups and expose them to the development of next generation robotics, in addition to next generation on-orbit operations, so they can come in and visit and see us operating in space and learning how that all works. So that'll be an evolution that we go through over the next probably 30 months from now, from 21 to and a little bit into 23. We'll then get ourselves set up stronger in that mode of operation, so that we can virtually reach out to school groups across Canada or other interest groups across Canada, and we will start to host here in Brampton all kinds of groups. So I would imagine that people will complain about bus traffic at some point as school buses come in to visit our sites and stuff, as we 3 years out from now, as we start to host groups on a more regular basis.
Well, thank you for sharing that really ambitious timeline. I think it's exciting, and our young people, our students, our budding, STEM masters are going to really just see Brampton as that future destination, and MDA being able to facilitate that. I think it's great, and any way we can help support and help make this possible. Shout it to the hills and let people know. I'm sure we'll all jump on that. So thank you so much again, and anything you all need, just please let us know. Thanks.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Next question, Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the delegation. I share the same sentiment as the mayor and my colleagues who expressed their gratitude and celebration of MDA being in Brampton. My son loves spaceships, he loves outer space, and I always remind him that we have that technology being created right here in our town. I want to appreciate and acknowledge what you shared about providing as much choices and alternatives as possible in our community for people to get to work. And so I appreciate that you said that a lot of people drive there, but as you may know, in Brampton, we are trying to diversify the options for people to get around the city in order to help with relieving congestion, etc. But one thing that stood out for me that no one has asked yet is when you said, somebody had mentioned, it was Councillor Palleschi, he mentioned whether or not you have Claire Barnett on speed dial, and you enthusiastically said absolutely. And so I wanted to just ask you, can you just describe for us what your interactions, your relationship, and the support that you've been getting from the director, Claire Barnett, and economic development as you're continuing to successfully grow in Brampton, and how that level of support has changed or elevated your relationship with the city.
Yeah, so it's really been a positive experience the last couple of years. We've been engaged in a number of activities studying the future of our business and our site and like what that all looks like, and how we could expand ourselves in the future. In addition to participating in sort of business activities and programs in the community, where we've been had the opportunity for ourselves and our employees to be recognized for their growth as members of the business community. So that's been a very positive experience. In addition to interactions with the province, so the city has been very helpful in promoting us as a business and representing Brampton's strong support for us and our future as we've worked with at the provincial level on economic development activities. So those are some of the threads that we've been working on throughout the last couple of years. It's definitely a positive experience, and I feel everyone's very aware of MDA and very responsive whenever we interact, and often looking out for our interests, whereby things that we're not seeing or thinking about, the economic development group will see them and absolutely keep us informed of things that they feel we should care about, and they're usually right, for sure.
That's fantastic, really fantastic to hear. And then my final question, of course, is are you proud? Are you proud to wave the flag that you're from Brampton, that your headquarters here in Brampton?
Yeah, it's all good. This is where our head office is. This is what we talk about loud and proud. So that works for us. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you for coming today.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Last question, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Mike, for coming here to give us this snapshot of what you have been doing. Of course, everybody knows MDA and Spar Aerospace before that. And, when you think about the work that you're doing, it is so important because it's not only about the future survivability of the species, but it also, in so many ways, enhances life here. The innovation that you drive, like when you think about it, there's no manual on how to create a Canadarm. There's no manual on how to create the kind of groundbreaking applications and projects that you guys put together. And so it's really, you're all about innovation and doing amazing things. And here in the city of Brampton, as you know, we have an emerging innovation culture, and we have been working hard as a city to create our innovation district in downtown. As you may know, we've partnered with Ryerson, the Rick Center, Founders Institute, and others to create that kind of ecosystem that can support those innovative business ideas and concepts. The mayor has been a huge proponent of our Beehive, which is an incubator designed to assist newcomers to Canada, providing them with a place to grow and improve their skills. And so with that in mind, given your success and extensive network, would MDA be interested in working together with the City of Brampton and our Innovation District and developing that and being a partner? Would you be interested in working with us in that capacity?
I think it's something worth learning more about, for sure. Like, we're in the community, we definitely believe in innovation. We're trying to develop a workforce in the community and around us that's certainly STEM and high growth oriented. So those are all themes that matter to us. And we have a number of initiatives that are ongoing that will expand that we would hope to be able to announce in the near future. So learning more about that would certainly be a topic of interest.
Great. I'm so happy to hear, Mike, and I'm sure that then Claire, you have someone that you could reach out to now to discuss what we're doing and see how we can all work together to make Brampton even better than what it is today. Again, Mike, thank you so much.
Yeah, cool. The last comment I might make around the topics you mentioned, all the things about the different kinds of businesses and the like, and trying to attract headquartered businesses and the likes like ours. There's a certain amount of commitment and discipline, I would imagine, that comes with that. The city has a number of different activities around it. A lot of warehousing and distribution, for example, that are in the city. And then there's folks like us where we're trying to get head offices and advanced manufacturing to cluster together and have those types of zones in the community as well. And so, holding to that commitment, using guys like us to attract people like us to like neighborhoods, I think is important. And, making sure we're not compromising too much on that and, mixing up all different types of activities into the same neighborhoods. I think that's a strong theme that I would encourage the council to have discipline around, to ensure that like-minded companies and operations and types of activities are clustered together, like you were saying about innovation clusters. I think that's an important theme, to have the discipline to do that.
Yeah, we agree with you, and we appreciate your words of support there, and look forward to exploring what we can all do together. So thanks again.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. I see no further questions. I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams that the delegation from Mike Greenley, CEO, MDA, to the Committee of Council meeting May 12, 2021 be received. Any opposed? I see none. Thank you very much, Mike. It was a pleasure having you today.
Thanks you, Jeff. I'll check out now. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Next delegation, we will move back up to the top of the list, and item 7.1, delegation regarding the Brampton Stormwater Management Charge Relief for Farm Business Registrants. We have two delegations this morning, as well as some related correspondence, item 11.4.2, which we can bring forward and consider at this time as well. Delegations today include Tom Dolson, President, Peel Federation of Agriculture, and Diana DeFavari, property owner. Each of you will have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Tom, I welcome you first.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Mike Greenley's pretty tough act to follow. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mayor Brown, and members of council. My name is Tom Dolson, and I'm here today representing the Peel Federation of Agriculture, and more specifically, our membership in Brampton. The passing of the stormwater charge bylaw has had a profound financial impact on our farmers in Brampton. According to the most recent census statistics, Brampton has a total of 63 farms and over 5,300 acres of land growing crops. Yet despite our members being major stakeholders in Brampton, our farmers and farm organizations were excluded from the Stormwater Advisory Group. Our organization would like to know whether this was an oversight by council or whether farmland was intended to be included in the bylaw from the outset. The consultant report to staff never included agriculture. The staff report to council never considered or mentioned agricultural properties, and the bylaw does not even refer to agriculture. There was never any agricultural stakeholder engagement prior to the passing of this bylaw. Comparisons by staff and consultants of stormwater charges in other municipalities are misleading and inaccurate. Farmland is 100% subsidized in many of the examples presented for non-residential stormwater charges. Mississauga, for example, provides a 100% stormwater charge subsidy for farm business registrants. The Stormwater Infrastructure Financing Study states of prime importance in selecting an approach would be fairness in apportioning costs, transparency, and defensibility. Core principles included linkages between amount paid and benefit derived from services. The purpose of my delegation today is to tell you the process has not been fair, it has not been transparent, and the farmers in Brampton are deriving no benefit from the stormwater management charge that has been imposed upon them. The Municipal Act states user fees be established in a way that there is a direct relationship between fees being applied and the cost of services being provided. User fees need to be directly aligned with the benefit received. The stormwater financing study goes on to claim that the city of Brampton owns and manages 420 kilometers of streams, when in actual fact, the ownership and management of these streams falls under the province and the conservation authorities. The farms remaining in Brampton are predominantly at the headwaters of the CBC and TRCA tributaries. These agricultural properties represent the smallest runoff coefficient of 0.1. If we were to translate that figure to 0, we would be jeopardizing much of the natural heritage features in the headwaters of these tributaries. The city of Brampton should have no authority to assess stormwater charges on properties that flow into another authority's jurisdiction. As is the case in Mississauga, the region of Peel invoices stormwater charges for the lower tier municipality through the regional water bill. Many farm property owners receive no invoices and no notification of stormwater charges because they are on wells with no water services supplied. Those who did receive bills received them in the thousands of dollars, with some invoices approaching their annual tax bills. Our farms in Brampton are productive agricultural properties that absorb an abundance of stormwater. If anything, the city of Brampton should be paying farm landowners for the retention of stormwater on their properties. These farms were in Brampton long before development began to encroach upon their farm operations. Development applications have historically engineered for and have made provisions for flow rates from the surrounding farmland. That has not changed. Farm operations are not expanding in the city of Brampton due to the escalating cost of land. Nothing has changed on these farms. What has changed, however, is increased development in the city of Brampton. The province and in turn, the region of Peel have mandated intensification of residential development. This planning process has resulted in minimizing permeable surfaces due to increased asphalt roads, parking lots, and rooftops. To date, there have been no serious steps taken by any level of government to deal with the increase in stormwater runoff. Proposed residential development needs to address this shortfall in planning. But our farmers in Brampton should not be held accountable for something they did not contribute to and don't derive any benefit from. The provincial policy statement states in agricultural areas, all types, sizes, and intensities of agricultural uses and normal farm practices should be promoted and protected in accordance with provincial standards. This bylaw does nothing to promote agriculture in Brampton and only damages an already fragile agricultural sector in this community. Members who have applied for a credit of up to 50% of the stormwater charge have been told that the city requires stamped engineered drawings by a licensed engineer to accompany the application. If the credit is granted, it must be renewed every 5 years. In many instances, the cost of the study that the city requires exceeds the amount of credit the landowner would receive. The Stormwater Management Credit Program does not address any situation on a farm property. All examples of stormwater management practices given relate to urban development practices and refer to development sites. There is no recognition of green space in the agricultural properties of Brampton and no reference made to agriculture whatsoever. We ask that Council amend Bylaw 83-2020 to provide a 100% subsidy to all farm business registrants from stormwater charges. Thank you for hearing my delegation today, and I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. We do have Councillor Palleschi on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm on for after the delegations also, but I'd like to ask Tom. Tom, thank you for coming to delegate. As you know, this has been a difficult topic. I'll save some of my comments for after, but Tom, you referenced Mississauga. From my understanding, and let me get this from you, from my understanding in Mississauga, they only have really one working farm currently, and the exemption that they did provide that working farm is currently being audited, either internal or externally, from down in Mississauga. Do you have any comments on that?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Palleschi. I would comment, if your comparison is Peel, I would comment that Caledon has no such charge. I would comment that other comparisons given in London and in Ottawa have no such charges.
No, I realize that, Tom, and that's another issue that I'll move on in a couple minutes. But just with respect to Mississauga, because you referenced it, and I've asked that question of our staff. But is it fact that Toronto or Mississauga only has the one working farm, and that what their council did is currently being audited?
Through the chair, I have no knowledge of that, but I do have knowledge that the bylaw was drafted in 2016, and perhaps when Brampton gets to that point where you have one farm left, maybe that would be a consideration to have that changed. But currently, you have a lot more farms than that.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't come to that. But thank you, Tom, and stay tuned. I'll be providing more comments after the next delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. Tom, thank you for the delegation. We will move on to Diana.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm not really prepared as much as the other people that have spoken today because I only had a couple of hours to really prepare for this. But one of my questions or concerns are, I'm a landowner in Brampton. It's roughly about 20 acres, and the entire land is being farmed with crops. Now, my understanding was this stormwater charge was because there's so much hard surfaces that when we have heavy rainfalls, this rain has nowhere to go but to go into the stormwater drainage system. So my question is that here's I have 20 acres of farmland that's being farmed with crops. When a heavy rainfall falls, I'm assuming that the land will absorb the majority of that rain. Now, about 3 kilometers away from my property is a subdivision. And when you look at this subdivision, it's house after house with road, with pavement, with walkways, and there's very, very little lawn area for this, if there was a heavy rainfall, for this water to be absorbed. Now, these houses, in comparison, these subdivision homes that are anywhere from 25,000 or 2,500 to 3,000 square feet are paying roughly about $120 to $150 in stormwater fees. My property, which is 384 feet by 2,020 feet of just land. So if we do have a heavy rainfall, I'm assuming it will be absorbed by the land. I'm being charged $890 a year for rainwater. To me, this doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how this math goes. I called in and they told me it's regarding your hard surfaces. So when we have that heavy rainfall, it has nowhere to go but into the drainage system. But I'm looking at a subdivision home compared to my home on this property, and it doesn't make any sense why I'm being charged $890 a year, which is really hard to swallow, compared to these other subdivision homes that are being charged $120, and they have little to almost no lawn for any water absorption. They are using the drainage system. Whereas mine, the property, I'm assuming that the crops are going to suck up most of this rainwater before it even reaches the ditches and drainage system. I just don't understand how they justified charging these the farmers, this kind of money for rainwater. I can't see where they made that justify. I can't see how they justify that.
Thank you very much, Diana. Is that it, or did you have anything else to add?
No, that's all. I just don't understand how they justify. How can justify charging these land? It's almost like we're getting penalized for having all this land. It just doesn't make sense how they can charge these farms all this money for rainwater, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm just wondering if they did their math correctly, and I just don't know who to talk to or where to go to get some answers.
Okay, thank you, Diana. Hopefully we can answer some of those questions for you now.
Thank you.
Councillor Pleshy, you're back on again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have any questions of the delegation. I'd like to move receipt of the delegations and open up some questions for staff.
Certainly.
Thank you. So I guess when we first implemented this charge, there wasn't much discussion around the farmers, around agriculture lands, and that's why in sense I had brought forward that motion just a short time ago with respect to not needing farmers to hire their own consultants, but that we would do the work for them. The communication on this alone, like Mr. Dolson had said, is I guess my first question. How did we expect farmers to know that this stormwater charge was coming when the majority of farmers don't use water service and wouldn't have received that in the mail?
Hi, Councillor Pleshy. It's Jane Holmes. I've got Michael Harrelall and Michael Wan on the line. Michael Harrelall, if I could maybe ask you to address those questions for Councillor Pleshy.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair. Our communication plan is well documented in the stormwater financing study. There was a broad array of stakeholders that we would have included in that plan. Not every single sector was captured, and it really comes down to the principle on which the stormwater charge was developed. It is on impervious area. So in that sense, it doesn't really matter what type of property you have. Once you have impervious surface, you're going to be assessed a stormwater charge. So making a special exemption for agricultural property owners as part of the structure of that charge does not make sense. There is no distinction between property classes. So the communication plan really focused on, reaching as broad a segment of the end users as possible. And we did have some targeted communications with an advisory group with those with larger amounts of impervious area. In addition to a public information session, we had advertisements in the Guardian that the stormwater charge is being consulted on. So not receiving a water bill is not the only way to reach out to people. We also had information on our portal. We had displays in the community centers throughout Brampton as another way of reaching out to the community, being there, being visible, and based on the amount of traffic that the community centers has, I am sure that there would have been quite a mix of people using it. We had an online survey open, and we kept that open to solicit public input all the way to the end of 2019, almost a year and a half. At no point did we actually receive any notices of concern from any farmer, and they're captured as part of the general public if they're not, part of a targeted advisory group. So we did have a comprehensive communication plan, and
I guess that
is all well documented in the study, as well as the input received.
Right. So I guess that comprehensive community plan isn't very comprehensive when we had nobody comment from the farming industry. If we think that anyone is actually paying attention to the city's website in particular to see if they're going to be billed anywhere from sorry, Diana, I think it was around $800 a year to, I've heard, up to $7,000 a year for some farmers, depending on how much land they use. Is I think Tom referenced 60 some odd farmers. I don't think that. I think what we could have done is a better job in trying to let the people, the farming industry, know, as they were going to be paying the biggest price in the stormwater charge. I think with the amount of money that we were asking them to pay, maybe we should have actually gone out and knocked on their door, or at least phoned them if we weren't sending anything in the mail, and we just hoped that they were going to wander into one of our rec centers. One of the comments that I've received from farmers is, and in particular Ray Ferry, And that's the correspondence that I sent to Peter Fay to be distributed to members. From his understanding, the mapping that we use to put the charge onto the residents of Brampton, in the residential urban areas, we use the mapping of their roof, and in the residential rural areas, we use the mapping of the entire parcel of land. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is not quite the situation, Councillor. There are only two distinctions. Your property is either single-family residential or you're not. So, if your if your property is in a rural area, but it's still classified as single-family residential, the basis of the stormwater charge is the roof measurement. If you're not single-family residential, you're either commercial, industrial, or any other type of property use, we measure everything. And the reason for that is, if you look at the property distribution in Brampton, there is 140,000 residential properties and 11,000 non-residential properties or other. If we try to individually measure every one of those 140,000 properties, it is quite an expensive undertaking, and your stormwater charge goes up, and it remains high because that has to be verified and validated every year. The approach taken on the residential side is just to group those properties into buckets. An analysis was done where we looked at how these roof sizes vary and what is the relationship of roof size to the additional impervious areas. And all of that sort of got rolled up into 5 categories of residential properties. On the non-residential side, it is worth the effort to individually measure each one of those because they're the largest producers of stormwater. We're talking the large shopping malls and the big commercial enterprises, the multifamily residential properties, apartments, condo buildings, and so on. So that was the approach taken. On the residential side, it's the roof print, and we've got information to back it up that says if your roof is this much, then it is likely that your driveways and other impervious areas are this much, hence you fall into this category. Here is your charge. On the non-residential side, we just measure it and we calculate what your charge is. But underlying all of this is the core principle is that the rate of charging is the same across both categories. It is equal to 234 square meters. Every 234 square meters, you pay $89 per year.
Okay, so so if you look at, I'm trying to understand what you had just said about specifically about the buckets. So most farmers, not all farmers, but most farmers in the areas that Councillor Willens and I represent have their working farm, and then they also have their residential property. Now, whether the residential property and the working farm is 2 separate pins or all in one pin, I think typically it's 2 separate pins, but I may be wrong. From what I'm understanding and what I'm being told is that their actual residents, when they are receiving the mapping from the city, it is taking their entire residential property. So their entire residential property is receiving a charge, but then when you go into the subdivisions, it's not the entire residential property, it's only the roof.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the stormwater charge is based on parcel. If there is a separate PIN for the residential portion of a farm property, then it would be assessed a residential rate. Unless there's if it is all one PIN, then we have no way of discerning or it is not the city's. We cannot defensively demarcate an area of that farming property saying this is subject to the residential rate. So it is whatever the property boundaries are. If it includes a residential property, it will be treated as one. And the rate would apply based on the dominant land use on that PIN.
Okay, and then so going back to, and I'll try and be a little bit brief before I put a referral on the floor. if there's two separate buckets, is it two separate buckets for residential, or there's two separate billing buckets, for one for residential, one for commercial?
There are 5 different buckets for residential properties based on the size of that property. The billing bucket is the same, and that's the base unit of charging, which is $89 for a certain amount of impervious area.
Okay. Is there a separate bucket just for farmers?
There is none at this time.
Okay. And why not?
Because of
when farmers' lands are more permeable than any of the other lands, any of the other buckets, farmers would have the most permeable surfaces out of anybody, with the most water captured, utilized, retained for themselves, because we all know how farmers, they know what to do with their land. They know how to grow crops. They know that they don't need city service to grow their crops. They try and utilize what they currently have in their own footprint. So why wouldn't we, and can we, have just a farmer's bucket?
So we've conceded farm properties have a number of additional characteristics that will help interception of stormwater runoff. In our March report, we've committed to going back and taking a look at those properties, simply to see, what exactly is the stormwater management on those properties. That is actually a significant undertaking, but we are committed to doing that. But the way the stormwater charge is structured, the principle is you have hard surface, you're going to be charged. The way to mitigate that is through the credit program, through things you can do on your property. And the third piece is what the city is committed to doing through our March report, which is going back and taking a detailed look at those properties and seeing, what is the stormwater that makes it into the city's drainage system. It is quite a challenge. There is no well-established hydrological method to do this, and hence the need for engineering studies where you bring that expertise in. The city does not have the resources to do that for every single property owner, but we will take a focus to the farm properties and get an answer for council on what the situation is on those.
Yeah, I think with just over 60 properties, I don't know if it's a huge task. Maybe we should hire MDA to do it, and they can do it from space.
We are speaking about 60 engineering studies, essentially. Each one would be a separate study.
Right. So let's go back to, just from the beginning. From my understanding and what was told to council is we were one of the last municipalities to implement the stormwater charge, and that this charge was going to be, we were going to do it, we were going to learn from all the other municipalities' mistakes and do it right from the beginning. Yet we didn't take into consideration any communication to the farmers that we're going to be paying the most of this, other than maybe the commercial side of it. And the commercial side of it is they may be complaining, but nobody's really listening, because we know that their massive parking lots are the main contributor to our stormwater systems. In our stormwater systems, it costs us a lot of money to maintain. And you've heard me say this before, we have more stormwater management ponds than any other city in Canada. They are my nemesis. We need to get rid of them. We need to think of something else, other ways to deal with the stormwater runoff.
So, Mr. Chair, sorry, it's Michael Wan here, and perhaps maybe I could shed some light in this, and you certainly bring up a lot of good points, Councillor Palashi. Just starting with respect to the farmers and what they're advocating for. Just to put everything in context, certainly from the get-go, we did consult with many groups, and the farmers were not one of those groups. As Michael Harrell had mentioned earlier, it's certainly based on impervious areas. So we felt that at that time it was not necessary for the farmers to be consulted, and perhaps maybe that was a misguided hindsight. That said, just in context, with respect to the charges, there's approximately 50% of the charges for the farmers are in the order of less than $460. So it's certainly it is a large dollar figure, but it's not like the other enterprises such as Orlando or some of the strip plazas that spend thousands and thousands of dollars on stormwater. And it's based on a user use principle. So it is based on impervious area. We could certainly, and we were charged to look at each and every working farm, and we will do that. And I think that those farms, if they do have interception of their runoff, if they do have merit, engineering merit as to the facilitation of those lands that do not affect our storm sewer system, then they will certainly get a technical exemption. And we're going to do that over the course of the next several months. As Michael mentioned, it is a large task. However, we will commit to doing so as the motion that was put forward at our March meeting. All that said, I think just to put everything in context, the farmers are $124,000 collectively as part of the charge. A subsidy from our legal counsel is such that no subsidies are required for or can be put forward because of the Municipal Act. That would be deemed as bonusing. And so from that perspective, the only avenue that we have is to look at each and every farm property, and we could certainly add Mr. Favory's farm as well on that list to see if, in fact, if it does have some sort of effect on our system. And if the drainage goes the other way, if it seeps into the ground, then certainly there will be some technical exemption from those portions of those properties.
And thank you for that, Michael. And I think that's exactly why I put forward that motion in March, is because we needed to do something else. I didn't ever think or expect that we were going to ask the farmers to hire their own consultants or engineers to prove to us why they needed to pay this charge. And it's very difficult for anybody to say to specifically farmers or to anyone that, we put forward a zero tax increase, but yet these working farmers are paying anywhere from this $450 to almost $7,000. So it's a difficult conversation to have. I guess at some point we're going to be expecting these bills to be paid, yet that motion that I put forward and council supported in March, re-looking at the farmers, what exactly are we going to be doing with that? We can't essentially ask them to pay this bill when we may be looking at changes to the billing for farms with permeable surfaces.
Through the chair, I think the rate has to remain to $89, and certainly we take a review of that amount every so often, every 3 to 5 years. The challenge we have is that the principle of how we put forward this rate was based on impervious area and not with respect to the specific use. And so from that point of view, I think that the only way that the farmers or anyone else could have some sort of reduced rate or reduced payment, if you will, would be certainly based on, again, the principle of user pay. If you use less of the storm sewer system that's in the purview of the city, then you pay less. And the only way that we could do such is to have the farmers, put forward some sort of techniques to not have their drainage onto our system. The exemptions would be such that it would be based on engineering and science principles. So from that perspective, I'm not sure if we're allowed to have a different rate for the farmers. And the reason being is because that amount of, if you will, savings from the farmers need to be picked up, and it would typically be picked up by the tax base. We put forward this bylaw in the first place because the residential properties were paying as much as, say, a commercial enterprise, or rather paying more based on market value assessment. And we felt that, putting it towards a metric such as impervious area was the most fair and the most best way of putting that charge onto the user.
If I can interrupt on that. So basically what you're saying is that they're taking
Oh, sorry,
the
Diana.
area of your, oh, sorry.
Sorry, Diana, you can't. I have my apologies.
Yeah, Diana, sorry, you've already delegated, so we can't go back, but we'll let Councillor Pleshy go on, sorry.
So I guess what essentially, maybe what we should have looked at is not putting an actual stormwater charge. Maybe we should have just increased the tax base to offset the cost. And then that way, it's the problem is that we put forward this stormwater charge that is different. It's different for everybody across the spectrum. You have so many working farms that, like Tom said, we have farms that their drainage go into other municipalities. We have working farms that their drainage is captured and put back into the land. We have working farms that, yes, they have these great big barn structures or houses on their property, but all the water that hits that surface is captured and put back into the ground or put into creeks, and it never even makes it to even that front city maintained ditch at the front of the house, or going into stormwater. So I guess not to continue with the conversation, I see Mayor Brown's on, but this needs to be further, we need to have a further conversation about this, I think, and referring this back to staff in terms of with the previous motion and the work that is coming out of that, with hopefully having timelines come back to council for review, would be something that I would put forward, Mr. Chair, after Mayor Brown speaks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I'm grateful that Councillor Pleshy is drawing attention on this issue. I've had a number of farms contact me as well, and the Ontario Federation of Agriculture expressing concerns that the policy in Brampton is inconsistent when it comes to these charges with other urban areas that deal with a few farming properties. And I know we look at Mississauga as an example, but I was told by the OFA we should be looking at Ottawa as well, who have been able to deal with these issues effectively. And so I assume Councillor Pleshy is going to refer this for additional information. I'll wait to hear what he does. I just wanted to say that the same calls that Councillor Pleshy is getting, I'm getting as well. And I would appreciate the additional information and examination of what other municipalities are doing that are in similar situations, being a large urban area with some remaining farmlands.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. If I can just comment briefly myself, I know Councillor Pleshy is going to put a referral back on there. But I would just like to know if this does include areas like greenhouses, for example. I know that the MOCONs have spoken to me about the greenhouse area there. They're on sort of a gentle slope backing onto a creek. They have their own collection system, and their rainwater basically drains into their own property or into the creeks. And I believe they're getting a bill that's in the thousands of dollars as well. So hopefully we can add, I don't know whether the farm actually includes greenhouses or flower growers, but I would like that definition to include that as well. Thanks. Councillor Pleshy, would you like to put your referral on?
Yeah, just referring it back to staff too, and I think we need more of a dialogue with the OFA, with Peel Federation of Agriculture. Let's have a look at what Ottawa did put forward. And Mr. Chair, to you, with the respect to the greenhouses, the only thing I could say is if they're considered working farms, regardless if they have greenhouses, if they're considered working farms, then they would be captured in this. And then we've already asked staff to look at and review agricultural zoned property as well.
Okay, so your referral's on the floor now, Councillor Pleshy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Unless Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon or Councillor Singh would like me to hold the referral if they want to speak to anything else, unless they were speaking to the referral.
Okay, Councillor Dillon?
Sorry, I'm having some audio issues. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I just want to say this is certainly an issue that I had discussed earlier last year, I believe, when we were having the conversation on the stormwater charge, and certainly I support Councillor Pleshy's. It's a referral back to staff. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so I do definitely support it. I think we have to. I know this council has been very supportive of farmers, ranging from a number of different issues, and and I commend them. I commend my colleagues, and I certainly think we should, look for ways to help our local farmers out as well. And so, absolutely support it. I'm looking forward to some type of relief that we can get these our farmers. Again, these guys, they're feeding us. They're feeding the country, and we have a proud history of farming in Brampton and in Peel region, and so anything that we can do to help them, I'm in 100% support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Singh is next up.
Yeah, no, I've had a couple of calls about this too, especially from the agriculture committee. So I'm happy. I was waiting for actually a referral back to staff to be put on the floor, and we'll see what the report has to say. But I wanted to thank Tom and Diana in particular for coming and delegating, and we'll make our decision based on the report. Thank you to Councillor Pleshy for putting this on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. We have a motion. You can read it on your screen there. A motion of referral by Councillor Pleshy. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Pleshy, for putting that on, and thank you to the delegates for coming in today. Next item is 7.2, delegations regarding taxi industry concerns. We have 3 delegations this morning. They include Zafar Tariq, taxi industry member, Narendra Pander, taxi industry member, and Mahesh Malhi, taxi industry member as well. Each of you will have 5 minutes to delegate. And first up, we welcome Zafar.
Go ahead, Zafar. You can address the committee.
Hello, Mr. Chair, and hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. Nice to see you that you are all safe and helping the public during this pandemic. My name is Zafar Tariq, and I am owner-operator and driver as well. Sir, in June last time, 2019, few laws were passed regarding taxi industry to cut the cost of this industry, because at that time the ride-sharing companies were allowed to operate. But at that time, nobody was expecting any pandemic. Now the taxi industry has been hit hard, like many businesses in this pandemic. So I would request Your Honor to work on few of these suggestions. Number one, the time period for inactive taxi plates be increased for another 3 years, so the plate owners can have enough time to put vehicles on road during this pandemic. By the way, this was given 2 years in 2019, but that time period is getting finished by the August of this year. As in 2019, there were about only 40 inactive taxi plates, but now there could have been 150 inactive taxi plates. But the exact right numbers you can ask to our managers, he will let you know. My number two suggestion is, sir, that as due to pandemic, there is very low mileage on vehicles and they are not running that much. Almost, I would say 60% business is less. So please add an extra year to all model years, or especially to 2011 to 2015 models, which will be getting old in these years. Number three, as in June 2019, City Council passed that cameras in taxi industry will be discussed later in September 2019. But pandemic came and that matter was never resolved. Your Honor, presently the cameras present in these taxis are very, very expensive. And even the company who made those cameras has moved to USA, and it is very hard to get the parts. So my request is, just like Mississauga, which don't have any cameras, Caledon and Vaughan, leave up to the operator what they want to do about cameras, how they feel safe, so they can use what kind of cameras they would like. And number four, my suggestion is that please renew the taxi driver license every 5 years, just like Ontario driver's license, but depending on the criminal record of that driver. Because if somebody is driving 25 years or 30 years and he never has any that kind of bad criminal record, still they are asking every couple of years. So I would ask that if these suggestions are taken care, then that will cut a little bit more cost for these drivers. And you know, many of these owners and operators, they have reached me, so I can come in front of these council members that they can do something about it. At the end, I thanks to the staff who is also working very hard, but still they need direction from the staff on these certain points. As today is the end of Ramadan, so I say advance Eid Mubarak to all of you, and thank you. If there is any question, I can answer.
Thank you very much, Zafar. What I think we'll do is we'll hear all three delegations and then we'll take questions from the floor. So next up is Narinder.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Peter. Narinder and Mahesh do not seem to be in the session. We do see somebody who is called in by telephone, and it's call-in user number 3. We're just going to unmute their telephone. Is this Narinder or Mahesh for the Taxi Industry Concerns Delegation? Can you please identify yourself? The person on the telephone? Is it Narinder or Mahesh? So, Mr. Chair, we do not have Narinder or Mahesh present. And I should point out that the requests that Zafar has set out in his delegation, they were included in his delegation material that is included with the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Last person I see is Councillor Dillon. Is your question for these delegations, Councillor Dillon?
Yeah, it's some points of clarification for, so questions of clarification for the delegate, but also I just wanted to ask, is James Bisson, is he on the in the meeting?
James, are you on?
I am, Councillor. Okay. So I just want to clarify a couple of things with the delegate. You guys, can you just run down what their requests are? I know, unfortunately, you guys had, we never had any conversation recently. We had an email, we had email correspondence a couple of weeks ago. So I just want to clarify, you're asking for an extension of the 2011 taxis for how long? It's to the delegate.
Yes, sir. We are just asking that if they have permitted 2011 now for 1 year, but if we are saying that because all the model years are standing and they are not enough mileage, so if 1 year is added to all model years, so every year, every 2011 to 2015 model years will get 1 year more.
Okay, so you're asking for one more model year. Okay, and
yes.
And in the inspection for the vehicles older than 5 model years. What in regards to that were you requesting?
That would be better because I think other delegates have included in their charts, but because many people are not used to these virtual meetings, so maybe they are having hesitation for that. Actually, they are asking that if that double inspection is removed and only single inspection is left over for the whole year.
Okay, so I had some conversations with our staff, and so what they said was that they're okay. And James, you correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just kind of reading the email that we had back and forth, and so staff would be okay with the extension of the 2011 taxis per year. The inspection of vehicles older than 5 model years, in the taxi cameras, and they said that any company that meets the specifications for the camera can be used. And James also mentioned that the council approved a new expiry date for taxis to February the 28th, and so the expiry date of May 31st is going to be extended to February 28, 2022, and there's no renewal for the plate in 2021. Are you okay with if we move ahead with that?
Thank you very much, sir. These are good things, which steps our staff is taking. But for example, the inactive plates, they are going to be expiring the 2-year term, which was given in 2019 by this August 2021. The reason was at that time there was ride-sharing companies, and we were hoping that the industry will go to normal. But after that, this pandemic, now,
yes,
at that time there was only 40 inactive plates. Now there is almost 150 inactive plates.
Right.
So people want that time be increased also.
Right. If we were to extend the time for that so basically, is if we don't count that time during the COVID pandemic, would the taxi industry be okay with that?
That would be better. That would be definitely helpful. But if, for example, if you add just a 3 years time, I think in 3 years, the 150 plates, people will be able to come back to the work and start driving again, because with these small steps, definitely it will improve up.
Okay, so I think we're kind of on the same page, but I think it's just the issue that we have with you're suggesting 3 years for the shelf.
Inactive plates.
Yes. Yeah, inactive plates,
Yes.
And I think that staff has suggested that we just kind of extend it for the period of how long the pandemic was going on. So, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to ask a couple questions for staff, if that's okay.
Yep, go right ahead.
So, James, if we were to, as the delegate has mentioned, what's the issue if we do 3 years for these plates on the shelf. Is there will that affect negatively the city in any way?
Through the chair to the councillor, setting it to 3 years would not necessarily have an impact on the city itself. The 2 years was brought up as a long time. It was felt to be a long time for the industry, and that the main idea is to have these plates put back onto the road and operating in the city itself. And by giving them 3 years at a time, it would result in these plates remaining on the shelf longer and not any incentive to put the vehicles onto the road any sooner. Certainly staff can support the idea of the pandemic time being removed, in that this was certainly not something that the industry had anticipated. At this time, there's 4 plates that are would not be able to be renewed or would not be able to be operated past because they reached the 2 years as of August this year.
So if we kind of meet them in the middle, let's just say they're asking for 3 years, and we can say even 1.5 or 2 years, could staff support that?
Through the councillor to the chair, through the chair to the councillor, we could certainly. It already is 2 years that the plates can be inactive, and to go 3 years, it's not necessarily the best way of going, but it is something that we can consider for the industry.
Okay, so that's good. I think what I'll do is I'll move. Is that what's requested there, James, on what Mr. Tharik has put on his request? Is that okay to kind of move, or should we kind of move what we had discussed? Maybe you can kind of recommend what the motion would be. So there's the extension of 2011 taxi years for a year. There's the inspection of vehicles older than 5 model years. The taxi cameras, any company that meets the specifications be used, and then we go with the 3 years then for what he's suggesting. Is that enough for you, Mr. Clerk, or James? Is there anything else we need to add?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start. Procedurally, this is a delegation for which there is no staff report. So under Council's procedure bylaw, there's 2 options available. One is to receive the delegation and take no action. The other is to refer it to staff, potentially for a report. If Council or committee wishes to take a substantive action today, it will require a 2/3 vote to waive Council's procedural rules.
Yeah, if we can waive those rules, I'd like to move that. Because we've had the discussion with James. I think the staff is okay with that.
Councillor Dillon, can I make a suggestion? This is committee, so if we sent it back to James to bring forward the motion at council on Wednesday, we could pass this on Wednesday. It has to come back to council on Wednesday anyways. Would that be all right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so if we can refer it and have them come back with the new recommendations in the motion for council on Wednesday, and then we can pass it directly at council.
Yeah, and so I'll work with James, and we'll work with Mr. Tharik as well on that.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, does that work with you?
It does.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure. Yeah, sorry, Chair Bowman. I just want to make sure that the delegate, Mr. Tharik, is aware of what's going on. Mr. Tharik, so we're gonna craft a motion and bring it back for council next week. Anything, even if we do anything today, it has to come back next week for ratification anyways. So this, in the meantime, yourself, myself, and James, we can even have a conversation, and then we'll bring the motion back next week for council to vote on.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that for all the council members and yourself.
Thank you. So I'll move receipt of the delegate, and then we'll work on that motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does this have to be referred or anything, or can we just add this item on to the council meeting?
Mr. Clerk, I would think we would refer this back to have a report and a motion come back Wednesday, but I'm not certain. Is that what process would be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. It could be a motion of referral to staff for, to present a proposed motion to council on May 19th regarding the proposed delegation proposals.
Okay, thank you. Does that work for you, Councillor Dillon?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay, thank you. We've got some more speakers now. Councillor Fortini speaking to the referral.
Thank you, and I'll support, through the chair, the motion. You know, I was going to say the same thing to Councillor Dillon. You know, I took a taxi last week and I asked them, and he said they're very bad. The business is bad. They're not really putting kilometers on the vehicle, so to extent it makes a little bit of common sense. And I'll second that motion next week when it comes with Councillor Dillon. And you're actually correct. You know, might as well bring it next week since this council has to be ratification anyway. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, no, I was going to suggest the same thing. Thank you to Chair Bowman for suggesting that. A lot of people have called about this, so I look forward to seeing the report and passing it in a timely fashion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers, we've got a motion that following delegation to Committee of Council regarding taxi industry concerns be referred to staff for presentation and a proposed motion. City Council, May 19th, 2021. All those, anybody opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you to the delegate for coming in today.
Thank you very much, sir, to all of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, next item is 7.3, delegations regarding the water main replacement project in downtown Brampton. We have two delegations this morning, as well as the related and revised motion listed under item 11.3.2 from Mayor Brown, Councillor Santos, which we can bring forward and consider at this time as well. Our delegations today include Susie Godefroy, Executive Director, and Rick Evans, Board Member, Downtown Brampton BIA, and Dave Capil Holdings, Inc. We have 5 minutes each, and first up will be Susie and Rick.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, Susie.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Okay, good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. It's Susie Godefroy here from the Downtown Brampton BIA, and I'm here on behalf of 320 businesses and 120 property owners. The Downtown Brampton BIA is here today to speak for its downtown business community. We come today united with our members and downtown residents to say to the City of Brampton, let's get on with a fulsome and multifaceted downtown plan. Let's build a downtown for today. We have an opportunity today to coordinate the work that the Region of Peel is planning to undertake for the water main and sanitary sewer upgrades. The Downtown Brampton BIA is here to advocate for the much needed infrastructure upgrades for Brampton's downtown main streets and public realm. They include water main and sanitary sewer replacements, utility upgrades such as hydro and electric and fiber, safe, level, and accessible public walkways, squares, and sidewalks, soil cell system, enhanced streetscape, and updated pavers, cycling infrastructure. Downtown Brampton's public realm requires a network of pedestrian-friendly streets that are interconnected to civic spaces such as Daily Times Square and Garden Square, and of course, the downtown laneways. The BIA just recently approved the following motion. The Downtown Brampton BIA endorses the BIA to delegate to City Council for a fulsome downtown streetscape and infrastructure upgrade aligned with the region's water main and sewer work be approved. The BIA fully understands the need for water main sanitary sewer upgrades. This work has been delayed for decades, and our businesses have suffered breakages and damage due to the aging works infrastructure. We also appreciate the results of the LRT studies could influence future work. What we would like Council to understand is that many of our businesses are at a breaking point. It has been over 13 months of pandemic closures, lockdowns, stay-at-home orders, and our businesses have been asked to pay a great price for the safety of our community. They have foregone income, took on debt, and adapted their business delivery at their own expense. all so that they could once again contribute to a thriving downtown community. And now, with opening day almost within our sights, we are asking them once again to pay the price for 18 to 24 months of road closures, limited accessibility, dirt, dust, and interruption. The very least council could do is approve a streetscape improvement and utilities upgrade so that there is hope for better business. Our businesses cannot wait 10 years or 8 or even 5. We need something now, something today. Downtown Brampton is for all of the residents of Brampton, and we have an incredible opportunity here to move forward with a fulsome and multifaceted downtown plan. We trust that both Brampton Council and the Region of Peel Council will consider this request and will take a coordinated and timely approach to providing the infrastructure and service upgrades that are urgently required in our downtown. And now I'm going to just hand over the rest of our presentation to Rick Evans, who is a director on the BIA.
Thank you, Susie. Good day to all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I delegate for you, not only as a BIA board member, but also as a 50-year resident who has participated in our downtown almost daily for the last 35 years. Most of our city management team do not have the lived Brampton experience that I have. With that experience, I do regard myself qualified to judge our downtown for what it is. I've traveled enough to appreciate what it could be. And I've listened enough to know what it should be. I stood before this council in its first meeting in December 2018 when the largest streetscape and infrastructure redevelopment for downtown ever proposed was put on hold. Or rather, in the terms of the day, it was deferred. That reimagined project was years in the planning, full-scale public engagement, business and residents consultations, consultant-led EA reports, with eventual buy-in from near all stakeholders. What was downtown reimagined became citizen-driven. The demand for an inviting, pedestrian-friendly, culture-centric business and education hub readied to harness the development potential of serving 600,000 residents has not changed. Unfortunately, nor has our image. We are here now to ask this council not only for refreshed support of a fulsome project to invigorate our downtown, but to initiate the actions necessary to start it now and to complete it quickly. I understand this will present our staff with a dilemma: how to convert somebody else's preparation into their own work, how to convert a 3-year deferred plan into an immediate executionable project. The possibilities of tomorrow need to be initiated today. The development of an attractive streets environment with a supportive infrastructure cannot be delayed over the possibility of higher level public transportation at some point in the future, and at some unknown point in the future. LRT will come when the will is there, when the funding is there, and then who knows then what technology will prevail. Now is when we need our downtown revitalized, not to be imagined, but to be real now. The citizens of Brampton have waited 20 years. We cannot wait another 3 or 5. We cannot wait another 10 or 15 for shovels to go in the ground to support a light rail transit system. It will come, but that is not the reason to delay what needs to be done for the future development of Brampton. A revitalized downtown is necessary now. We must take up this opportunity that the region's water main project presents. It is a catalyst to make real progress in invigorating our city center. I don't want to punish our businesses. I don't want our businesses punished more than they already have been. And we're going to ask them, regardless of a fulsome project or a water main replacement, to persevere 2 years plus of construction interruption. I do believe in miracles. And I do believe our city staff have the professionalism, the capacity, and the expertise to requalify, update, and implement the essentials of the Downtown Reimagined Plan. And I trust the council before me has the will to uphold the long-standing desires of this community to have a beautiful core that reflects the image of a city that we strive to be. Thank you for once again hearing me out.
Thank you very much, Rick and Susie, and very, very passionate. Rick, thank you very much. We do have a number of questions on the board. Does anyone on the board
Chair?
have? Yes.
My apologies, there isn't the additional delegation from Dave Capil.
Yeah, yes, I know. I just wondered whether anybody had questions of this delegation, but let's hear Dave's, and then we'll just have questions for the report or the delegations. Okay. Thanks very much, Dave.
Dave, you can unmute your...
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go
Hi.
ahead.
Hi, everyone. Just one small correction, if you don't mind. It should be Dave Kapil from New Brampton, not Kapil Holdings. I'm representing here New Brampton.
Welcome, Dave, from New Brampton.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I think I completely echo what Rick and Susie said. Completely support BIA, and I also want to put out in the front that the motion Mayor has put out, New Brampton supports it wholeheartedly. I want to start by a small analysis, which I think by the end of when I speak, I might go for about another minute over, will explain how all this connects. You know, if I want to fly from Toronto International Airport and the plane is going to Australia, Sydney, Australia, and the pilot is, let's assume hypothetically, flies the plane at 36 degrees north. If he takes off at 35 degrees north, you and I know there is no way that plane will land in Sydney, Australia. Because of the distance, it might end up in the ocean. So it's important at all times for that pilot to keep checking his direction as he's flying. And I think this is where we are right now for the city of Brampton. You, the council, we have full support, full confidence in, is doing that check to bring the city back in the direction it's supposed to be. As we all know, any city building requires proper infrastructure. And more importantly, a downtown of any city requires proper infrastructure. As downtown is the heart of the city, it pumps blood everywhere throughout the city. The image of the city gets impacted by the downtown. You can tell by, you look at New York, Manhattan, Toronto, Tokyo, Mumbai, any of these major cities, the downtowns are absolutely flawless. And they make a major, major effect on how the city goes. Not only that, as you all know, the tax revenues affect that part. If the city has good image, corporations want to make this your head office. They want to move into the city. That gives more tax dollars for our city. And that improves the infrastructure for the city as well. It also utilizes the existing underutilized assets we have in the city, especially downtown. It will also help our university to grow to its full potential once it comes. Without that infrastructure, they cannot grow and build. If you look at 24 Division, this is completely consistent with what the message of 24 Division is. And I'm going to tell you something from the business community point of view. The 24 Division has done more for City of Brampton than I think any other plan city has come up with in the past, because it has given a clear direction to the business community out there that Brampton has a plan. And case in point is the Uptown initiative city has taken, you guys have taken. You look at the Green Initiative, which Councillor Wellens led. These are parts coming from the 2040 vision, which I believe and the business community believe has a major part in what the McLean Maxine said recently. It took Brampton from 199 position to 13th spot in 1 year. So this is a message the community and the business community and McLean Magazine and all those folks are giving you, that you're on the right path. And this path is no different from that. I think we just need to continue. We need to get this done now as soon as possible. And I believe the amount of money we're talking about here is a very small amount of money in comparison to the benefits as a city we will gain from this or reap from this, because this will bring major infrastructure development to the city, give confidence to existing businesses, help them increase, invite more businesses, make city the best city in North America. Because we have one of the beautiful towns. We have amazing, amazing citizens and amazing council. But that being said, thank you very much. Like Rick said, if there's a will, there's a way. If there's no will, people will find ways to mess this motion up. So please support it. Let's get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dave. Do any of the speakers have questions specifically for the delegations, or can we bring Mayor Brown's motion forward and discuss that? I don't see anybody, so Peter, Mr. Clerk, can we bring the Mayor Brown's motion forward and we can move on to questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you can. And if you wish, you can receive the delegations first, and then the motion will be before committee for debate.
Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to receive the delegations. Any opposed? No. That motion passes. Thank you very much to the delegations for coming in. Now that we have the motion on the floor, Councillor Willens is our first on the board.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, and thank you, delegates, for coming in. It's nice to see the passion in our downtown. Yeah, I'm okay at the motion, but I have a few changes I'd like to see. I did send this to Mayor Brown last night. The first I'd like to see is strike out the whereas number 5, if we could. I don't like to look backwards. Let's move forward with this project. That is whereas a decision. Yes, that one. Thank you. Everything else down there is good. The only other thing I'd like to see is with the last that I guess it's under the very last one. Like the fact that the garden square came and fixturing, but under that fixturing, I'd like to see that the repair of the Lorna Bissell fountain and Susan DeMar Garden Square fountain get done as well. Those things haven't been working for some time now, and that's an important feature of our downtown. And the other part I'd like to add, but maybe staff comment on, we can probably add this later as we move forward, but that under that same last item, that the revitalization to Kenwood Square as per the Downtown Reimagine Plan to align it with the Accessibility for Ontario's Disability Act. But I think we may be doing that anyway when we move forward with the plan. I'll leave it up to council or the mayor or the movers of the motion if we could add that in there. It may not be necessary because it could be part of the plan as we move forward, but that's very important because we do a lot of things. And the Remembrance Day service is one of them where we have a lot of the old Brampton residents, the elderly come out, and the new residents of Brampton as well. We have a lot of people down there, and it is very challenging to get around that square. So I think that could be a benefit to revitalize that and open that square up. And also to the members of the motion, I think it should for area for the downtown this motion. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Willens. I think we got most of that. You were cutting out. So, Mr. Clerk, I don't know if you got Councillor Willens' last part there about the Ken Willens Square, bringing it up to full accessibility standards. I think that's what he was saying in between his cutting in and cutting out. I will ask Mayor Brown, you're the mover of the motion. Do you consider these friendly amendments?
Am I the next speaker? I can speak to it as well.
You are the next speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Let me say, first of all, thank you, Councillor Willens, for the suggestion on the repairing of the fountain at Ken Willens Square. Obviously, we have so many key downtown events that happen at Ken Willens Square. It's the heart of the community, and we don't want to have anything in a state of disrepair there. And I know there's a very personal connection, Councillor Willens, of course, with that square being named after your father, who did so much for the city, and that square is really a testament to, you know, his lifetime devotion to the city of Brampton. So I think that's a wonderful, friendly amendment. In terms of the whereases, I would say, why don't we separate that part so we can vote on the motion? We can break up the motion. And the reason I say that is I do think it's important to, and I had a number of people say this, it's important to understand the context this council went into. A lot of people were perplexed when Downtown Reimagined got postponed, because everyone in council was saying we support downtown revitalization, we support Downtown Imagine. I think the context that a tender was issued without due diligence that fell on the laps of this council, where our staff, and we heard this from Jane Holmes on Friday, said very clearly that there was essentially a blank check being requested. They could not estimate what the cost would be. They could not tell us what the legal liability was, other than it could be enormous. And so I think that context highlights why there is a delay. I think it's important for everyone to know that this council is universally in favor of downtown revitalization and downtown reimagined. And so I think that context is helpful. But if any councillor are uneasy about having that included, if you simply separate it, then those who want to vote against that portion can. Now, speaking to the main motion, I wanted to say that I've had a number of downtown businesses contact me, very concerned that if we don't have an identical alignment on the regional and local work, it will have devastating consequences. COVID has already been hard enough. COVID has been like getting hit by a truck for some of these businesses, and we don't want to compound that. I have to say that once you lose a business, it's tough to get a business back, and it creates negative momentum. And I'm very concerned about our downtown, and I want to make sure everything we do from City Hall assists in the revitalization, not accelerates the challenges. And so to groups like the BIA and New Brampton that reached out and said, we need to align this, we need City Hall to insert themselves, I want to thank you, because I know the members of New Brampton are passionate about downtown Brampton being successful. I know the BIA lives and breathes the downtown. And this motion is really, and to be frank, it was the BIA and New Brampton that wrote this and drafted this motion when I said I wanted to put this at your request, put this forward. And so these words are a consolidation of input and efforts from the people that live and breathe the downtown. And so I would really hope that council support this, and I hope this opens the door for discussions on how we can weather this period. As we engage in this work in the downtown, what else can we think of? You know, are there some of the back roadways that we can be better serviced when we have this work? What can we do? I want us to all be thinking, you know, we've got 10 smart individuals on council. Let's all use our creative energy to think, what can we do to help mitigate this period? This is a necessary project. The investment of downtown reimagined, downtown reintegrated is critical for the long term of the city. But let's all think together, what can we do to help businesses weather this period? And I hope this motion is a start of that process.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Next up is Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much. And through you, Chair, just a big thank you to the delegations who spoke earlier. I spent, and I agree with the sentiment from Mayor Brown, I spent a lot of time over the weekend since last week chatting with the BIA, with Rick, with Dave Capil, about the notice of motion that was on the table. And we all worked together to come up with something that has been amended that everyone agrees with based on those conversations over the past few days, but also the many conversations we've had at the board of the BIA, and also, you know, in conversations with Dave Capil in the past. I have a few questions, and I absolutely support this motion, and I agree that it's important to share publicly and transparently what did happen in terms of why we put a pause to Downtown Reimagine early in this tenure of this new term, because residents have been asking Councillor Vicente and I, why is it that you decided to put a stop to Downtown Reimagine? Why didn't you just proceed anyway? And I think the public don't actually know the story around that, and I think that story needs to be shared. And so I'm happy to have it separated if need be. In terms of why this is also important is because we as a council unanimously supported the tourism strategy, which is a 5-year plan. And that tourism strategy speaks very heavily to the importance of the downtown core and having a vibrant downtown core. And in order to meet many of those objectives, for Brampton to be a destination for our family, friends, and tourists, we need to have a vibrant downtown. And so I think, given all the consultation that has been done in the past related to Downtown Reimagine, given the fact that we know and did our due diligence in this term of council related
I'm done, but I'm listening.
Downtown Reimagine.
That is language.
Hello?
Dave, I think your microphone's still on.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Councillor Santos.
That's okay. Hi, Dave. Given the fact that, and I've lost my train of thought. Anyway, the tourism strategy is very, very important. And given the fact that we now have done our due diligence in this term of council to know what the risks are in the underground channels and know that it is possible for us to mitigate some of those risks without buildings caving in, we can now utilize and leverage some of that work that's done in the past. And so I'll ask staff this question. What elements of Downtown Reimagine is it, possible? And I know we're trying to work out the LRT and utilities, etc. But are there elements in Downtown Reimagine that we could possibly begin working on right away? And what would they be?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Santos. I'm struggling a little bit with your question because the streetscape is affected by so many elements under the ground and above the ground. We keep referencing the LRT, for instance. That has a huge impact on the geometry of the streetscape. To answer your question simply, you could really put anything in that you want, but I would just caution that if we put it in without consideration for what the decisions or the outcome might be for the LRT, or if we decide, do we want to put the water main in its permanent location or a temporary location, we are running the risk that the work that we will be doing, and it's expensive work. You'll recall that the tender were coming in at I think it was around the $37 million mark just for the streetscaping. Then we are running the risk of that work being throwaway. And I would say that that with the LRT, we don't know when it's going to come. So we may decide as a city, well, you know what, we're going to put things in the way we want to right now, and maybe the LRT comes 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. Then at that point, then we will reassess our streetscape and do the adjustments at that time. So I guess what I'm saying, Councillor Santos, is that it all depends on how much risk we're willing to take as a city, given that there are a lot of unknowns for some of our big projects in the downtown. And what we might want to do is, probably take a look at all these unknowns and which ones are we willing to live with going forward, and which ones do we want to try and mitigate as we spend all that money on the downtown streetscape. So, as I read through the motion in front of me, one of my initial question right away is, do we want to continue with the region putting in their water main in the temporary location? That tender is ready to go. You'll recall that tender was that work was supposed to start in July. That it is not possible to just add a bunch of streetscape work to that tender, because we don't know. First of all, we pre-qualified all the contractors for the scope of work, and it's a very different scope of work when you're dealing with some streetscape work. So we might have to think, just how we might implement that streetscape work, if it's going to be part of the regional tender or not. And then my next questions would be, what do you want to put in for a streetscape? So, I know there was some reference in the downtown BIA delegation in regards to the LRT, because this one talks about future plans for the LRT in the downtown, but at this point, I'm not sure where it's going. I don't know whether it's going underground. I don't know whether it's going on the surface. If it's going on the surface, is it going in the middle of the street? Is it going on a curb lane? Are we doing shared traffic? So all those things affect the geometry of the streetscape. And the reason why we ask those questions is because, as much as we can, we're trying to be one and done. We don't necessarily, we always promised the downtown BIA that we would be doing all this work and doing as much due diligence as we can. We'd be in for 2 to 3 years, and that was the duration of the construction when we were closing the road around the Four Corners, and we'd be done and we'd be out. But that was predicated on the fact that council direction was at the time that a LRT was permanently removed from consideration going north on Main Street. And I think we had the university that was at that point was settled as well. So anyway, I guess my answer to your answer to your question, Councillor Santos, I guess it depends. It depends on what risks we want to take. That whatever you put in may be throwaway at some future time when the LRT is to be considered for the downtown.
And it may be worth the risk. I say because downtown businesses and folks like New Brampton folks have been waiting for some transformational change in the downtown core, including members of council, to make it better than what it is. I know, for example, the Garden Square bricks are falling apart, so that all needs to be replaced anyway. And so I think that this motion says that we're willing to take that risk. And about the LRT, where are we on the LRT? I know transit staff are here as well. Where are we on the LRT in terms of public consultations and getting closer to choose a route, surface or underground?
And through the chair, Councillor Santos, so tomorrow happens to be the last day of the public information sessions for the LRT. Staff, after we get all the consultation inputs and the consultant, working with the consultant on finalizing the alignments and the recommendations, staff will be bringing a report recommendation forward to council. We may be able to target it by June, but if not, then by September at the latest. And that's the next steps in the process for the LRT work that we're doing there. And there's a whole bunch of other elements, but I can speak to more as we go along through these items in terms of how it ties in with the downtown and much of some of the discussion that took place, but I'll wait. I'm sure I'll be called upon again for some answers.
Great. Feel free to share now if you wish, Alex. But what I'll say is, so like we're as a council, we are essentially going to have to make a choice in the spring very soon as to whether that's surface or underground. And so as we move forward, particularly with this report, the timing says no later than spring 2021 in terms of work being presented to City Council on the timetable and some sort of updated plan in relation to what was previously known as Downtown Reimagined. But in any case, that if we decide in June, surface or underground, would that help in terms of the future plans and implementation of the more immediate needs and immediate implementation of the downtown plan?
And through the chair, so that's a very loaded question. If I can try to answer that as directly as possible. So we're going through the consultation process. We're looking at coming up with a strong recommendation in terms of one alignment for the surface, one alignment for the tunnel based on all the feedback from the public information and all the information gathered to date as part of the EA process. The pinning point here is for all the work that may be done downtown. I think the comment was brought up about, how much work can we do without impeding on restricting the ability for the city to put in infrastructure in the future, i.e. like an LRT. I know Mr. Evans was participating in a lot of the Downtown Reimagined public information sessions and had some very good feedback. The issue here is if it's a tunnel option and we know we're going to go tunnel, then the surface is somewhat a lot easier to deal with because you can do anything today with it. However, if it's a surface alignment, then there's infrastructure that might be put in that has to be ripped up, and that may be the case. And I know that we're working with Public Works on this infrastructure as well, the region appeal. It's just a matter of how much do we do without putting the city too much at risk. It may not be the recommendation to pick the tunnel or the surface when our report comes back. The hope is to pick a final alignment of each of those and advancing both of those forward, Councillor Santos, which will then be in readiness for funding. So if the opportunity unlocks itself to fund either or, we'd be in a state of readiness, apart from going to a TPAP process, which is about a 120-day period. We can react very quickly, but we could lose a good opportunity here by restricting us now of looking at those. And again, I don't want to get too much detail because all the work has to be done. We have to provide a report for council to make an appropriate decision on this. But there's so many moving parts. We have the downtown mobility hub. We've got the CFI going on. So what we try to avoid is constructing something now, constructing something else in 2 years, constructing something else in 3 years that impede on the businesses downtown. So again, there's a lot of work that has to be done. It's timing on when it can be done and how much can be done. And I believe that, as was mentioned earlier, we probably could do elements of the downtown now that might not impede on those. So this is stuff that we've been working on collectively, and we're hoping to be able to come up with a solution that works for not only downtown businesses with the region and for the city's best interest as well for the future.
Thank you, Alex. So Jane and Alex and team, you kind of get the sentiment of where we're going here. And essentially it's, okay, so there are all these balls up in the air, things that need to happen. And so is it possible for us to identify, and Alex, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, what elements of Downtown Reimagined can we implement within the shorter period of time that don't necessarily have that impact that a decision like an LRT or utilities may have? Like, let's just get some of the work started now that we can do more immediately in the immediate term. Is that something that staff can work on and consider as something comes forward in the spring of 2021, in conjunction, of course, with the discussions on the LRT?
Absolutely, through Chair Bowman. I mean, Councilor Santos, we can definitely, we are actually working with our colleagues in Public Works, and we'll specifically work on this item to identify what elements can we implement prior to any final decision on the LRT alignment. And that's something we'll definitely take back and work with staff on that.
Right, and the LRT, I get that people, whoops. 1 second. There we go. The LRT is somewhat of a separate discussion when we're looking at the timeframes, because the businesses are suffering in the downtown core right now, and there obviously needs to be some sort of revitalization to help the struggling downtown. I'm just slightly distracted. And the LRT, with respect to planning, funding, all the work that needs to be done, including the LRT actually moving to Steeles, will take a longer period of time, hopefully shorter, but it's likely going to take a longer period of time. But so in the meantime, I think we need to, together with the business community and the city and council, come up with an immediate solution and implement as much of downtown reimagine as possible in the meantime. So I think the delegation and staff, I know you guys get the sentiment of what we're trying to achieve here. And let's try to get some shovels in the ground to start transforming the downtown core as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Next up is Councillor Maderos.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair, and thank you to the delegations, and certainly, I appreciate all the comments. And part of it seems like deja vu, and not to get into, revisionist history, and I do appreciate some of the comments by the mayor and regarding past council and how we got here. But I will say, being from past council, as proud as I am from this council and to be here present, I'm also proud to have been part of previous councils. And certainly I think that, when we celebrate all the achievements that were initiated from previous councils, in the last couple of years, we also have to recognize, there is a lot of significant work and direction. And thank you to Dave Capel, who talked about 2040, which has really provided a roadmap for where we're going as a city. But getting to the specifics, and this, and I appreciate the complexity of what we're discussing. I think all of us are wanting the same thing. And when we talk about, for example, was this council, when we made the decision to revisit LRT, that also put a lag in us not proceeding. The technical aspect at the time, the channels, and again, I'm not going to refute or get into debate with staff or so on, but my understanding from the decision when we move forward, certainly the decision would have been based on sound technical evidence, and at the time as well, for what we found. And those are just the things of the complexities of doing this work in the downtown. With that said, having been one of the downtown councillors and in speaking to this motion specifically, and I'm happy to second it along with the other downtown councillors moving forward. But this just really speaks to how important it is that we consolidate all different views and opinions, and we sort of do our homework before it, because the notice of motion, which was put on the floor beginning, created a lot of discussions that I had over the weekend and with also the BIA and so on. And it's great to see us here, because the success of the way we branded Brampton Reimagined is that everyone was on board and pushing in the same direction. And, sometimes we need to go through the back and forths and emotional roller coasters for us to get to a good motion. But with that said, there are some, as much as we all have high hopes and we all have good aspirations for us to move on, when we get back to the technical and factors, because what we're attempting to do now, again, similar to what we're accusing previous council of doing, of moving it forward, and that there was technical issues that stopped it. We're getting into that sort of same, the thought and the intent is great, but I think when you start hearing from staff and even their difficulty to respond, really speaks to the technical complexity of this. Getting to the specific, and I guess a question to staff and maybe to Jane, regarding the RFP that we had tendered back in 2018. Was that awarded, or was that not awarded at the time?
Through the chair, Councilor Maderos, it was not awarded. It was not awarded based on the fact that it came in over budget. Staff had concerns about where the pricing might end up for this tender, just because there were some elements that we didn't have a chance really to flush out properly. So when that happens, when you have uncertainty in the tender, the prices tend to go up. The contractors like certainty when they're pricing things. So based on the fact that the award would have been subject to approval of budget, when it came in over budget, we had a decision to make about whether we were going to recommend that the City Council approve additional budget or to cancel the tender. And we, as I mentioned earlier, we recommended canceling the tender because it not only did it come over budget, but there were other elements in particular associated with the utilities that I would have been asking you to commit to a tender without fully to a scope of work that I wasn't going to be able to fully give you any certainty on what those costs might be for the utilities, and as well as the channel. But the utilities were causing us some concern as well, because they were being flushed out during the time that the tender was out on the streets. So that's why we ended up with the recommendation that we did. If the project had come in within budget, we would have been obligated to award that tender.
So now through you, Chair, and thank you, Jane. And so based on this motion, if the intent was to go back to a tender, based on what's here, could we go back and do a tender? And would it be as simple as just expanding the scope, going back to the vendor, or would we reissue a tender, either independent or, you know, and one of the key features is that really we're piggybacking on the region on the work they're doing. So would it be a regional tender? Would we, so how do you put a tender out based on what's being proposed in this motion?
Oh, that's exactly what's going through my head right now. So I've got a lot of questions. So if we were to pick up the tender that we originally looked at for Downtown Reimagine, you'll recall that that was a tender that was led by the Region of Peel, notwithstanding that it was probably 60-40 in the favor of the city in regards to the value of the work being done. But the Region of Peel in that tender were contemplating a water main alignment that did not account for the LRT. So in order for us to proceed, look, one of my first questions is going to be, number one, do I ask the Region of Peel at this point, with the tender that they're just about to put on the street, that was done in alignment with the direction that we got last July to put in a temporary water main, are we to put a halt to that tender? My sense is yes, we do not want that tender to go out until we get some more questions answered. My next question would be, do you want us to proceed at some point when we're putting in the water main? Because I think we're all in agreement that the water main does need to be replaced. It's reaching the end of its useful service life, and there's risks and liabilities associated with the water main that's going to that could break at any time. So would we want the region to still continue with a temporary alignment, or would we like them to consider putting in something where it would be permanent? And again, keeping in line with that one and done philosophy, so we're not digging it up a second time to account for an LRT. That may come 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Who knows when it's going to come in the future. That would be a discussion that we'd have to have with the Region of Peel, because you know, you'll recall that their original scope of work was around the $20 million mark. So if we're asking them to put it in without really knowing where that permanent alignment is going to be as it relates to the LRT, I presume their question would be, well, if I've got to move it, you know, who's going to be responsible for moving that water main to the proper location? So that's just in regards to the water main. Then we've got all the utilities The utilities are all, they're not part of the city or the region. We have really good partnerships with them, but you'll recall for Downtown Reimagined, we had to bring them all to the table. This is not on their work plan or radar at all. It is not in their budgets. And this was one of the areas as we were going through Downtown Reimagined that had a lot of uncertainty to it, because when they're replacing their utilities, where to put them, where you put them underground depends, has a very strong correlation to what you're putting in on the surface. And so again, it talks about the LRT, but also the trees. Where are the trees going to go? Are we putting trees in? How wide the sidewalk is going to be? There's a lot of questions that have to be answered from the utilities, because my understanding is that we don't want to just put a nice streetscape on top of a bunch of utilities that will be obsolete in a few years as the downtown starts to develop. So those are some of the questions that immediately come to mind. And then also in regards to the squares, we did, as part of the assignment of Downtown Reimagined, we knew that there was an appetite to update the Garden Square and also Ken Willen Square. We did do some high-level visioning for that. It didn't come to fruition because, of course, there was some questions about, the changing philosophy in the downtown, and also the fact that we had canceled the Downtown Reimagined tender. So lots of questions. Councilor Medeiros, I wouldn't be able just to turn around to the region and say, okay, just slap our Downtown Reimagined streetscape on top of your tender, because that's the contractors that we have. We wouldn't necessarily pre-qualify those contractors if we knew that was going to be part of the scope of work. And the risk is that we are putting in a streetscape, and we are also putting in water main at this point. We don't have a design for either of them that are compatible with an LRT.
Yeah, and thank you, Jane. And this is kind of the challenge that all of us are in, because I think all of us really are pushing for the same thing. But I guess this is when it gets messy, when people get impassioned, and I think everyone's head and stance is everyone is in everyone's trying to realize a vision. People are frustrated, and people's intentions are all noble, and but technical advice, facts, rationale, figures, data, these are powerful rationales. And the motion itself, I think, again, there's a lot in there, but certainly, as you just suggested, a lot of it is driven at the region because they're a key player. Now, the other question to go back to, if we at the beginning of this term of council, and we decided to revisit the whole LRT debate, if we would have taken one alignment, be it underground or be it over a surface route, and we just said that is our preferred option, this kind of, we want to sort of, please everybody and please nobody. And if we would have taken that one alignment, would there have been more assurity in terms of, or more scope for the work that we want to do?
And
so, sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Oh, go ahead, Jean.
Okay, so if I can understand your question, so
the alignment. Yeah, the alignment would have been sort of our preferred route, and we would say just study this route. There would have been more insurity and more completeness in terms of what we would be able to work with. Because right now, certainly, if we go tunnel, it's going to be one thing. If we don't tunnel, we go surface, it's another thing. So that's another sort of, I guess, tricky thing to balance. And I don't know, maybe Alex or yourself. So if we had opted for one alignment and gone with it at the beginning of this council, would we be in a better position today?
Yeah, if I can, then through the Chair Bowman, the Councilor Medeiros, I mean, we always take the view of whatever council direction is, but to answer more specifically to your question, if, for example, hypothetically, the decision was to go tunnel, then a lot of these Downtown Reimagined issues may not be an issue today because they wouldn't impede on something that's underground, including at the downtown terminal. If it was surface, for example, then there would be kind of restrictions, and I know my colleague, Acting Commissioner Holmes can speak more to that, but the utilities, the water mains, the surface work to be done for the Downtown Reimagined would be significantly impacted on the surface, because there'd be a requirement to potentially rip a lot of that back up. And you can reasonably expect someone like Metrolinx to say, they're not going to cover those costs that we just did because it's new infrastructure we put in knowingly. Again, these are all hypotheticals. Staff's objective is to bring forth facts to council and mayor for decision-making processes. And that's what we hopefully intend to do. But I'm hoping I answered your question that if that decision was made already, some of the implications on this, and perhaps Acting Commissioner Holmes can shed more light if I'm accurate on that or not.
Sure. Thanks, Alex. And just to add to that, to answer your question, Councilor Maduras, through the chair, yes, the more answers we have on things that we know we're not going to change our minds on, the more certainty you have in terms of what you can design and build. If it was as Alex had mentioned, as it goes underground, there's less issues associated with the streetscape. We could probably do it very close to what we had already intended to do, taking into account maybe stations or something like that. But as it goes onto the surface, now you start to ask questions about, like I said, is it going to be in the middle of the street? Are we going to have it in the curb lanes? Are we going both ways? Are you going to be in shared traffic? What do we do with the bike lanes? So there's lots of questions that need to be answered around that, particularly with the surface route, that would affect the geometry of the streetscape that you need to know in order to be able to inform the utilities and the region where they can go underground and where they can't.
And just my last question through you, Chair, because I do recognize our colleagues who want to speak as well. To Jane, then, if we were, I guess, today and I know we'll have an opportunity to ratify this at council next week, because I would appreciate if staff can, and it doesn't have to be right now, but and if staff have the opportunity to provide some comments and maybe some suggested edits before we, I guess, next week ratify it at council. But if essentially we were today, and just because what I hear from the residents, what I've heard from some of my colleagues, is that LRT is a wish, and let's proceed and start whatever we can start and move forward. And I think in capturing those sentiments and somehow looking through that lens, but a big piece of that conversation and who's driving a lot of that's going to have to be at the regional table. And I guess to the movers of the motion and, for this council, and I'll wait for comments, because that essentially is going to drive what we do by what the region agrees to do or not agrees to do at the regional table, and what the costs are implicated, and that will allow us to identify what are some aspects or elements, as people have used, for us to move on. Is that fair to say, Jane?
So the region is going to be very interested in replacing that water main. As you know, there are risks and liabilities associated with water main that's deteriorating. So right now, I know they're very concerned that they've been working towards a timetable and getting going on this temporary solution for the water main to start. Well, it should have been out on the street right now. So if there are additional things that we want to incorporate as part of that tender, or do it separately, then those are discussions that we're going to have with the region, and they're not going to want to put that tender out right away, which will increase their concern about the viability of their infrastructure.
Yeah. So thank you, Jane, and it just speaks to the complexity of this what we're all attempting to do. Because someone like myself who's a proponent of surface route LRT, but I do understand that we can't sit here. I do feel we missed an opportunity at the beginning of this council when you saw the transit dollars which were attributed to different communities where plans and designated routes seem to have been well established. But with that said, we do have to move on with the betterment of our city, and rightfully the mayor and others have talked about, how important as an economic engine. So I guess then from staff, regardless if we pass this today, if we pass this again, there'll be an opportunity to provide some more finessing. And then after, I guess, in the meantime, you'll be working with, obviously consultation with regional staff, and we'll have to have, because even that direction at the region, we're going to have to go through a process. So I guess this council, as much as we make a decision here today, we still have to have this discussion at the region to provide direction to regional staff based on what they're going to be doing. So there's still a lot of steps. It's great that the conversation is here going, and certainly I think all of us are speaking, and that's important, and there's going to be some more collaborative work, but I do think that it's important that the technical advice and these type of motions really have more fulsome more fulsome evidence and information, when a lot of the work that we're attempting to do after the fact was done before the fact, and there was proper consultation with staff and with the region and so on. So I think it's a learning for all of us, and I thank you very much, Jane, and I'll see what my other colleagues say, but I would feel better if staff have an opportunity before we ratify at council next week to provide any suggested edits or any clarification based on conversations with the region, if that's okay to Jane and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Vicente, and Councillor Vicente, just before you speak, if I can just remind council, we do still have another set of delegates after this discussion. So with that in mind, Councillor Vicente.
Mr. Chair, I'll try to be brief. As a lot of the questions that I had have already been addressed by Councillor Santos and Councillor Medeiros, and Jane, you talked about the need for close integration between the work that Public Works will be doing together with some of the utilities that also run through the downtown, and all of these things layer on layer. And Councillor Medeiros spoke with regards to the support that we would need from the region of Peel to make this happen as well. But we all agree that we would like to see work happen as quickly as possible, but it does require preparation and study, and to ensure that all of the elements are well understood and that staff are ready to put things out to tender. And so I think that what we really need is for staff to hunker down and look at what is indeed possible. There are a number of opportunities to begin implementing elements of Downtown Reimagined. I know that when we gave direction with respect to the LRT options, we asked for staff to figure out what elements of Downtown Reimagined could also be part of the different LRT alignments. And to Alex's point, those alignments and those two preferred options, if you will, whether it's perhaps a preferred surface option and a preferred tunnel option, that may also inform staff on where additional opportunities may lie, regardless of council's choice in the future. And we went through a really wonderful workshop last week that just showed just how much thought staff are putting into an integrated downtown plan. And this has been a problem that has vexed this area for a long time. There's a wonderful old film called A Town and Its River, and it details the challenges of when the current downtown diversion was built, and the hope and the innovation that made that project happen. And I think we're all hopeful of what the future of downtown can be. We know that the development community is just chomping at the bit to put projects here. And so we need to make sure that all of the players, everyone is playing by the same page. And so with that, and given that we have constrained time here today, I just want to encourage staff to work more closely together and to come up with what opportunities there may be. I'd also like to see, as much as possible, close coordination between the public works and transit teams to make sure that everyone is on the same page and playing from the same book. So with that, Mr. Chair, yield back. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank Susie, Rick, and Dave Capel. You really put your heart into downtown Brampton. To Jane, Alex said that I guess if we decide to go underground, it's not going to affect the utilities. Did we pick a surface route last term of council?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think we picked. I thought the surface route was one of our preferred options. I'm not quite sure if we landed on a particular alignment.
Maybe Alex will know, because I remember I was in support of the LRT, but and we ended up losing that vote, and fine, that was what council decided. But I thought we picked up already a surface route when
I think,
No, if I can, through Councillor.
Sorry, Alex. I do recall that the only direction that we had received in regards to the LRT was to permanently remove it from the Main Street.
Main Street.
Main Street. It was not considered at all, and we were to look at. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex. I believe we were to look at east and west routes, going up McLaughlin and going up Kennedy, coming back to the GO station from the north. So the LRT, the reason why the Downtown Reimagined project made sense to go ahead at the time was because it was a very clear and firm decision on removing the LRT alignment from Main Street.
Yeah, and I remember there was some routes around the Tobacco Creek and Kennedy. I thought we kind of pinpointed a route and the study was done. So if it's not going to affect the underground, we kind of had an idea already where the LRT was going to go, and we could carry on with the downtown now at that time. So I thought that's why I was asking if there was a route. But, you know, if this is coming out where the LRT is going to be decided, if it's going to go underground or above ground, and, you know, I still think we should be able to start and putting all the pieces together on the cost, what it's going to cost to start this job. And by the time that comes out, we'll have the report, and we could say it makes no difference if the water mains are done on the center of the road or on the side of the road. Once we get that route, the job would be probably, you know, or the tender could be going out and they could start. By the time we pick up this, decide which route we're going to go, if it's in the middle, the center, or underground, and start doing all this, I think it's going to be more of a waste, and it's going to take another 2 or 3 years. You know, you look at in Toronto, they just got $10 billion. Hamilton, $4.6 billion. So I think we're missing out on a lot of things, you know, going over and over of these studies, and we should have made up our mind if it's going to be above ground and pick up at least a route above ground. And if we could get the underground, that would be all bonus, and this could all be started at the same time. You know, a lot of these businesses, we bought that whole block at the time, spent all that money, and we still haven't decided. And, you know, we got some business down there that want to come, and there's not enough power. There's no fiber optical. So this is something I think it's way overdue, and I agree with these downtown. This has to get started. So I'll wait for the report. That's why I was asking. I added to the agenda about the LRT because, you know, when it was coming, and I'm hoping that everything will be finalized and try to start it as fast as we can, maybe by the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm kind of going back and forth with this. I'm trying to get the good out of this. It seems that, you know, we ask staff to do a lot of work with respect to the downtown. We put a lot of money into the downtown, and then we never actually pull the trigger on anything to actually do anything. Is kind of the way I'm looking at it. You know, going on 6+ years, and we've done so much, and yet we see so little. I don't know what this.
there's so many holes in this motion. I don't know in terms of timing and cost, and then what if this council or next council picks a surface route? Then what? If we've started construction, if we finished construction, do we rip it up? Like I don't know what this means. I don't, like, the only thing that I think I can support going forward right now is Councillor Williams' amendment and the much needed repairs of the fountain and the seating and with respect to the Remembrance Day ceremonies and stuff that don't actually impact, I don't think, a decision that could potentially impact the downtown reimagined. So I guess in terms, Jane, I think you're just seeing this for the first time and trying to read along, but do we have any kind of timing or cost thereof in terms of what, with respect to this motion?
Well, in terms of, all I can do is rely on some of the work that we've already done. So if we know that a couple of years ago when we tendered our Downtown Reimagined project, the city portion of that project was somewhere, I think it was $37 million. So that did not include the utilities that were at the time coming in around the $25 million mark. In terms of timing, so and just to finish that thought off, when we're talking about Downtown Reimagined, I'm assuming that we're thinking about, when to Rick's point, we've already had that consultation with the public. So I'm presuming that we're going with the same sort of scope of work with trees, with the materials. You recall we had a few workshops on those, the alignment, all that kind of stuff. So I'm assuming that that's, it would be adapted somewhat for some of the changes that we're contemplating. In terms of timing, in order to, and again, it depends what you want. So I think what I have to do is, I think as staff, we need to just be able to almost do a matrix of the things, a shopping list of, here are the questions we have. What do you want to, what can you give us answers on? And then, what are the risks and timings and costs of all the various options? I think that's where we're heading with this. But because I'd hate, again, for council to make a decision without all the information as much as we can in your hands. In terms of timing, you will recall that we really fast-tracked a lot of that design in the downtown when we were doing Downtown Reimagined, and usually a project of that nature takes about 18 months to 2 years to get it fully coordinated, and that's when we have all the answers in our hands. And part of that is because that will be mitigated somewhat by the fact that we've already done the consultation, we already know what we want this to look like. We have to bring all the utilities back to the table again. They have to be willing to put resources and time and funding into coming along with us. And so in order to do a fully coordinated design that would mitigate as much as possible some of the work that might be throwaway for the things that we don't know about, is going to take some time. And my estimate at this point, without really knowing where you want to head with this, would be somewhere in the 18 to 24 month mark. And I know that's not what everybody wants to hear. So if you want to do it in a shorter amount of time, the consequence is there's some risk that some of the stuff that we're going to be putting in will be throwaway. And I'm trying not to be emotionally attached to any of it. I'm just trying to give you just the facts, but
Jane, I think for the most part, whenever you're talking to council, it may come off like you're emotionally attached to something, but I think you've always just given us the facts. And so I think that, kudos to you. And I think this is what you're saying is just, it's realism. It's being realistic in essentially what we want. So if you started off by saying that you may be talking to blank, I don't know who, about what
we want, are you referring to talking to members of council to see what we want in the downtown?
Yeah, and which direction that you want to go with it. I mean, like I said, we've already done, Rick had already mentioned, we've already done a lot of public consultation. So I don't think we need to go back to the public on that kind of stuff. I think we know how we want the downtown to look and feel. The problem is, when I think about all the underground work, everything goes underneath. If you want to mitigate the risk of doing some very expensive relocations later on, regardless of when they might be, then it would be best to have as many answers as we can before we do that work. And we don't, and the LRT is a perfect example where, I don't need you to actually build the LRT. I just need some commitment about where it's going to be. I don't need.
Absolutely.
Let me.
No. You're absolutely right.
I don't need it. I
Jim,
don't need it.
I know.
We need to have some commitment on where the alignment of the LRT is going to go. And again, if it's surface, I need to know where it's going to go in that right of way. And the more of that information that we have, and the more certain that we are that we're not going to change our mind, we can move forward with a design that gives comfort to councillors and to the residents that this work is not going to be throwaway. Remember, this is all tax money.
Yep.
So that's why we're trying to be, very as responsible as we can about, what we recommend goes forward and what doesn't, because as you know, every time we change our mind, it costs us time and money. We don't have a lot of money, and we've heard from all the delegates and everyone in the downtown where we don't really have a lot of time either.
You're absolutely right, Jane. You're spot on. And Councillor Fortini brought up some fantastic points. Just this morning, Tory's on CP24 talking about $10 billion that's coming to Toronto, and they're putting shovels in the ground. He said, and I quote, this year with that $10 billion. And I don't know how they're doing that, but I don't get it. But I think essentially, if we don't pick an alignment, and I think we're putting the cart before the horse with this motion, we don't choose an alignment, what could happen is exactly what happened last term. We could all sit here and say, yep, let's do it. Let's go back and let's do Downtown Reimagined. Let's put the funds into it and everything. And then 18 to 24 months from now, when there's a new council sitting around the table, they could say, no, we choose surface route. And once that decision is made, then everything that we've put into now the resurrection of Downtown Reimagined goes out the window again. And that's what I don't want to happen, because like I said when I started, I am tired of talking about what we could be doing to the downtown. I'm tired of putting the funds into the downtown, and I know a lot of great things are coming. I realize that. We have a report on it later today. And then speaking to that with relation to this, the funding for Reimagined and the funding leading up to Reimagined now, is that part of that 80 million that's been put into the downtown, or is it coming out of the 250 million that's earmarked for the downtown?
Is that a question for me, Councillor Pellecci?
It's a question for anybody that can answer it.
Okay. Well, I guess I can't answer it. The money that I had for Downtown Reimagined, if I remember correctly, we had, I think it was in the range of about $30 million in our account, and a lot of that was borrowed financing. And so as soon as the decision was made to cancel Downtown Reimagined, we had returned that money.
Okay. So I guess Mark or anybody else that can answer that question for me? There's a report on the agenda that says we put 80 million into downtown. And in that report says, I think it's 250 million is earmarked for the downtown. Is this money coming out of that?
Council Palashi, it's Jane again. When you say this money, are you talking about funding for the motion that's in front of us?
Well, there's going to be funding associated to this motion, and there's going to be funding associated to the construction and development of whatever essentially council chooses to do.
Right. So the only funding that I am carrying in Public Works is for our part of the region's tender that it basically included a resurfacing of the roads in the downtown after the region had replaced their water main.
And if council chooses to go and bring back Downtown Reimagined, we can put that money into that project, right?
Yeah, although it's not much, because I think the resurfacing of the downtown, I think we had accounted for only $600,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think I still have some money left. We were saving it just in case there were some complications associated with the channel. But there's not a lot of money left. And keep in mind too, we've already have sunk costs for the design that we did before, and also the design that we've been working on since last July.
Absolutely. Okay, so can I get an answer to that question then?
I'll get somebody to get you an answer.
Yeah.
I don't have the money, Council Palashi, so I don't know who does.
Okay, whose name is on the report for downtown? Where'd the report come from? Anyone? Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you speaking about the held item in regards to the report on the downtown town hall, I believe it was, that I think you've held?
Yes.
I believe that came from Strategic Communications, and it was just an information report to talk about the costs for that event.
Okay, but in the report, it does say that 275 million, council approved 275 million in continued investment and projects for the downtown on key priorities. I think that this would be key priorities. Currently 80 million. Is anybody on to answer that question?
It feels like just you and me, Council Palashi, but I believe that would have been a list of various projects in the downtown that have been aggregated to an $80 million amount. If there would not be anything in regards to, I don't think anyway, anything in regards to Downtown Reimagined as we are thinking of it now in terms of this motion. There may be some items in there that may talk to a meantime strategy perhaps that may have been funded as well. But I think it's probably a list of projects that staff have put forward or have indicated that would have been allocated to the betterment of the downtown.
Sure, and I see the Center of Innovation, 130 million, Downtown Transit Hub, 30 million, Hurontario LRT Extension, 17.7 million. Any of those funds, like I would think that there would be overlapping costs.
If I may, Chair. Through Chair Bowman, Councillor Palashi, it's Alex. I think, if you allow staff to take that back, because there were multiple reports, as you recall, for the Downtown Reimagined, the budgets around that, then also with the CFI, as you mentioned, and then with the Transit Mobility Hub, some of them have been decoupled. So if I can ask then for staff to go back and be able to aggregate the exact figures on those and report back to council either through an email or a follow-up next week on that item, if that would help Councillor Palashi to answer your questions, that may be helpful for us to do that. Then if I can also perhaps mention on one of the comments you made in terms of the alignments and what can be done in the downtown, I think with my colleague, Acting Commissioner Holmes, we regularly talk about this to see what could be done. I think clearly hearing from council today, it would be really prudent that staff get together, understand what elements of this downtown reimagined can be done without impeding on alignment. I will just add that, and you mentioned this about the province coming up with the funding for Toronto. These elements are also funded by the federal government, and as part of Ford's plans with the subway system and other elements in Hamilton, it's because there's a connection throughout the GTHA. And this project, the LRT extension, is key. When council made a decision to stop at Steeles, we looked at two alignments on McLaughlin Kennedy into the downtown. Then I know that with this term of council, the action was made to look at the alignment north on Steeles, right up Main Street into downtown. The big hook here, this is where I kind of throw this out, is if Jane understands what alignments we're looking at, whether it be tunnel, which will open up options to do whatever we need to do downtown sooner than later, or the surface, which might restrict us. The surface alignment does include all the elements of the downtown reimagined in it. The only key here is there's a strong component because the LRT alignment hooks into a heavy rail that is part of the GTHA program, and that's why the synergies are moving potentially one final alignment for surface, one final alignment for tunneling, to bring them forward with an opportunity of having funding for even the more expensive one because of those connections into the GTHA, which would open up the key to federal funding as well. So there's huge opportunities here, just a matter of bringing forward all the facts to Mayor and Council to make sure there's a clear understanding of what can be done. But what I'm hearing in the short term is what can we do in the downtown now that doesn't prohibit us or cost extremely high cost to retro later if we do go on whatever LRT alignment we decided to take on. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that. And if you allow us to go back and look at the numbers for you, we can report back on that.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex. And I think that's essentially where I was trying to go with this. So I think that with respect to the motion now and the kind of unanswered questions and dialogue that has to be had with the Region Appeal to get more answers to our questions, maybe the best, I want to be able to support this. I support Downtown Reimagined, and I'm still, disappointed that it's not, the work's not already done or underway, but there's questions that need answered. And before we get into something that the previous council got into, which was overturned by this council, I think maybe the best thing to do, and I hate the word time, but I think we do need that time for staff to be able to come back with some answers. And if that time is a week, to have this move to council of next week to try and come back with some of the answers and the outcomes on conversation with the Region Appeal, then I think at least we should allow staff to do that. So I think I'd like to refer the main motion to back to staff to come back, hopefully with some more questions to our answers at council next week.
Councillor Pleshy, can I just ask you to hold the referral? There's still some people on the board.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
And then I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very quick. So, to Jane, it's very clear, I guess, if we go underground, it's not going to affect the utilities or the work. Is it so hard that we could pick the route on top if it's, I'm not saying we want that route, but to go in the center or the side so this work could start?
Is it hard? No, it's not hard.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Or the center?
It's not hard. It's just that right now, transit is undergoing a public consultation process through an environmental assessment. So I know that they're getting to the end of their consultation period, and I know that they have to have a posting period as well. So we do have to be respectful of that process, because otherwise, the whole point of going through that consultation process is so that the public has an opportunity to give input onto major public projects. So is it hard to pick one? No, it's not hard to pick one. What I'm finding though is we don't have all the information, and we find out some information later. Then sometimes it's hard not to change our minds. So I think what Alex has put forward, I think is probably the most prudent route, is that, you know, just give us some time just to be able to go through. We know what you want. Give us some time just to kind of go through some options, just so that you're fully aware of the risks of any option that you choose. And then whatever the direction is from council, then we will go off and do that. It really bothers me that we're asking council to make a decision, and we don't necessarily have a chance to give you all the information you need to make that decision.
Well, this is 6 years in the work. So I understand.
And we did,
understand.
Councillor, but we had decisions right from the beginning. You'll recall that we had a decision in 2015, and it was a pretty firmly worded resolution that said that the consideration of an LRT would be permanently removed from consideration on Main Street. So it can't get any firmer than that. But things change, right? They just change. So, and that's okay. It's just that we have to, I can't wave a magic wand and just make everything compatible right away. I've moved forward, and staff have moved forward based on certain assumptions and direction. And then when that direction changes because the assumptions change, then I have to change everything accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. But the thing is, I guess if we go with a tunnel, it doesn't affect it. And we only have, if we do the surface route, it's or close to the sidewalks on the shoulder, or it's in the center. So we only have two choices there. If we come up with...
But not really, but you also have to decide, Councillor Fortini, is it going to be shared traffic? We have to decide that too. So there's a bunch of different things.
Jane, I get that, if it's a shared traffic and all, but the tracks are always there. The shared traffic, that means that set of rails is going to be flat. I'm talking about if we pick in the center, or we pick on the side, shared or not shared, raised or not raised, at least we have a clear picture where we can start with these utilities.
Yes.
So, and I'm not saying we have to do the surface route. We could get the tunnel, but we can move forward once we know if it's going on the shoulder or it's going in the center. At least we have, okay, we can start with these pipelines and the drains and everything. By the time the LRT comes, we have a clear picture. So that's, maybe I think we should work and see what we want on the surface right away. And if we get the tunnel, that's all great. But moving forward, at least we can move forward with the pipes and the water and the downtown and the fiber optical and get this picture going. And then whenever the LRT comes, we know it's there. Anyway, thank you. And I know you put a lot of work into it. We do change our mind often, and it's causing staff to go back and forth. And thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. We'll go back to Mayor Brown.
Asante wanted to speak before me. It doesn't matter to me.
Thank you, Mayor. I just didn't want to take away the final word from you. So if I may, Mr. Chair.
Certainly, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that what Councillor Fortini stated may be really the key here. We are very close to getting the results of the study that staff have been undergoing with the public. And there may be an opportunity, as Alex mentioned, if we're in a position to present options for funding to the federal and provincial government, it certainly is already in our direction to choose the option that gets funding. But within this context, Public Works would love to have more information. And if we, in short order, could provide Public Works with the two options that we are looking at, one tunnel and one surface, that's certainly the tunnel, as Alex mentioned several times, would open up possibilities and kind of give a blank slate for what takes place on the surface. But if we choose a surface option, knowing what that alignment looks like would inform the work for downtown, whether or not that option ever takes place in the future. So I think that that's very important, and I just wanted to put that out there, that that may be part of the solution that we all coalesce around. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. Back to the mayor. Mayor Brown, are you back on? Is your microphone muted?
Microphone is muted. I was just saying that Councillor Peleshi's request is reasonable. It doesn't delay this because today's committee of council wouldn't be ratified anyways until next week. I do think it's very important that we tell the region what our preference is. They work well with the city of Brampton, and I imagine if they saw this request from our city council, they would make every endeavor to collaborate on it as much as feasible. And so the conversations that happen between now and next council meeting between city staff and regional staff and what input they have would be helpful. But I think the main message is integration. We need to have overlap between this work, and I'd like to have a list from staff of what we can do that doesn't cause any business shutdowns. And so there may be aspects of this that we can do right away. There may be aspects of this that we can do rather seamlessly. And so breaking up the list, what's going to cause disruption, what needs to be aligned, and what we can do right away without any inconvenience. And so I look forward to the staff input over the next week and the conversations that will happen with the region and the city of Brampton, knowing that this motion is before us.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. Move that the chair be heard.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. Just a couple of questions. Jane, I know you mentioned a couple of times you used the word useful life when talking about our water main. And I believe back in a 2011 report, the region recommended replacement back then because the water mains had come to the end of their useful life, and then we didn't do them. And then again in a report in 2020 that went to the region, basically they're saying this is getting to a critical situation now where we need to do something. Is that right?
That's right. So that's been there. You recall that after we made the decision about the LRT, first of all, they were waiting. I'm hoping, I guess, that as the LRT project took, when it was going to take place, when it looked like it was going to proceed, that those water mains would have been done at that time. And again, looking at going into the downtown and just being one and done. So when that didn't take place, that's when those discussions started with the region right afterwards, because the region realized that the LRT, at that time, the decision was made not to put it up Main Street. So therefore, they would have to be replacing the water mains as a separate project. So that's how Downtown Reimagined started, and since then they were actually replacing their water mains all throughout the city. I know in a couple of reports we've put in some of their phasing plans for the replacement of the construction. There's some water main that's just west of the downtown core that they're looking to be starting this fall. So there's water mains all over the city that they are trying to replace, so that as our city grows, that we've got a robust water supply to be able to feed to those developments. So yes, as time goes on, they're becoming more and more concerned about the robustness of that network in the downtown as it pertains to the water main, and also, questions about, what if right now we've been very lucky, that we've had some water main breaks and we've been able to fix them pretty quickly. The problem is that, for instance, those valves don't work in the downtown. So if we have a big break, can you imagine a situation where, the water goes into somebody's basement or undermines a foundation? That could happen. And so that's what they're worried about liability and risk going forward.
Okay, and if we were to put in temporary pipes and put in temporary pavement and do all that work, and then we find out that the LRT is is going to be underground in 10 years. Do we still have to go back in and change those pipes to permanent and put a permanent surface back on?
If it was going through a tunnel route, I'm not quite sure you'd have to replace the full infrastructure, but a lot of the way that the Region of Peel is mitigating their costs is they're not putting the same the valves and other big valve chambers, if you will, that they normally would, because that's where a lot of the big costs are. So we would probably want to go back and put those in, but I think for the rest of the water main, as long as it doesn't conflict with whatever other infrastructure that we're putting in, it could probably remain where it is.
Well, and what I'm asking, Jane, was the temporary, if we put in what's referred to as temporary pipes, how
Yes.
are they going to last 100 years?
The pipes themselves will be okay. It's the reason why why it's called temporary is mainly because of how we're going to put it in. So basically with water main, you can, dodge and weave all over the place to avoid certain structures that you don't have to remove and replace. And again, with some of the valve chambers and some of the other infrastructure that come along with putting in the permanent water main. So it's not, I don't think you have to worry about, we're not going to put in, materials that are substandard, because they still have to stand the, the pressure of holding all that water. That's not the issue so much. It's where it's placed. Because like I said, it will be put in so it kind of snakes its way around things in the downtown, and the other infrastructure that goes along with it, like valve chambers and such.
Okay. Thanks, Jane. The other question I have was, we talk about throwaway, whether this is going to be throwaway money, and I hate to look at it as throwaway, because if we're going to talk about throwaway, we've also got to consider what the impact would be over the next 5-10 years, if and when an LRT comes through or a tunnel comes through. What's the impact to the downtown over those 5 years, 10 years, where we've gone ahead, we've put in the infrastructure, we've built the Center for Excellence, we've moved a library, for instance, we've got the university up and running, and I think the thought of having a prosperous downtown, even for a period of 5 to 10 years, we've got to weigh that against what we call throwaway costs, and I don't think that too many people are talking about that right now. So the questions might be, if we don't do anything right now, if we only do minimal, because we're waiting for a decision on an LRT, for example, how is that going to affect how the rest of the downtown gets built up? How, will the water mains be able to take all the buildings and the infrastructure that we want to put downtown? With fiber optics, with increased hydro and power supplies, things like that. So, in any decision that we're looking at, I really think it's important that we do ask that question and say, in terms of economic development, as it affects the downtown, what are we going to gain before we have to make any changes to this? And I think that's a really, really critical question we need to ask. And I think we've heard a lot of the answers from our downtown BIA and from New Brampton about how critical that is. So I don't know, Councillor Paleschi is going to put his referral on, but I don't know if there's any chance that somebody, Paul Aldinate or somebody in economic development might be able to throw some of those numbers together as well, so that we've got something to consider about this. But I will yield the floor now to Councillor Paleschi.
If I may, Chair, it's Alex.
Yes, Alex.
Thank you, and sorry, Councillor Paleschi. Just on that, just in terms of setting the expectations and for staff to understand what council's expectations are after the discussions here today, it would really be good to have an opportunity. First of all, we can probably report back fairly quickly on what Councillor Paleschi talked about in terms of some of the finances around the downtown and the different elements around that. The other part too, with all this work, I think it's very important that staff look into this appropriately to make sure we report back to council. And I firmly believe that 1 week won't give us enough time. We will need more. But to your points, Councillor Bowman, this is an opportunity for Acting Commissioner Holmes and Transit, the Public Works folks, and the region to get together to understand what can be built. Because like you say, if we look at a surface, if we look at a tunnel for the decisions that Jane mentioned about 2015, I think all those decisions, we look at them as opportunities. We're going to be able to bring the facts back to council to say we can implement this infrastructure, including water main replacements of what type, and not impede on future throwaway costs. When you look at the downtown terminal, for example, with a transit mobility hub, those elements are, excuse me, are to be implemented, in not that long in the future, and the tie-in to LRT will be extremely critical to that. So I think if we just allow staff to go back and revisit these things to make sure we can bring back what can be implemented in the downtown for Downtown Reimagine, what infrastructure can the Region Appeal do, and including allowing for all the elements to make sure they tie in without substantial throwaway costs. And some throwaway costs may be valid if it's going to be a period of 5 years or so. But this is something I think staff will need to really take back, work with the region, work internally with all the different departments, as you mentioned, and to report back with the proper facts for council and mayor to make a decision. So if the expectation is for the financing part that was brought up, for maybe looking at the wording of the motion, but if the expectation is to have staff report back next week, that might be very challenging to do so properly.
Thank you, Alex. I will turn it over to Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Alex, so are you requesting then the following committee meeting, which is when, Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, May 19th is council, then May 26th is committee.
May 26th is committee. That's a good day, May 26th. So Alex, would that give you enough time?
Through the chair, Bowman, perhaps if we can report back next week of an appropriate date, Councillor Palleschi will try very hard to see if we can meet that. It's going to include meetings with the region, Public Works, and others, which will expedite. We just want to make sure there will also be some consultation with our consultants, because some of the work that's being done on the E that's concluding tomorrow. I think to tie in everything together, maybe perhaps next week we report back when we can report back, and we'll hope to report back on the date that you mentioned. We just want to make sure that we're real and giving you the right information, if you'll allow for that.
Okay, so I'll put the referral based on that. But Alex, if there is anything that staff can find out in the meantime to report back next week, let's include that as well.
Absolutely, through Chair Bowman to Councillor Palleschi, we can definitely report back on information that we have and are confident in reporting back to you next week.
Okay, great. That's my referral, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palleschi. Seeing nobody else on the board, we have a referral motion that the motion and proposed amendments therefore be referred to staff for further consideration and a report to Committee of Council May 26th regarding implications of the motion and options for implementation. Is there any opposed? Seeing none, that referral passes. Thank you. Okay, we will move on now and do the final delegation. And I'm thankful that they're still here, and I'm sorry for making them wait so long. Next item is 7.4 regarding Gangs for Tuition program launch.
Sorry, before you start, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
Have we lost our special council meeting?
I don't know, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you have not. The meeting was scheduled for the latter of 1 o'clock or 30 minutes after the adjournment of the Committee of Council meeting, not knowing when the committee meeting would end. So at this point, the special council meeting will start 30 minutes after the adjournment of this meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem, thank you. So our delegations today include Richard Miller, founder of Keep Six, Rachel Ziminis Chen, Program Director for Keep Six, Hubert Hiltz, Superintendent, Community Safety and Wellbeing Services, Peel Regional Police. You'll each have 5 minutes to address committee, and we will welcome Richard.
Good afternoon, Mayor Brown and council members. My name is Richard Miller. I am the founder of Keep Six nonprofit organization. We've been working to develop a program to address the gang and gun violence in the region. We're hoping that someday Gangs for Tuition can become a pilot project for the regional of Peel and across the GTA. I will hand it over to Rachel, our program director, to outline the Gangs for Tuition program.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Keep Six is a non-for-profit organization with a mission of providing the highest standard of mentorship, workshops, and capacity building sessions, specifically for individuals that are involved within the justice system. We've worked closely to formulate this program called Gangs for Tuition, specifically honing in on at-risk youth within the Black community, as well as individuals who've recently been released from incarceration, and providing them with resources and support to reintegrate back into society successfully. Through this program, what we do is we look in providing, using evidence-based models, to address known risk factors when it comes to reducing violence, reducing reoffending, as well as promoting decarceration and restorative justice. Really honing in on some of the barriers that these individuals face, be it limited employment opportunities, barriers towards education, culturally relevant programming, as well as the absence of authentic mentors. And so what we've done is we've created a program called, partnered with a program called TRAP, which stands for the Transition and Recidivism Action Plan, and really worked with these particular individuals to look at what transferable skills they already currently hold, and how we can use those already existing skills to for the means of a more positive lifestyle for individuals that are really looking at exiting the criminal lifestyle. And so we've worked closely and collaborated and gotten the support of many community partners, one being Peel Regional Police. And thank you, Superintendent Hiltz, for being here with us. As well as we've also consulted with members from City of Brampton to really understand what the needs of the community are, so that we can better provide the necessary supports, assist these individuals not only with their rehabilitation, but also in finding sound employment, as well as potential education opportunities, looking at how we can support them from a mental health standpoint as well within the reintegration process, and really just providing a wraparound level of care to ensure that we continue to see recidivism reduction. I believe we do have a video, if I'm not mistaken. If we could play that, perhaps provides a little bit more insight.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we're just going to queue up the video momentarily.
Hello everyone, just wanted to send a quick message out to acknowledge the fantastic work that Keep6.org is doing for youth in our region, especially the Gangs for Tuition initiative.
After working in children's mental health for almost 20 years, I've worked with young people who feel that the only way to deal with past trauma, feed, clothe, or shelter themselves or their family is through a life of gang activity.
We need to address the underlying causes of why individuals get involved in gangs and create opportunities for growth and development. This program will open the door to positive and meaningful pathways for youth.
Gangs for Tuition strives to support young people to make better choices for a positive lifestyle by providing training and transferable skills.
We're collaborating with the Keep Six organization to provide opportunities for youths, adults in the region of Peel.
TRAP stands for the Transition and Recidivism Action Plan. As we know, there's been an increase in violence in the streets of Toronto. TRAP was created to fill the void for those underserved and overrepresented in the criminal justice system. Individuals can now enroll in the TRAP program through the Keep Six Gangs for Tuition initiative.
I met Richard approximately 2 years ago, and he shared with me his idea and vision to address the underlying causes of gangs and to provide education and skill development to individuals that want to exit the gang lifestyle.
The reality of gangs and guns is that addressing root causes can change outcomes for youth at risk and people who are looking to rehabilitate with wraparound supports.
A lot of those that are facilitating this program are individuals that are real, authentic, organic mentors who've gone through similar experiences and are able to relate on a personal level. And I think that's what really makes the Gangs for Tuition program so much more unique.
Many people have worked tirelessly to put this program together so that the youth in our community can have a chance at a brighter future.
This program is possible because of a collaborative effort between multiple community partners in various areas like mental health, social reintegration, and employment services.
With the help of Peel Police, we are proud to support the launch of Gangs for Tuition, an initiative by Keep Six aimed at changing the trajectory of the lives of those whose path has been rocky.
We've taken the time to support our youth and young men and women, to build them to be a positive role model in our community. We have to come together and work as a team to come and join us for the launch of Keep Six Gangs for Tuition program.
Thank you. And so with that, from a support level, we have the support of Peel Police in terms of referring individuals that they come in contact with that they feel would be best suited for this program. And then working with other community partners within the city to ensure that we are providing them with the resources that are necessary for their success.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Are you completed your delegation? Should we move on to Hubert Hill?
We can move on to Superintendent.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mayor Brown, Chair Bowman, and council members. I was wondering, could I share a slide?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can if committee wishes. Normally, we do not share with those outside the organization, but I'm sure we can trust the police.
Sure.
So Hubert, we'll share it with you just momentarily.
Thank you.
You should see a pop-up saying that you've received presenter. If we can share it, we're just trying that right now. There, you should have that presenter role now.
Do you now see a gang violence reduction strategy slide?
We just see a black screen at this point. You're starting to share content. There we go. It's up now.
Okay.
So please proceed.
Okay, let me introduce myself, everybody. I'm Superintendent Hubert Hiltz from Peel Regional Police Community Safety and Wellbeing. I put a slide up here on our gang violence reduction strategy, which I'll speak to at the end after I make a brief statement. Peel Regional Police supports Keep Six organization on this initiative. As the past homicide investigator, gang unit detective, and a youth correctional officer, I know firsthand the effects of gang violence on our youth, their families, and our community. Peel Regional Police is committed to collaborating with our community partners, develop and implement strategies, and provide support, mentorship, and guidance to youth that are at risk entering and continuing down the path of criminal justice system. Peel Regional Police is dedicated to moving our organization and our community in a direction that focuses on community safety and well-being, with an emphasis on risk mitigation, prevention, and social development. The Gangs for Tuition initiative aims to promote positive and meaningful pathways for youth to provide strategies that rewards decisions to exit street gang lifestyle. The individuals that are identified to participate in this program will be identified through Peel Regional Police and our relationships with other institutions and agencies dedicated to positive youth development. Peel Regional Police is devoted to community engagement and supports the overall success and safety of our community and partners, with Keep Six supporting that direction. We believe that collaborative initiatives, will not only assist in addressing these issues, but also lead to supporting families and the broader community. The slide I share with you is our Peel Regional Police gang violence reduction strategy. And our goal through community safety and well-being, for those that may not understand, is community safety and well-being is a lens where it's the way we use this lens to apply on every strategy that we roll out within Peel Regional Police. And the emphasis is on developing and making a bigger footprint in risk intervention, prevention, and social development. We don't want to be in the incident response. We want to deal with the underlying issues, and we want to get a wraparound services that can assist people so they're not in the incident response, where it's now a police matter. We need to collaborate and partner with our community service providers in risk prevention, prevention, and social development. And when you see there, Keep Six and the Gangs for Tuition initiative really support our prevention and social development, which is something we cannot do alone. So that's why I'm here today on behalf of Keep Six, on behalf of their program, to support them. And our relationship with them will be in a referral relationship. We currently put out a new unit called our Divisional Mobilization Unit, where we're deploying officers that they have a non-law enforcement mandate. And it's about community engagement, and it's about connecting the people in our community to the services to assist them to remain out of harm and to exercise community safety, because this is a shared responsibility. So I applaud Richard, I applaud Keep Six on this initiative, and I'm here to support them and let them know that this fits within Peel Regional Police's gang violence reduction strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Phillips. We do have a couple of people online. Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Richard, Keep Six, Opal, Rachel, and all of the members there, and for coming and delegating on this. It's been a year and a half, I guess, maybe a bit more, since we've been first introduced, and to see how far you've come with getting this program up and running and on the go, and being here to delegate with us. It's really great to see. When you first approached me about Keep Six, it had a different lens, but I know through our meetings, we were able to kind of change our scope. And Richard, so you delivered really well on making it, Gangs for Tuition, to really get young people who do not see another way out from a life of gang activity, and be able to get those skills. And so I'm just wondering, because even though this is a newer program, you've been active, because I know you have a life of construction yourself, and but you've been active working with and connecting with young people for some time. Can you just speak to the amount of kids right now that you're supporting and what you've done with them to get them the training and the skills and connected in the trades?
Thank you. I really appreciate the support and so forth. So at the present time, we have a number of individuals going through the Gangs for Tuition program, and that's a 6-week module. And from there, they're able to go into the trades or into the tech industry. We support them, but also through the mental health aspect too, because that plays a big factor. It's great to be able to give them the support and get individuals into work and employment and sustainable income, but there's a mental aspect that carries on down the line. And until that is addressed also, it doesn't, your factors and your work doesn't really shows as much, right? So with that said, I have been focusing on individuals in the community, and we are running the program. And at the present time, Rachel, she can verify this, but I think she has about 4 individuals right now going through the program, which will be wrapping up in another week or two, and then we move on to the next set of bodies.
That's great. And I know you have to start somewhere. So the goal is to continue to bring other young people on. And with the partnership with the Peel Regional Police, I know that's going to really definitely help. So I know some people don't also know this, but you've also done a lot of great work in helping organizations in the community and providing, you know, over the Christmas break and such, providing gift certificates and other goods and things that people need just to be able to survive. And that's one thing I do appreciate with you is you not just focus on the youth, but you also look at the whole family, because there is an impact that, or a piece that isn't often talked about, is that sometimes these kids are relied upon by their family to provide. And when you are the only one that's there to provide and you're not able to get that quick money, you know, there is a gap there. And so thank you for acknowledging that and being able to provide extra supports to the families that these kids need. And so I really do want more in the corporation to understand this, and people who are involved in our community safety advisory committee. So I want to move receipt of the delegation, but I would also like to see you come to our community safety committee and to delegate and tell us more and talk with those committee members, because they are also in the community and they need to know that this program exists, and this program is really going to help make more of our Bramptonian youth employable and not engaged in criminal activity or antisocial behavior, as I often refer to it. So I don't have a formal handwritten motion to send to you through the chair to the clerk, but if we can add that to the referral, the recommendation that Keep Six be referred to the Community Safety Advisory Committee for delegation. And then also I would really like to invite you back after you know, a year or so, so that when you've had more kids come through the program, so that we can hear some of the positive results and the impacts that you've had on the lives who are engaging in your program. Thanks so much, Richard, and all of the team. I have no further questions.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Mayor Brown.
I wanted to say that I'm excited about this initiative, and that I'm really encouraged, Hubert, and the work that you're doing, and Chief Nish. I think what we're seeing with Chief Nish is really a focus on highlighting the root causes of crime, and to see how we can have positive diversion, how we can bring vulnerable individuals back into a peaceful contributing setting. And I know the ideas that are being put forward are outside the box, but I really believe they have a lot of merit. And I want to thank Hubert, the work that you're doing in particular, and Chief Nish, because it is a different approach. It's about upstream and downstream policing in a manner that we haven't done before in Peel. And I think this is an example of that. And so I look forward to Councillor Williams' motion, if we can offer any support for this, and just to say, I look forward to seeing this rolled out. It's really encouraging.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. We now have Councillor Santos on the board.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I echo the same comments from the Mayor and Councillor Williams. In 2019, we actually put forward as a council a motion related to preventative and upstream solutions to address the root cause related to gun and gang violence. And this is the kind of stuff that we wanted to see more of. And so we thank you very much for bringing it forward. I'm happy to support the referral to the Community Safety Committee and look forward to any updates in the good work that you're going to be doing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. We have no other speakers on the board. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the delegations. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Seeing none, that passes. Thank you very much for coming in and delegating today. We appreciate it, and sorry there was such a long wait. Okay, we will quickly move on to legislative services. There's no reports, no staff presentations, no new business. Any councillor question period? Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, is there any public questions, Mr. Clerk?
There are none for this section, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That closes off Legislative Services section, and I will hand it over to Councillor Medeiros to chair Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman, and I know we do have a lengthy section in economic development. Are there any questions for Councillor question period? I see none. Public question period. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
There are none for this section, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So I will now hand it over to the chair, to Councillor Singh, to chair the Corporate Services section of the Committee of Agenda.
Sure, I'll take a vote from councillors if they would like a lunch break now, or I can continue through with a couple of items and we might be on for some time. So any members want, okay, got a couple of yeses. So it's 2:01, we'll come back at 2:30 and continue on with the agenda. Thank you.
Thank
So
you, Mr.
we
Chair.
will, sorry, Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Chair Singh, to the members of the committee, this meeting is now recessed until 2:30.
Yep, perfect. To the clerk, I just want to confirm 10.2.4 and 10.2.5 were the only two items held back, and both were by Councillor Bowman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as well as 10.2.3, the Downtown Town Hall Community Engagement. That item was held by Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, it is 2:30, the agreed time to resume today's meeting. And Mr. Chair, it looks like I do see a quorum present. I see Councillor Williams, Councillor Willens, yourself, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos.
Perfect, we'll get started. Okay. So resuming the meeting of the corporate services section, 10.2.1 and 10.2.2 were put in consent. Moving to 10.2.3 is a staff report regarding the downtown hall community engagement. This was held by Councillor Paleshi, so I'll pass it on to Councillor Paleshi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions. Thank you to staff for putting this together. Questions I have were, how many staff were on the town hall, and is the cost of the staff time included in the overall budget? And then just with respects to, is the budget being taken out of the downtown investment fund? And if another pairing of councillors wanted to have a town hall in their area with respect to community engagement, in particular around COVID, I'm assuming this one was, would the same amount of resources be applied to the area councillor's town hall?
Thank you, Councillor. It's Jason Tamming, through the chair. Let me speak to a few of those elements. Firstly, with respect to doing other town halls, I mean, this one was around COVID, but also around a number of inquiries, communications sees on our social media channels, as well as from councillors and elected officials, just with respect to public questions about what's happening in downtown, what investments are being made, what has council done with respect to downtown. So it wasn't solely around COVID, but in part about what's happening during COVID. And so topically, we could certainly do and support other town halls. And I know from some of the emails that some of the other councillors are supportive of that. And we can do that. I would suggest we could do them on COVID, or if there's other areas of the city and different things taking place in different wards, that we could maybe anchor it around a few of those initiatives. And secondly, with respect to the number of staff, all commissioners and CAO were invited, as well as some more specialized focus areas, including community safety, some PO region staff were included. And then thirdly, those costs were not included with respect to the cost presented. The costs presented were with respect to the vendor used to help host the town hall and the cost of the staff time. I mean, it was a 6:30 event, and that was not broken down and included in the cost. Thanks.
Okay, and then through you, Mr. Chair, so the cost of the town hall provided by the vendor, does that come out of the communications budget then, Jason?
Oh yeah, sorry. And through the chair, that would come out of, yes, in the media and community engagement budget falls under the overall communications division budget, and it would come through the community engagement group.
And then have you earmarked how much out of your budget that you're setting aside for future town halls supported by staff?
So based on the volume this year, Councillor, so through the chair, a little going 30,000 feet, we've done a number of teletown halls this year with the various COVID-19 task forces, as well as the COVID-19 teletown halls. And initially those were done through emergency procurement, and in order to align with the purchasing bylaw, we went out for RFP on that. That's completed, and the PO is in the process of being the next steps with the PO. So there will be a vendor that the city has on retainer for 3 years, I believe, plus 2 optional 1-year terms for that. And so that will be available to city departments, and we would budget accordingly, and the funding for additional town halls would come out of that new account.
Okay,
for these purposes through the community engagement budget.
Right. Okay, so the roundtable that we had yesterday, I know it's not specifically a town hall, but I'm assuming there was a service provider. Did we utilize the same vendor for that roundtable and for the next roundtable this Friday from the economic task force?
I'd have to double check through the chair, but I believe that is the case, yes.
I can answer that, Jason. It's Claire. There is no cost to those roundtables. We're using WebEx as a platform, and all of the organizing is being done through economic development and communications.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Plushy. Now moving on to, I would need a motion from you, Councillor Plushy, to receive the report. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 10.2.4 is a staff report regarding recruitment costs associated with critical business cases. I believe Councillor Bowman held this, so I will pass it on to Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. The reason I brought this up was because I think this is information that can be shared with the public. It should be shared. It should be transparent regarding, the critical attraction, especially. And if our head of HR is on there, if she could just explain what critical attraction is to anyone who might be listening who didn't hear our conversation about it.
Through the chair, happy to do so, Councillor Bowman. So critical cases, and specifically critical attraction, it refers to situations where when people are getting hired, if someone were to be offered a job higher than the midpoint of the salary band or the salary range, that's when a critical business case has to be created by the hiring manager. It goes through a series of approvals, including the operating department head, checks and balances from internal equity in HR, finance to make sure that the budget exists in the person's budget, followed by a formal approval from HR director, and then finally by the chief administrative officer. So the intention of creating these opportunities, it's as per the salary administration policy that was approved by council in 2017 and implemented January 1st of 2018. And the intention is if there are positions that warrant in terms of getting top talent that because of their number of years of experience or specialty of experience, where they should be offered or they want or ask for more money than the midpoint, there is a documentation process and a formal approval.
Okay, so would I be right in assuming that all these positions would be sunshine list positions? They would be in the upper categories, or no?
Through the chair, no, Councillor Bowman. It's not necessary, but it is quite common that there may be positions higher up.
Okay,
if you are specifically interested, I am happy to share that for critical attraction, yes, the majority are in the upper levels. There are about 6 that over the last 3 years, and that were also in non-upper management positions.
Okay, so that would be 6 out of the 35 that are listed on the table?
6 out of the 26. So,
okay, so that's just in the last 2 years?
That's in the last 3 years, from January 1st, 2018 to December 31, 2020.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the chart, Sandeep, the table 1 in the report. That's where I'm going off of.
So these numbers are both attraction and promotion.
Yep.
So promotion is treated separately. That's when somebody internal to the organization is being moved up to a different position.
Okay, and the recruitment agency costs, those are when we do external recruitment, those are the costs that would be involved in getting external candidates.
Yes, so that's a cost that we pay to the recruitment agency. So in 2016, the organization conducted 2 different RFPs, one for recruitment services that are for executive searches, and another that is recruitment services for specialized searches. And anytime one of these vendors of record get used as part of the agreement for that particular selection, they get a % of the salary. So that's where the cost comes from.
And do they only get paid if we hire the person that they send us?
Well, the hiring actually happens by the panel itself. So they have a process and a job of bringing candidates, sourcing them, walking the panel through the process itself, supporting the process of the pre-employment intake. Yes, if the candidate doesn't start through that process, there would be no pay.
Okay, and are we allowed to know what recruitment agencies we use for these, since we have contracts with them? Is that public knowledge?
I would assume so, but I will ask City Clerk to comment if it's okay for me to mention. These are vendors of record.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. I think I understand there's a roster of firms, and that would be public knowledge.
Yes. So thank you, Peter. Through the chair, for the RFP that is for recruitment of services for executive searches, the 3 firms are the Phelps Group, Feldman Dax and Partners, and Western Management Consultants of Ontario. For the RFP that is recruitment services for specialized searches, the 3 firms are Bay Street IT Group, Feldman Dax and Partners Inc., and GSI International Consulting Group.
Okay, and Sandeep, what would be the difference between the specialty consulting and the executive search?
Through the chair, Councillor Bowman, so specialized search is extremely rarely used, but most commonly in IT, where there's very specialized need for a certain certification or a certain group or type of work that people have done, or outside of IT in a situation where, for example, the arts agency chair or extreme specialty that's not very common and very hard to source, we may use one of these firms for those purposes.
Okay, and executive, what sort of position, what would be the lowest position we would use an executive search firm for?
A grade 11 director, so a senior level director.
Senior level director, okay. And the internal recruitments, we've had more internal recruitments than we have external, which is good, We're promoting people from within. I would assume that all those positions that we hired for internally were all posted and everybody went through the same process, so anybody could have applied for any of those positions from within the organization?
So through the chair, just to be clear, if you're referring to the internal recruitment as noted in Table 1, that actually is not referring to internal movement, which is internal staff applying for other positions and getting those jobs. This is referring to, for example, in 2018, 11 people, when they were hired or started in a new job, they were given salary that was above the midpoint. Could be 1% increase, it could be higher. How many of those positions, which is 9, that were recruited by the HR department, and then 2 that were given to an external agency? But just wanted to clarify that. However, you're right that internal recruitment in general, yes, that is the hope, that we support internal movement. People can apply, and anytime a position, someone internally is getting the position, more often than not, all positions go through a competitive process. However, the policy allows under some circumstances, if it's warranted, and again through an approval process, the hiring manager can choose to appoint a person in a certain job.
Okay, what sort of circumstance would that be, Sandeep? What would be extenuating circumstance where someone can appoint somebody?
In some cases, so for example, we have a lot of people that may start as a contract employee and have done the job for 2 or 3 years, and when the job finally becomes open on a permanent basis, for example, through the budgeting process, having a complement, the same person still has to apply. Some managers should think that is inappropriate. If somebody has been a high performer for the last 3 years in the exact same role, they may choose to appoint directly. In other cases, when it's not about internal movement, we're talking about people externally, depending on, again, the business imperative that has been put forward by the hiring manager, specialty or fit, perceived or real, and or an emergency in terms of a certain project that needs to be moved forward. Those are some of the circumstances in which a hiring manager can put forward a case for appointment.
Okay, and so would there be opportunities for commissioners or directors to just appoint people to positions who would be reporting to them?
Yes, but they would require approval. So it would require approval from the operating department head and then from the CEO.
Okay, so the operating, if it was a commissioner, that would be the CAO?
Yes, that's correct.
And if it was a director, it would be their operating head who reports through the CAO?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's good. I just wanted this information. I don't believe this information should be hidden from anybody, and it's a cost of doing business for the city, and I think everybody should be aware of what it does cost. So thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, for your question. Then I have a motion by you to receive the report. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the report carries. Moving on to 10.2.5 is the staff report on organizational separation costs. Tenure review, I believe this was also held by Councillor Bowman. I pass it on to you, Councillor Bowman, the floor.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. And again, this is one of these charts that I think that should be common knowledge for everybody. It's one of the major costs that we have at the city. And this is, compensation for people who are let go. So I think it's an important thing. In the chart that we've got here, 20 to 2014, we had 47 employees and the separation costs were 3.8 million. 2014 to 2018, we had 194, 24,613,000. And there is a note there. You'll see 2014, the separations was a complete corporate realignment, and I think most people in the city remember that. It led to a very, very, very high turnover. And 2018 to 22 so far, we've had 57 employees at a cost of $9,438,000 in separation costs. That's a lot of money. That's $37 million, $38 million over, I guess, a 10-year period. So it is significant. Members of the public need to understand that. I'm just wondering, the 2018 to 22, we had 57 employees so far, and it's at $9 million. So it's just less than half of the 2014-2018 total, and that was 197 or 194 employees. I don't know who can comment on that, whether it would be Sandeep or whether it would be finance, but it seems like an awful high number for 1/3 the number of, well, almost a quarter of the number of employees that were terminated, but almost half of separation costs.
Through the chair, I'm happy to provide some context from my lens, from an HR lens. So when we're looking at the numbers from 2018, December 1st, up till now, and the numbers seem high, and one of the notes talks about that the greater proportion of some of these positions that either were terminated or there was a mutual separation, these were senior positions, which then means that they would have termination clauses in their employment contracts that are determined by people when these individuals were hired for what amount of base months will be considered in computing the total separation cost. So that's one piece to it. The other context, which is not mentioned when we just look at separations, is yes, this is a one-time cost to the organization when a relationship is severed, but there's also the savings that are created from the reorg. So yes, the reorg in 2014 to 2018 was extremely expensive, as you said, Councillor Bowman. But the 2018 to 2022, the largest majority of this was processed right before the first quarter of 2020 as part of a major reorg for the corporation. And even single division, when the cost is high, I think it's also worth looking at what is the annualized saving after the reorg has been completed. So hopefully that provides some context, but I welcome if there is any specific questions that you have.
Oh yeah, no. That's perfectly understandable. And when our previous CAO was here, that was explained to all of us what the savings would be and how long it would take those savings to cover the costs of the termination costs. That's fine. Included in all these termination costs, is that the total cost, the total separation cost? So does that include anybody that would have had a separation agreement as opposed to a severance agreement?
Could you elaborate on how do you differentiate between the two?
Yeah, so a separation agreement as opposed to a severance. So a severance might be part of their package that they had. Did we have any people that had separation agreements that, they might have left on difficult circumstances? I don't know, but they might have been paid a sum of money at that time during their separation that is not considered a severance.
So I will try to answer your question if I understand it correctly. This amount that you see here includes any monetary impact that the organization has experienced through the separation of 57 individuals from 2018 December 1st up till now. What that includes is any salary continuance that was paid based on the agreement as part of the termination contract. It includes fringe benefits. It would include any other commitments such as the vacation payout, any other expenses that they were owed. All of those costs have been accounted for in coming up with this number. But this number 57 does not include someone that would have resigned or someone that would have retired, where there's no monetary implication from the perspective of separations.
Okay, I don't know if you'll remember, you weren't here, but in the last term of council, I don't know whether there was a special consideration given to someone who reached like 63 or 64, but was a retirement age, and their benefits were continued. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't, but through the chair, I understand what you mean, that if there were circumstances where there was a mutual agreement of separation without any separation-related costs, no, those are not included in this. This is specifically where either the employment relationship was severed because of termination, or if there was a mutual separation resulting from a litigation.
Okay, and part of the reason I've asked for all of this is, do we know that when 2018 ended with 194 employees terminated during that term of council, has the number of management employees, or considered people managers, anybody who has people reporting to them, has it increased since 2018 to today, or decreased, or remained the same?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact numbers, but definitely at the director levels, I can tell you that the number hasn't changed. At the people manager level, that would be something I would have to go back and check. Okay, because that's something that I would like to put a motion forward now to see. And again, I don't think this is any knowledge that people can't see. It's based on the Sunshine List, and that is, I just like to see 2020, 2019, and 2018, those non-unionized people who appeared on the Sunshine List, and I'd like to see, what their salary was, and their salary shouldn't be hidden if it was on the Sunshine List. It's common information. I'd like to see their salaries and the percentage increase that they received year over year up until 2020. And we can include their titles with that as well. I think the Sunshine List lists what their job title is as well, does it not? Through the chair, I believe it does. And I do, Councillor Bowman, have the numbers in front of me. So the staff, the executive staff, which is grade 10 and above, which means both levels of directors, commissioners, and CEO, the count has remained consistent from 2015 up till now, which is 38. And the management staff, which is grade 8 and 9, that has increased by 10 people. So in 2015, it was 95. In 2020, it's 115. However, the total number of staff in the corporation has changed. So it was about a little shy of 3,000 in 2015 and over 3,500 in 2020. Okay, but if you're looking for exactly itemized list, we can absolutely prepare that for you. Yeah, that's great, Sandeep, and it's great that you've got that knowledge there. I'd also like to know the number of direct reports that each of these people managers has or had. And the reason I'm asking for this is exactly what you said, Sandeep, that the numbers hadn't changed since 2018 to 2022. But the numbers that we see on the Sunshine List sure have. They've almost doubled. And I understand a lot of it is unionized and contracts and 5-year contracts that we've had. But that's why I'm asking for a breakout of the non-union staff that are there, so we can make a true comparison of how many people we've got in management positions and on the Sunshine List today than we did in 2018, and what's the total value of the total compensation that we pay these individuals. And it all stems back to McCarter's report. If those council members who were here last council remembered, McCarter said we were spending over 90% of the revenue that was coming in on staff salary levels. And so that's what I want to compare. I want to see if we're doing better, if we're doing worse, how do we compare? So, if you could put that together for me, and I guess we could bring that, how long would you need for that, Sandeep? I'm not quite sure, but maybe a couple of weeks at the next council meeting. But there is some context in what you said, Councillor, that I can maybe share a couple of comments on. Sure, but before you do, is next committee meeting okay, 2 weeks? Yes, we will make it work.
Okay, great. And go ahead.
Okay, so the comment you were making about the total number of people at the staff versus how many have been on the Sunshine List, we have taken a look over the last 5 years. And 2015 and 2016, really it was around 7 to 8% of people landed on Sunshine List. But there was a stark difference. It almost doubled in 2017, which is when we had almost 14% of the people show up on the Sunshine List. And since then, it's year over year increase that really comes from the salary progression. So it was 14% in 2017, still 14.1 in 2018, 15.5 in 2019, and 17.4 in 2020. So just wanted to share that from the perspective of we have been watching from a Sunshine List perspective, what proportion of people, including the consideration around salary progression and the economic adjustment, how many people, what proportion is actually showing up on the Sunshine List. Couple of things that were shared in a briefing note, I believe it was in April, was unique considerations of why there were greater number of people that landed on the Sunshine List. Not greater than our comparators, I would say, significantly low. However, if we were just to focus on the history in City of Brampton, I'm happy to repeat some of that rationale in terms of how did we land here, but I think it's also important, the report that you're talking about, we had a situation in 2015 resulting from that, which led to a pay freeze. And unfortunately, what happened was people managers started out of policy handling, which is what led to the creation of the salary administration policy that the council approved. And part of what we just talked about in the last report is a way to hold people accountable and making sure that everything that is happening is within the approval of the council. So I thought both of those comments hopefully contextualize what you're asking. But if you're looking for a line-by-line review, we will have that in 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, that's great, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate it for those people who are listening as well, who may not understand contextually what we do in terms of how people get raises. I know they don't know the actual system that we use, where people are graded as, meets all expectations and things like that. But we'll see that, I guess, when the report comes through, because I just want to make sure when we did that mass change, that was it almost eliminated a whole layer of management people, and I want to make sure that if that's changed and if we're increasing that management level again, I want to make sure that it's transparent and people understand why we're doing it. So yeah, if you can bring that report back, Sandeep, that would be fantastic. And thank you for all the answers.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Bowman, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much. Yeah, essentially, I think Councillor Bowman covered a lot of what I wanted to ask, and I do see that there's information coming back. I guess to start for you, Chair, touching on that number again, I think that Sandeep, you said it was constant non-union staff. Do you have a number, non-union staff, from, I guess, the period you're looking at, 2015 or 16 till now? So you said it's remained constant. Is that correct? Do you have?
Sorry, through the chair. So my comment was about the proportion of people that have landed on the Sunshine List, which was relatively constant between 2015 2016, then doubled in 2017, and since then has been nominal from a salary progression perspective.
Do you have exactly what would be, in terms of non-union staff, the numbers in 2016 versus what we have now?
Yes, I do. If you give me just a moment, I'm going to look that up. I have a number of files opened here. So
that's okay. You know what, to save everyone's time, I know we got other business to do. If you want to include that in the report, that is fine as well.
Okay, I have it here. Sorry.
Okay.
So you're looking, so I don't have it from 2015 onwards. I have it for the last 3 years in front of me.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
if you're, okay. So for non-union, in 2018, we had 310 people. In 2019, 336. And in 2020, 428, which was an increase of 92.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate the increase, but I guess it's interesting during COVID how there was this increase over the last year. And again, I think that's for another day, for another discussion. So, but I do appreciate the information. And I guess just lastly, I wouldn't mind hearing in the report, or I guess in the report coming back, in terms of the reorg, you talked about there was the reorg, yes, that we did last term, but in this term, we did do a reorg. And in my mind, we actually, because we created a new division, legislative services, in terms of savings and all that stuff, you know, so I don't want to get into all the details because certainly I know we have other council business, but can you maybe in the report back speak to the reorg, maybe provide the visual what we approved and what was sort of the business rationale for this reorg, and are we meeting our targets on what we approved in terms of this term of council's reorg?
Through the chair, I can definitely work with the organizational performance team that worked on the reorg to get you that data.
Great. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. I guess, Councilor Medeiros, to what you're asking for seems to be a separate item and apart from what is being discussed now. So my advice would be, one, it's either a separate item on the agenda or certainly a separate motion.
I'm happy to move a separate motion, a report just on the reorg that we referenced. So just on what we approved, what we achieved, and what's the sort of the data around it. Thank you, City Clerk.
Thank you. We have two motions on the floor. We have Councillor Santos next.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, so I know we're trying to look at comparison, just reading the motion here, and fine to see more information made available. I'm wondering if we could allow for a benchmarking against other municipalities, just to see, you know, what the salary comparisons are in similar positions across municipalities. And I would include in there the salary increases as well as any overtime pay, because I think it's important to provide a little bit of context and comparative analysis when we are looking at staff's salaries or corporate salaries in an organization. You can't really do that on its own. So I'm wondering, Sandeep, if there's an opportunity to include some benchmarking as well.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Santos. That will be a challenging exercise just for a couple of reasons, because we don't have the details of individual salaries for respective organizations. We only see a number, and we don't actually know what proportion of that number is their base salary versus expenses that they were owed or any special provisions. So it wouldn't really truly be an apples to apples, but if we can definitely call out the assumptions we're making and identify some risks in that just basic comparison based on titles. But maybe this is just a proposal if that's meaningful to you. What we can do more meaningfully is in partnership with the other organizations, especially our typical comparators, give you some understanding of the pay bands and how they're structured and how they probably impact different positions. So for example, we did this work, I believe, I think it was Councillor Medeiros who had asked me this request during budget time. And what we found was that the directors, for example, are consistently for both the lower tier, for lack of a better word, the grade 10 versus grade 11, both of those bands exist for City of Mississauga, for example, but the average salary is lower for City of Brampton. So even though we have comparable jobs, we try to be competitive. It in terms of the actual numbers, there are some assumptions that would have to be made to create that comparison. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, that would be fine. And I see, and it doesn't matter to me, Mr. Clerk, where it's for the benchmarking is added, but I would, would the salary also include overtime and anything related to benefits or car allowances?
So what you see on Sunshine List, it would be everything that has been paid. So 100% yes, overtime would get included. What external people like us looking at City of Mississauga don't know is that when a director's salary says a certain amount, what proportion of that is their actual salary versus what proportion is their overtime that is being paid, any vacation payout that they got, any expenses they were owed. Those are the features that we won't be able to comment on.
So is it possible then, as we get a report back, just to get clarity on what exactly may be included as part of the Sunshine List calculation? And on top of that, just for clarification, do any of our directors or senior managers or commissioners or the CEO, does anyone get paid overtime at all?
No. So management positions in general are exempt. However, during COVID, my understanding is different municipalities handled it differently. And as we've talked about it in many of the closed sessions, City of Brampton, as far as I'm aware, was the most conservative, or one of the most conservative. We did not process overtime for pretty much anyone in non-union, and definitely not for anyone who was in any management position. However, in other organizations, they have overtime, especially during emergencies for their management teams. And that can go up to commissioner level. And many others processed it at 1.5 times the pay. Some processed it at straight time. So a huge, significant comparison that City of Brampton did not process that overtime for any of its management positions. The only thing that was offered was, again, a very conservative, a maximum of 1 week of lieu time that employees could take over the next year. And that wasn't even given to everybody. It was really extremely lean.
So I'm sorry. So it was only 1 week of lieu time that was awarded to staff this past year, and no one got overtime.
No one. Well, unionized staff have to get overtime because that's part of the collective agreement. For non-union staff, there are very few positions where it's bound, like just grade 1, 2, and 3. But everybody else, no, they did not get overtime for all the hours worked. And if I may, this was a conversation that happened at the budget time. We had a hiring freeze in 2020. And the gap in dollars from not filling those positions, which created significant overwork for the staff that were doing the jobs, created 32 million, I believe, and Mark Medeiros can correct me, in savings. So if you think about the money that is spent on, for example, termination, which is for either productivity purposes or alignment purposes, and compare that to 6 times saving that is created from just the gapping dollars, not filling those positions. And then to contextualize, not only are people doing their operational jobs, they're also trying to cope and manage all the things that have come with COVID-19. So I think from that perspective, it's a lot that the staff have given, and it has been an incredible journey from a staff perspective.
Do we know, because I do remember that I believe the region, did they get paid overtime? Do we know?
As a regional councillor, may I invite you to have that conversation at region?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm pretty sure, and I feel like this is Groundhog Day again, but I did get clarification from in previous discussions on this that in fact, what the region did was provide overtime pay, and I believe there was, and I need to confirm this. I can confirm it tomorrow. A 7% automatic pay increase due to COVID. But is that correct?
So through the chair, so those are two separate things. So there is overtime pay that has been processed by most municipalities that have management overtime for emergencies, policy or practice. And then there is merit pay, which is based on performance management, which is something that we processed as well. But we did not do any blanket increases. It was the typical process of going through an evaluation by your direct manager, and then it actually gets validated at multiple levels to make sure that it is comparable to fairness and equity standards across the corporation. So two separate things, the overtime and then the merit pay. We only processed merit pay and did not do so as a blanket, while several other municipalities did both overtime and merit pay.
Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear, and that's why I think the benchmarking is important, because if we are, saying that the salary increases are, unreasonable or too high, I think it's important that we compare that to what other municipalities have been doing, and where there is a comparative analysis and whether or not we are actually competitive. And based on this conversation in the past year, it sounds like we were very conservative when it came to actually providing any sort of compensation given the amount of time and work that staff have been doing over the past year, relative to some other municipalities who were providing overtime and we chose not to. So it'll be interesting to see what that benchmarking comparative analysis looks like, and appreciate any information you could provide. Thanks, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and I see Mayor Brown next.
Yeah, just briefly, I know when it comes to severances, and separation agreements, that a lot of this is dealt with in camera, and I appreciate Councillor Bowman wanting to make this as transparent as possible, because I do think it's important for the public to know the context of everything. And the reality is, it's easy to figure out. You look at the Sunshine List and you look at some of the names on the Sunshine List who are previous staff members. And if you look at what they're getting paid on the Sunshine List, it's very easy to deduce what the severance was. And now I'm seeking guidance from Peter Fay here of what we can share and what we can't share. But I guess my question to Sandeep and Peter, insert yourself if it goes into anything that relates to in camera, but I believe that there are the most significant severance relates to one individual that is an ongoing legacy cost of this city council, not someone that we hired and not someone that we wrote the contract for. And so in terms of looking at some of the ongoing legacy costs, there are costs that will show for a period of time based on contractual agreements. And so would it be fair to say that there are some large severances that make up a significant portion of this total sum? Sandeep?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Mayor. The answer is yes. There are some that disproportionately contribute.
And I guess to Peter Fay, if I ask what the largest severance is, given the fact that it's publicly available on the Sunshine List, am I allowed to ask that question, or is that considered privileged?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Mayor's question, all that's on the Sunshine List is a name, a title, and I guess what amounts to total compensation. As to the variable or the portions that make up that compensation, if committee wanted to talk about specifics for specific individuals, my guidance would be that should be closed session, and if we're going to talk about individuals.
Am I allowed to ask what the largest severance amount is?
Are you looking for the answer of a name?
Nope, the total amount.
Of dollar amount? I guess that could be a question that's asked, but it may then could be alluded to an identifiable individual based on some of the commentary and comments that have been made already in this session. And I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, I trust Peter's guidance. I don't mean to put you in a difficult position. I think the response by the HR director that there is some particular severance that is the most significant speaks for itself, and that's all I wanted to say is that we can't lose context of that. These are costs that we live with, but we're not contracts that we wrote. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Councillor Frattini.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So Sandeep, if I know we're talking about all these pay increases, and I remember at the beginning we asked for a pay freeze, and I know a couple of councils supported that. Can we break it down if we would have had a pay freeze? How much the savings would have been, or is it too hard?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Frattini. I don't think so. It's exactly the amount that you approved at the time of budget that would have gone to merit increases, which is about I will look to Mark Medeiros, acting treasurer, if he's on the call. So that would be exactly the amount that you approved would be what the saving would be.
So what
Which is
was the
about
amount?
2.5 million, I think, or 2 million. I don't know if Mark is here, but we can get you the exact number.
I thought it was around the 4.6. Mark, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Fortini, the merits program was about $2.5 million.
Okay, so if we will approve the back, then we will save that money. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess, again, for clarification, following the mayor's line of questioning, to the director, Sandeep, severance costs are inherited year to year from previous, be it councils or previous contracts. And we have talked about this again. So can you clarify, for example, the severances that we pay out are contracts that are from previous councils at times, and vice versa?
Through the chair, yes. So what I noted in my report is that the city has had significant instability. We've had 8 CEOs across the last 10-year time period, and each one of them had different preferences in terms of what they believed was competitive in adding to the employment contracts. So that variability then gets inherited by whoever comes next. So 2 things that determine what somebody lends in final separation costs. One would be whatever was confirmed or given to them at the time of the contract. So that's a contractual obligation. And then, of course, whatever they negotiate with the person who decided to terminate them. So it's really both pieces have a direct influence on what the person walks away with.
Thank you. And I guess just a couple of the comments there from previous councillors when essentially, why is this information important? I think that the narrative is important. When we talk about benchmarking, ultimately, and I've said this before, when everything that we do really should be at the core of all our decision making is the resident. So at the end of the day, the fact that we say that we're competitive with one jurisdiction or another, to a resident, some of these salaries kicking around, not just withstanding the sunshine list and the amount, they're very handsome salaries. And I know these are difficult discussions to have here. I know a lot of us have personal relationships in terms of professional relationships, better the term, with the staff we work with. But ultimately, when we talk about value for money, these are not just terms. When we talk about previous strategies, and there was an attempt to rein in the salaries, and Councillor Bowman earlier referenced the Jim McCarter report. And, so I think these discussions are good as part of the narrative. Why is this information important? Benchmarking with other municipalities, who's on the sunshine list or on the unsunshine list, gives you a little snapshot, but we're not going to get to what the amount, because if you look at even how many staff people work in one municipality, well, look at what their deliverables and what align it with against what their goals and their objectives are for that council. So it's really not comparing apples to oranges to say that, I remember when I started in 2014 and previous to many of us here, the joke was, and you can go around and do this, that many senior staff at the city of Brampton came from Mississauga because we were paying higher salaries. So much to the point where Mississauga councillors would say that we were stealing all their talent because of we were paying premium dollar. So it was very common that you would see this coming forward. And that's why in previous council, we attempted to rein in the salaries. And this one, I think what's important, and that's why I'm looking forward to the reports coming back. And these discussions are challenging discussions, but they shouldn't be discussions where we feel defensive to say that one term of council is better than the other, or one's mismanagement is better than the other. I don't think, at the end of the day, what do residents want? Are you protecting my tax dollar? And I recall when you go back and we think about, yes, COVID's been very difficult. But when I hear, for example, how difficult, and it's probably been very difficult for staff, but when you want to compare it to residents who've lost their jobs, businesses who have closed, I'm not so sure that you're going to get residents who, and granted, even ourselves, myself as a councillor, received, monthly payments as we were bi-monthly. We got paid. We never got a break in our pay, and we continue to work. So I think these discussions are important, but I would hate for us to lose sight that why are these discussions important? It's not for us to be, comparing, this or calling out. It's really for us to let the resident know the value for money, transparency and accountability, but to really see what are we doing with our finances. And clearly, when we have an increased number of people that have been hired at the City of Brampton, corresponding to what we've just done, we've gone through COVID. So I almost find, during the COVID period, I almost found it, grotesque to a certain perspective, that you would see a lot of job ads during a time of COVID when, a lot of the work that we were doing, great work, don't get me wrong, but there wasn't an expansion of a lot of this work, as were the pay increases. And, there were, and I've said that many times, while we're on one end freezing taxes, on the other end, we had bonuses and salary increases and so on. And, I do remind that there was an option for us to have gone through a salary freeze, and Respect Council did not, and certainly, but these are difficult discussions, but this is not because that we don't appreciate our staff, but ultimately our job here is to protect our residents and defend our residents and represent our residents. So when we lose focus on these internal little chat debates and trying to provide perspective on, well, that municipality pays that and that, ultimately a resident here, and I could be begged to differ, really don't care what's happening in one jurisdiction or another. They're concerned with the salaries we're paying here, right here at the City of Brampton, and what are we doing to ensure that there's financial integrity and discipline in this municipality. So I just think that, previous to our discussion when we talked about Brampton Re-Envisioned and all these other things, well, we seem to, put a lot of great initiatives and great ideas, but we do have to pay the buck somehow. And I will say paying the buck, when we look at, have we put money to some of our initiatives, have we put money to, those are the type of things that we have to think about. So I think these are really good, healthy discussions, and they have to, and they show the residents that we're really thinking about these issues. So I thank Councillor Bowman for holding the report, and I thank staff for having bringing this information forward. But it is important, and it helps us communicate on what we're doing. So I'm fine, and I do see that Sandeep has a further comment, but I will leave it up to the chair. I have no further questions or comments, unless based on the comments I received, there might be following questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sandeep, you can respond, and I'll pass it on to Councillor Santos, and wrapping up will be Councillor. Sandeep, your mic is on mute.
Thank you for that. I appreciate Councillor Madero's your comments, and through the chair, I wanted to take just an opportunity to talk about that lens in one line about when we talk about our fiscal responsibility. Yes, we had almost $5 million in termination or separation costs in 2020, but we also had, you talk about the jobs coming out with the increases. Yes, so $5 million in separation, $2.5 million in merit pay, not bonuses, no overtime, $32 million in savings from the overwork for all the positions that were on freeze. And right now, I am, as an HR director, very concerned about the morale and the well-being of the organization. People have worked extremely hard, and of course, everybody's also dealing with all the additional facets that come with the pandemic. So we are at a very critical juncture, and my invitation and hope would be that when we're looking at the fiscal responsibility, looking at all of these things together and not separately. So it's just an invitation because on the inside, and hearing directly from the contributions and concerns from staff, I hope we can do better in recognizing the contributions that the City of Brampton staff have been making, especially since 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to comment about the benchmarking stuff. From my perspective, I just want to know. I want to know where we stand relative to other municipalities in terms of directors, commissioners, etc. I think it's important for us to know as board of directors, any corporation, they do their own comparisons amongst other corporations as to how much people get paid relative to your organization. It's part of talent recruitment, talent retention, etc. So I would like to know, and happy to share with my residents, and share with my residents transparently what other municipalities pay similar roles. The other thing that I just wanted to share, and Sandeep, you kind of brought it up because I'm concerned about it too, is the morale of staff. Every single time we talk about these sorts of things, every single time things get reported in the media and staff names get thrown in the media, it does damage to the morale of the staff. And so I hear you, Sandeep, and regardless of the conversations that are happening now, I believe that staff have been doing a tremendous job, and I appreciate you. I know that Councillor Vicente appreciates you. Some of my colleagues, most of my colleagues, hopefully appreciate the staff who've been working their butts off, not getting overtime pay, being at town hall meetings, working towards last-minute requests and motions that council brings forward on a weekly basis. And so I appreciate you, we appreciate you, despite these difficult conversations that are happening. And I could totally appreciate how this may be impacting your morale. The final thing I want to add is I'm wondering, to Sandeep's point, if we can get a bigger picture on this and get an understanding of how much savings staff have been able to produce based on some of the things that happened over the past year with respect to staffing, etc., and gapping, etc. I'm wondering if we could get that information so we can also have a more bigger, wholesome picture with our own context as well. Is that possible?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Santos. Absolutely. I will work with the respective stakeholders. As I said, there were a number of parties involved in these different pieces, so we will make sure we'll do the best to provide that consistent, higher level context and picture.
Yeah, that would be great, because I think that's an important piece of the story around this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy.
Call the question.
Call the question. We have to vote on a call to question. So we'll take a vote for call to question. Is any member opposed?
Sorry, through the chair, I haven't spoken to this. Do I?
You will get to speak after the. Yeah, exactly. Right. Correct me if I'm wrong, clerk. If it passes, any member who hasn't spoken will get to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're correct. You can take the vote and call the question now, but after it carries, any member who has not spoken in this debate will be given an opportunity to speak, and then we proceed with the vote.
Okay, Councillor Pleshy, do you still wish to call the question?
Yeah, I think we've exhausted the conversation. I know there's councillors that haven't spoken, they can still speak. So yeah.
Okay. Okay, a vote on call the question. Is any member opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that carries. Councillor Williams, you will be the final speaker. Thank you. Councillor Williams, I think your mic is on mute.
It's on. Be broken up. Can you hear me? I'll.
No, I don't think we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yep, that's better.
Can you hear me? Okay. Just a quick question. Do we have any executive directors?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Willens. We do have executive directors in the sense that there is a band that is referred to as executive directors, but we don't use that terminology. So grade 11 directors are considered executive directors.
Okay, that can come back in the report then, because last term of council we got rid of executive directors. So, but you can come back, bring it back in the report.
Okay, will do.
All right, I will move on. We have two motions on the floor. The first motion is moved by Councillor Bowman. Is any member opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that carries. The second motion is moved by Councilor Medeiros. Is any member opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that carries as well. Moving on to the next item is a discussion, that was removed by Councilor Dillon. So we are at public question period. Do any members have any questions? And public question period to the clerk, is there any questions?
Mr. Chair, there are no questions for this section.
Perfect. I will pass it on to Councilor Vicente on the Public Works, to take over the Public Works section. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next item, members of committee, is item
Sorry,
11.2.
my apologies, Councillor Vicente. I had asked her carrot, Councillor Singh, for a question during Councillor question period.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Yep, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, so it was interesting. I think a councillor raised the issue of morale. So my question to staff, what's been reported on, I guess, various surveys that have done? Can we get, do we have information on staff, what type of surveys we've done at the city in terms of staff morale, if people feel they have the opportunity to move up the ladder in the corporation? How many of them, for example, are actually Bramptonians getting opportunities at the city? Do they feel that the competitions and the hiring process is transparent and gives them an opportunity to move up the ladder in the corporation? So those are some of the questions that I would expect in a survey. Does the HR director maybe want to respond to that?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Medeiros. So the type of survey you're talking about would typically be called an employee engagement survey, and such a survey has not been done at the city since 2013. However, as part of the HR strategic initiatives, which was included in the report that I shared in January, the intention is to host such a survey in fall of this year. The two other questions that you asked, which was about the feelings and morale piece, there was a survey done last year in June, basically in the context of COVID and understanding how people are doing and what resources they may need. Happy to share those results with you. It was June or July of last year. And overall, based on the work that you actually shared, there was a motion that was passed a month or so ago around economic recovery for Bramptonians and supports around. Preliminary, and we will be coming back with a report, it shows that over 60% of all staff at the organization are from Brampton, and we have had individualized conversations with different operating departments to talk about the trends over the last at least 3 years, if not 5. So there will be another source that will be sharing that information.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. No public question period. Councilor Vicente, I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you, Chair. Members of committee, we're now in Public Works. And our next item is item 11.2.1, a staff report regarding the provisions of free menstrual products in all public washrooms at the City of Brampton. I believe this was held by Councillor Santos. Councillor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to very quickly say thank you to the staff for putting this together within a week. And I know that Kana, the delegate who brought this forward, is watching. I know that she's very pleased, and I wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge it because it takes a lot of courage for a young woman to come delegate to council on a topic like menstruation to a council that's predominantly male. It takes a lot of courage to publicly do that. So Kana, I'm very happy that you did it, and this is certainly a good step forward for us when it comes to gender equity and addressing period poverty. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor, would you like to move the report?
Yes, please.
Okay, members, I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to approve the report recommendations. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Mr. Clerk, are we now moving to question period as well? Or do we have one more item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have 2 new items under other new business. The first is item 11.3.3, added item by Councillor Fortini regarding the LRT, and the second is 11.3.4, again by Councillor Fortini regarding bike lanes.
Councillor Fortini, let's begin with the LRT item that you raised. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm going to remove this since we had a discussion on that already today. Okay. And Mr. Clerk, I also had the part about Howden Recreation Center.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that item will come up under Community Services section.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I know we approved a bunch of bike lanes. And again, I'm not saying I'm not approving bike lanes. I'm not in favor or against it. I am in favor of it. But, I had 108 people complaining in the G section when we put in these bike lanes in certain areas in front of their driveways, and we're taking their parking spots when they get visits. So we have a bylaw, we can't widen the driveways. This weekend was Mother's Day, and I know it's COVID, but if it was a regular day and people have visitors to come, they got nowhere to park. That's one thing. The other second is they come down this, if you go up Glenova, there's bike lanes and there's no driveways there. It's not affecting anyone. That's great. But if you go on Glenville, where the driveways are, it's going to be blocking people's driveways. And when you come to the light on Queen, this morning there was 12 cars waiting for a left turn and 9 cars going straight. Once we bring this to a one lane and everyone is going to be backed up to make a left turn, it's just going to cause more congestion and more smoke. So I think we got to look at this where we should put the bike lanes. And again, I'm in favor of it, but certain areas we have to use common sense. And I'm sure none of us would like bike lanes in front of our driveways if they're facing a main road. And now they took the whole parking spots away. And they got nowhere for company to park. So I'm just asking staff to take a look at this, put a pause on that area. The residents are all mad. They were never engaged. All of a sudden signs went up and I'm plastered with emails. I did send some to the mayor. And I have 108 emails and complaints on that area in the G section. So William Parkway, North Park, stuff like that. We're moving traffic. We're moving the bikes. That's great. But where there's a road, where there's driveways facing on both sides, it's causing a lot of problems for when you get visitors at your home. So I'd like for staff to look at that.
Okay, I believe that is a motion.
Yes.
Put on the floor by Councillor Fortini. I have Councillor Pleshy, you were referring to the previous item, so next is Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I've had a number of conversations with Councillor Fortini about this, and let me say that I appreciate that Councillor Fortini is a big supporter of active transportation and getting people moving. I don't think his request is inconsistent with our council's commitment to expand active transportation. I have asking staff to look at if there are alternatives where there is a left turn lane is not saying we don't want a bike path. It's simply saying is that where there's a single lane of traffic and a left turn lane that would cause a backup of traffic, is there a possibility to put the bike lane on green space in that same area? So I think creative minds can always find solutions. And as we build an active transportation infrastructure in the city, which is really exciting, we're going to find things that are challenges. We're going to find routes that may create problems we didn't envision. But I think the key thing is that we are remaining committed to wanting to change lifestyles, to wanting to encourage more active lifestyles, encourage active transportation. And when we run into problems, we'll adapt and find solutions. And I think what Councillor Fortini is saying is he's found an issue that's caused significant community feedback and concern, and he wants us to look at it if there is a reasonable alternative. And I think that should definitely be looked at, and I welcome the motion.
And through the chair, and yeah, and also the driveways. I'm very worried. Like I say, if you got company over, where are they going to go park? We have a bylaw, you can't wind your driveways. And if you have someone coming over for 1 hour, they're just blocking the paths for the bikes anyway. So I think, I'm glad you're supporting it. And, and I have to listen to the residents. I was bombarded in the last 3-4 days. And I know I've been bombarded on Twitter. If they think I'm against bike lanes, I'm not. I was in favor of it. But we got to use common sense, too. If you're going to put in some front of someone's driveway, we got to look at those things. So thank you so much for supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holmes.
I just wanted to, through the chair, I just wanted to ask Councillor Fortini, would you be able to give us some specific areas that you wanted to look at? Because as you know, we developed the active transportation plans with our partners in planning. We had those where what we were going to implement and where we were going to implement was reviewed by I think the planning committee, and I think it was taken to the biking committee as well. Ahead of that, we've tried to inform residents by sending out postcards, by putting up signs, because I think part of the complaints from last year was that they weren't aware that this was happening. You know, we've got contracts that have been awarded. We're ready to go on this work. So I just want to be really clear about what we're doing and what we're not doing, because now we've got messaging and approvals out there for work that is supposed to proceed this summer. So if you could provide us some clarification on some specific areas that you'd like us to look at, that would be helpful.
Looking at one road is Glenvale. Like, I understand Central Parkway, there's no driveways, there's no one there, nor North Park, fine, we had green space, but we didn't put them on. But this one here is a road that ends up on Queen, and it backs up waiting for a left turn. And there's also people's homes there. And, you know, like, so we could maybe bring the route somewhere else. And this road here, I just got bombarded in the last 4 or 5 days and saying, you're putting bike lanes in. Where am I going to park a car if I have company? And unless we're giving these guys, say, okay, go ahead, take up your lawn, make your driveways a whole lawn, so you got company, you have parking spots. So it's very unfair for those. I have no problem with Central Parkway and other areas. You know, we put a pause last year because they said they had to paint the lines when they did the asphalt for 10 days. So how come we're not resurfacing these roads and then put the lines? So, you know, like, I'm not going to get into that, but at the end, you know, the residents were upset, and I went there yesterday morning. There was a backed up cars trying to turn on Queen. They're backed up this morning. School's not open. People are not working from home, so I get their point. And if someone's pretty close to that area and it's backed up 15, 20 cars, they won't even be able to get out of their driveway because they're backed up. So it's dangerous for the driveway. It's dangerous for the cycling, and also removing their parking. So Glenvale is one of the roads that goes from Central Parkway to Queen Street. The rest, you know, I have no issues. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, I see no further questions with regards to this motion. So, members, you have the motion in front of you, taken as read. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. So, members of committee, our next item is correspondence, item 11.4.1, correspondence from Deborah Martin Downs, Chief Administrative Officer of the Credit Valley Source Protection Authority, regarding the joint nomination of one representative to the CTC Source Protection Committee. This was held by Councillor Paleshi. Councillor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that was there an opportunity to put a name forward for a request?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could start. So this correspondence is seeking a Region of Peel geographic area representative for the Source Protection Committee for a 5-year appointment term as set out in the correspondence. They're looking for a name by June 30th. It does say in the correspondence that it does not need to be a member of council. It can be a citizen, or it can be a member of staff. And it is to be a representative to serve on behalf of the entire Region of Peel. And the same letter, I understand, has been sent to the City of Mississauga, Town of Caledon, looking for a representative, and they're asking actually that the various municipalities collaborate on this. I can advise that we have not at this point, at least not at the clerk's level, and I do understand that the person that was the representative previously that has now created this vacancy was a staff person, I believe, at the Region of Peel.
Okay, so then I would probably support this going to the region for the discussion. I don't know if we necessarily want to get involved at the city level. So maybe the best course of action, Peter, if all of council supports having the discussion just at the region.
So, Councillor, you just want to refer the correspondence to the region for discussion there?
For sure, yeah. I know it's been sent to the region, but I think it's just a conversation that we should be having at the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So next, we have public question, councillor question period. Do any members have questions for this section? Seeing none. Next, move on to public question period. Are there any members of the public who have submitted questions for committee at this time, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, there are, but before we go to that, I just want to, the last motion, the referral motion, there was no vote taken on that for the correspondence to the region appeal. So if you could.
Is there, I believe Councillor Pleshy had mentioned that it was already sent to the region, so I don't know if we need a motion.
We do not, unless it's just a motion to receive the correspondence.
Okay, so a motion from Councillor Pleshy to receive the correspondence. All in favor or any opposed? There are none opposed, so that carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there are a number of questions that have come in to public question period for this particular section, all relate to the issue of bike lanes. I know it's late in the afternoon, so I'm going to suggest I read all three questions, and then if staff are available, if there's a response that can be provided. So the first question is from Chris Drew, and the question is, with respect to the bike lane discussion at today's council meeting, or it's a committee meeting, I have a question for city staff regarding Brampton's bike lane expansion. My parents are in their late 60s and early 70s and live in Bramalea. Cycling has become an important way for them to stay fit and healthy. They use the on-street bike lanes and support them. We know that health promotion and seniors getting physically active is critical to the healthcare success for Bramptonians. A healthier Brampton means less pressure on the hospital. Can city staff please describe in detail how expanding Brampton's bike network, including on-street bike lanes, will help Brampton achieve its health promotion and healthcare goals? Further, can city staff please confirm that research such as an October 2014 paper entitled Healthy Street Evidence Review by Toronto Public Health has confirmed on-street bike lanes are not only good for the reasons just mentioned, but also create safer roads as they help to regulate the speed at which drivers use the roads? And could you confirm that the City of Brampton is trying to be a Canadian leader when it comes to road safety? That is the first question. I'll read the second question. The second question is from Lisa Stokes. Will staff confirm that the bike lanes that are planned for the G section and Bramalea are important for creating the connectivity and safe cycling space laid out in the Active Transportation Master Plan, which was passed unanimously by this council? Also, will staff please confirm who owns municipal roads, and does the city have the right to restrict parking on them? And finally, the third question is from Dale Lang. There is a bit of a preamble regarding Bike Brampton and their support for the Brampton's 2020 plan bike lane infrastructure. The specific questions are, please explain the priority for car parking in the city of Brampton, given that the 2040 vision prioritizes pedestrians first, cyclists second, transit third, goods movement fourth, shared vehicles fifth, and private vehicles sixth. And secondly, and the final question, please explain how preventing bike lanes in an area ideally suited for complete streets, safety, and network connectivity aligns with Brampton's 2040 vision, where Vision Zero fatalities should be emphasized. And those are the questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
It's Mayor Brown here. I can attempt to answer the first one, and then I'm not sure if any commissioners want to speak to the other questions to the chair, if that's appropriate.
Please proceed, Mayor.
On how bike lines help with healthcare, I would say that's a very good question. And thank you, Chris Drew, for incorporating that into your question. If you look at the pressure on our healthcare system, one of the biggest issues in Peel Region, and it's the elephant in the room, is cardiac issues. And so part of this is diet, but part of this is lifestyle. And so we need to create more active lifestyles. And so I view bike lanes as part of the solution, whether we just need to create a more active community. And there are many ways to create a more active community. Having lots of recreation opportunities is one, encouraging walking trails, running trails, parks, green spaces. But bicycling as a form of transportation has been shown internationally to be very efficient in terms of changing behavior that leads to more active lifestyles. If you look at the Nordic countries and some of the European models where they have a greater integration of active transportation, you see there's a corresponding reduction of healthcare costs. So I'm a big believer. Some of the dividends on our bike lane investments don't necessarily show up in a municipal budget, don't necessarily show up in a
Mayor Brown, I'm not sure if we lost you.
it really transforms the cost structure. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, are we having connectivity issues?
Through you, Mr.
Can you hear me,
yes.
Councillor Vicente?
Yeah, you're just cutting in and out, I believe. I'm not sure if it's me or you.
Oh, so I'm not sure what part was missed then.
If you could just go back about a minute.
Okay, well, I was just saying that if you look at some of the Nordic and European countries, that active transportation, creating healthy lifestyles has a corresponding reduction in healthcare cost. It may not show up in our budget, municipal budget, but it will certainly pay dividends long term when it comes to provincial healthcare budgets. Cardiac issues are a leading cause of healthcare cost, and so I do believe that this is a great contribution to how we manage escalating healthcare costs in Canada by changing lifestyles. Part of it's diet, but part of it's activity. And so I think Chris is onto something very accurate here, that this is a way the city can contribute positively.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I believe that Richard Ford and members of his team can address the others.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. So I'll try to tackle a couple of them. So first of all, in terms of roads and who owns the roads, for the most part, the city owns the right-of-way. However, there's exceptions where, you know, a road has not been assumed or what have you, but the majority of roads are owned by the city. And yes, the city has the ability to pass a parking bylaw that restricts parking. In terms of the reversing of the hierarchy, yes, council recently passed as part of the transportation master plan update a series of principles in terms of how we move forward with the update to the transportation master plan. And it was really reversing the hierarchy. So it was putting people first, obviously, and then bicycles, and then other types of modes of transportation up to, and finally, the car. So that's going to be the lens on which we update our transportation master plan. Now, there was a question regarding bike lane safety. I wonder, Nelson is filling in for Henrik, who's not available today. I wonder if you can just maybe speak to some components of that question.
For sure. Thanks, Richard. And through you, Chair, in response to the question, I think the second piece to Chris Drew's question relates to sort of the safety of the road and what benefits, safety benefits, you know, referring to that article from, you know, Toronto Public Health. What we're doing really on a road like Glenville, which is really a collector road, is we're sort of right-sizing it. I mean, this is a 4-lane road that runs through a community with homes that front onto it. You know, we're by adding, you know, the bicycle lanes and taking away one travel lane in each direction, what we're doing is we're making an environment that's a little less harsh for the people that don't own a car, don't have access to a car, younger residents that are trying to access the parks and the trails that are really serviced by a road like Glenville. So I think, or any of these collector roads, sorry, I shouldn't be, not specific to Glenville, but this entire program this year, I think it was just about taking a lot of those collector roads and right-sizing them. By adding, you know, the bicycle lane, we reduce vehicle speeds, we cut the amount of cut-through traffic that's, you know, using this community as a shortcut. There's all sorts of benefits from a safety perspective by introducing these bike lanes, in addition to providing that network, you know, that provides people with an alternative way of getting around, a healthier way of getting around. At least they have that option, right? So hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, well, it's good to bring up this discussion from time to time. And I know if I might just have a bit of leeway just to speak briefly here, as chair of works, when the city adopted the 2040 vision, a lot of the comments around that point in time were, well, we hope it's not going to sit on the shelf and not be realized. And so it takes, I think, firm resolve and a lot of dedication on the time of staff, members of council, and also it takes work by members of the public to understand just what kind of a city it is that we want. And so I know in our wards, both Councillor Santos and I, when we have questions with regards to the cycling lanes, we try to explain to residents the concepts of the 2040 vision, the reprioritizing of streets. And when we explain it, they understand and they get really excited about what the changes will mean for the future. So it's a bit of learning days for many people and for us still. And so it's all part of a process, and I think it's positive for the future. I see Councillor Fortini, you're up.
Okay, I think was Mr. Communication here. I'm not saying I don't want the bike lanes. And Paul, you can knock yourself out and put all the bike lanes you want in your area. I have no problem. But I have no problem in my area. But when you have to take people's driveways and parking spots away, that causes a problem in my area. I have 108 people sending me emails. So are we allowing now to wind their driveway so they get parking? Where are they going to go park? That's the difference. So we could find alternate routes. I have no problem. I didn't say I don't want them in my area, but certain areas, we got to look at the road. And if you have company coming over and you have 2 or 3 of your kids coming in with cars and they got nowhere to park, where do you expect them to park? On the grass? So when they say there's 4 lanes, there's only not 4 lanes there. There's 1 lane on each side. That's what it is. There's 1 yellow light. So I don't know what the staff is saying. I live around the corner here and I drive by there every day. There's a lane going north and a lane going west. It's wide enough to have a parked car, to have 2 lanes, but there's only 1. And it's congested right to the back now, making a left turn. And regardless of the left turn, I thought we were looking at the environment, the smog. And when you got cars idling, we have a bylaw. You can't have your car idle more than 5 minutes. That's going to hold a lot of things back. And how are the people going to get out of their driveway closer to Queen Street when it's backed up? So these are the things I'm looking at. I'm not saying don't put the bike lanes.
Through the chair, it's Richard. We'll definitely look at that, Councillor Fortini, and have a look as Mayor Brown indicated. Like as these things come up, then we pause, we have a look, and just make sure that it makes sense for everybody. So we'll definitely have a look.
And thank you so much. And that's all I'm saying is like you got to look at the residents' point of view too. Say you got no company. I can't wind my driveway. Where are they going to park? There's no side streets there. It's a long stretch from Central Parkway to Queen. So at the end of the day, unless they go park a kilometer away when they get a visitor, they're going to be blocking the lanes anyway. So as a bike's going to go around, isn't that going to cause it dangerous? Are we going to put signs, no parking? And Councillor Vicente, you only have 1 area that have bike lanes. Start putting them in your area and see how many calls you get. And then we'll talk about it. And again, I have no issue with bike lanes. I know I've been attacked on Twitter. I'm not going to lose no sleep over either. But I got to worry about my residents here contacting me, and I sent them out to the mayor. So at the end of the day, like we could work a solution one way or another, and accommodate the bikes and accommodate the residents at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini, and I agree with you. It does take work. So with all of that, and apologies to members of the committee if we went over the time limits, I can now pass the chair over to Councillor Santos to chair the community services section of today's committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. The next section is community services. I believe 12.2.1 was put into consent, which leaves us with Councillor question period 12.5. Do any members have any questions related to community services? Seeing none.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
My apologies. There was the added item from Councillor Fortini, 12.3.1, regarding the Howden Recreation Centre.
Right. Apologies, Councillor Fortini. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's okay, Madam Chair. So I just wanted a discussion here. So, I got an email about 2 weeks ago. The Howden Recreation is being torn down. And, we're not building our new recreation center in the same footprint. And I don't understand why we're tearing a building down that's being used when the new building is going to be built in 2023, and it's not even going to be built in the same place as the old one, when the old one's being used. And, you know, to tear down a building doesn't take more than 3 weeks. Meanwhile, here we have Victoria Park Arena that should be taken down, and we're working backwards. So I want staff, and this was approved in 2017. With the construction costs going up now, lumber 200%, concrete 35%, and all the other material, this building is going to cost $10 million more to build. $10 million, we could have a second recreation center. And I don't understand why is it taking Realty so long to do a land swap. It's been over 3 years. So that's why I want the staff to tell me, why are we building in 2023? And why did we take it down now when the new building is not being built? If I have 1 acre land and I have a house and I'm building it Overmore, why would I take my house down and go rent and then build a new one? I think I would build a new one and then take my old one down. So if I want staff to comment on that.
So Councilor Fortin, through the chair, just looking back into some of the history of Howden in particular, from what I understand, that we had originally were looking to get some land acquisition in order to be able to get some frontage onto Central Park in order to build the new facility for Howden. And from what I understand is that land acquisition was not successful, so there were additional discussions that happened with council, and in February 2019, it looks like that staff was given permission to go into negotiations with the Dufferin Peel Catholic School Board, so for a land swap. So that has been going on for the last year or so. From the BDC point of view, we understand that the MOU was starting to near completion at the beginning of this year, so that's why we had put forward, and we are preparing an RFP to get the design out. That MOU was executed in April 2001. Now, we won't get the land. The land deal won't be closed until November, but now that we have certainty on the land, we are able to go ahead with the design. Now, the design of a building of that nature is going to take, I don't know, it's going to take a year, maybe just over a year, and then we can put that out to tender, and then we can start to construct. So there was a bit of time associated with land exchanges, and I understand that there was another land acquisition in 2018 that was not successful. What the details of those land acquisitions and discussions were, I'm not really sure, Councillor. We'd have to go back and take a look. But rest assured that we are committed as soon as we could, as soon as we had surety or certainty, if you will, on the land, that we are as BDC able to go forward and start working on the building. Now the soccer field as well, that's a separate project, so that's going through in partnership with Parks. The process for that in terms of detailed design and getting that going is already underway. We expect that the tender package for that soccer field will be out shortly, and that construction will be underway over the summer, so that we are ready for completion for September 2021. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, Councillor. I know there were some issues and some concerns about the land acquisitions and the land exchange. Those are always complicated discussions. We can try and get some more details for you, but the good news is that we are moving forward. And I know when I first came on board as acting, you said you wanted the Howden to be demoed. So we demoed it. So anyway, I hope we're not changing our minds because it's gone. But the good part is it does provide a clean slate for us to be able to build a new facility.
Through the chair,
Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank you,
Napier.
thank you, Jane. And, and I get that, but we worked on this design. We had a town hall with Gail and myself at Chinguacousy Park, and all the residents were there showing them the pictures and the design. That was in 2017. And everyone had their input. The only complaints we had, we're not going to put a swimming pool. And now we're still back at this design. If the design was done then, it makes no difference if you're putting on this footprint, or you're moving it 300 meters or 400 meters, or you're building in the same location. I thought the design was done. All the residents were there looking at pictures. And I keep hearing this design. But my thing is, why did we tear it down if we're not building the same footprint while it's being used? Well, I said demo to start the construction, but not to demo. And we're going to start construction 2023. And here it is 2 years when residents could still use it, and seniors, and there's a daycare, wherever there is there. Now where these people are going to go? That's my only question. So I figured they're going to tear it down and start. Then I get an email 2023. I think we're working a little bit backwards, and this has been a slow process, very slow. Thank you. Question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Sorry, through the chair, Councilor Fortini, if I could just add, I know when we're doing, buildings and looking at programming and we're engaging with the public, we do go out with concepts and renderings and things like that to be able to get the public excited about what's coming, but also to get their input on what's important to them and what they want to see in their new facility and what they don't, and get some ideas from them. So a lot of times those renderings, they're really well done, so it looks like there's a design underway, but in actuality, we're not building off renderings. Those are just really to, try to confirm the programming with the public. So I just offer that just because a lot of times people think that, just because we have some pictures and some drawings and some renderings that the design is well underway, but it's really hard to do that unless you understand or that you have all your land issues sorted out.
Thank you, Jane. And
Thank you. And I get that, Jane, and I get that, all that. But now 8 years later, there's different residents there. It's not the same residents we had the town hall, and you have their input. So that's where everyone's flipping now, saying, we're putting a playground behind the backyards. How come we weren't consulted? We did have a town hall, but the residents, within the years, they changed. The different residents there. So now they're all new people. So that's where it's raising a lot of flags. Thank you. I think, Rwanda, the commissioner wanted to say something?
I was trying to. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fortini. Commissioner Nader has been wanting to respond. So Commissioner Nader, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair to the councillors. So Jane was correct. I mean, the city had originally approached the adjacent church, but those negotiations had fallen through. There was an MOU signed, and given with the agreement of the land swap, was that one of the terms was that the school board is that we had to reconstruct the school's field on the property, which required the demolition of the existing field. So that's the work that's being done currently and should be done by fall, likely September. And in terms of the concepts, my understanding was that those were very high-level preliminary concept images, but Anand, the Acting Director of Recreation, can provide more information to answer the councillor's question. Anand?
Thank you, Commissioner, through the chair. So that's bang on. So when we went out to the public, initially it was conceptual drawings and to get an understanding of what amenities we needed within the building. So from a design perspective, that's the next step that we're heading into now. For the land piece, Commissioner Nader's bang on. It's we had to reconstruct the field before we take on the construction or take on the land piece from the school board. So that was a term that they had put in to make sure that there's minimal impact to the students. We have also gone through the school to the parent-teacher council just to give an update to the folks there as well. So those are a couple points. We have continued to liaise with the school board and try to communicate with the residents as much as possible. For the playground point, it was relocated on the property to a section that's not going to be impacted by the construction, and that's why it has relocated closer to where the church is now.
Anything further, Pat?
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. So I think we should have another town hall with the residents then, because like I say, that was done in 2017. A lot of residents have moved, and a lot of people have been complaining to me that they took it down, and now they're putting a playground right in the backyards, like 15, 20 feet away, when we have lots of room. So maybe we should engage with them, since we're going through a whole design. So everything we did back then was, it's like different residents, and we still haven't worked on the design and keep them happy. At least they know what's going on. So thank you. Maybe myself, maybe Councillor Williams we'll set up a town hall, and maybe you guys, the staff can come over and answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pat. Moving on, Councillor question period. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? That's where we are now.
That's correct.
Okay, any questions from members of council? Seeing none, public question period. Mr. Clerk, were there any emails or questions from the public on this section?
Chair Santos, there are none for this section or generally for the next item.
Okay, thank you very much. And referred matters list, do any members have any questions or comments regarding the referred matters list? If so, please use the chat function. Question on item 13. Oh, yes, Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question on the referred matters list. There's a number of items that are on there and pending. I see that on the referred matters list, they're giving a timeline, and it's an arbitrary number of 3 months. I guess, Peter, can you confirm, is that until the appropriate staff look at it and determine how long that it's actually going to take?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. So unless the motion for the referral actually includes a specific timeline, or unless we have a specific timeline identified by the responsible department, we will put in a 3-month timeline. That is subject to change based on input from the department. And if it is not achieved, we roll it over to the next quarter.
So I see that there are some items on there that have, I guess, been there for a little while now, and then some other items. I guess what I think there are some things that are pretty important. Is maybe at a future meeting a good opportunity to pick some of those items out that members think that are of importance to ask questions. And then I guess my questions would be related to what can we do as a council to try and get one or some of those important items moved along. Can we look at something else to pull off, to kind of reconsider the timelines of other things to try and get these moved forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, possibly. I can tell you that CLT is aware. This is a discussion item at CLT meetings where I'm part of, and I know there's an initiative underway at the moment with members of the Office of the CAO to identify a ways and means to actually advance some of these referred matters lists so the reports outs can occur in a more timely manner, or identify alternative ways to convey whatever information council had requested that does not require a staff report to get that to all members of council so it can come off the list.
Okay, if those discussions are happening, then I'm good with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paleshi. The next item is public question period. Mr. Clerk, I think you mentioned that there are no questions.
There are none.
Thank you. The next item is closed session business. I believe that there's only one item. I have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to move into closed session to deal with the following item, number 15.2, open meeting exception under section 239, 2K of Municipal Act 2001, a position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise,
Madam
your vote
Chair?
will count. Yep.
My apologies. There is the added item 15.3 that was added at the start of the meeting by Councillor Fortini under the open meeting exception 2C for a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Great. So there are two items that we have to discuss. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, how much time would you need?
Madam Chair, 10 minutes would be helpful.
Okay, so in 10 minutes, we will meet in camera at the link that the clerk's office has sent before, and after closed session, we will report everything in open session. We will meet back at 4:26 in closed session.
Santos. So Madam Chair, you do have quorum. We can reconvene.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. In continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will ask the clerk in public session to summarize any outcomes from today's closed session business.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to members of committee. Item 15.1 was added to the consent motion for approval earlier this morning. It's a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. As a result of adding it to consent, the item was acknowledged and the direction therein confirmed, including direction that a motion be considered in public session. And we are going to put that motion up on the screen. It's a three-part motion, and we will require a mover of that motion to action this item.
Councillor Vicente, would you like to move, please?
Yes.
Moved by Councillor Vicente. Anyone opposed to the motion? Seeing none, that carries.
Thank you. Madam Chair, 15.2, excuse me, was position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. This item was considered in closed session. Information was received and direction was given to staff, including a referral to the May 19th City Council meeting, or excuse me, a referral back to city staff for a report to the May 19th City Council meeting. And finally, the added item 15.3, added at the start of the meeting from Councillor Fortini. It is a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. This item was considered in closed session, information was received, and direction was given to staff. And that's the report out, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Our last item is adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet Wednesday, May 26, 2021 at 9:30. I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to adjourn today's meeting. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Seeing none, thank you. Please have a wonderful afternoon. This meeting is adjourned. Stay safe, stay home, stay healthy, get your vaccine shot when it's your turn. Practice